Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. A busy morning of public hearings in the House chamber this morning. Just finishing up right now is a public hearing on Senate Bill 576 relating to oil and natural gas development. Let's go to the House as they finish up this public hearing. Then there will be another public hearing at 10 o'clock relating to eligibility and fraud requirements for public assistance. For now, let's go to the House to finish up a public hearing on Senate Bill 576.
Royalty to lease property. Why shouldn't that be good enough for the citizens of the state as well? So, at this time, in order to defend our property rights, we call on this body to defend and to stand up for, take a stand for the people of West Virginia to defend our property rights in this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilfong. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another public hearing to be held in this chamber at the present time. I'm going to have to adjourn this public hearing at this time. As a courtesy to folks who are here, I will be in my office, which is the first office to the right. After you cross to the east wing, I would be available for the next half hour. If you would want to come and see me, I would be glad to hear your comments personally. But at this time, I have to adjourn the public hearing. Thank you very much for coming today.
That was the end of the public hearing for Senate Bill 576, providing exception to waste for certain oil and gas development. Senate Bill 576 passed the Senate on Wednesday, March 29th on a vote of 19 to 14. That public hearing was before the House Committee on Energy. Coming up next, a public hearing before the Committee on the Judiciary on Senate Bill 60, relating to eligibility and fraud requirements for public assistance. Senate Bill 60 was passed by the Senate 21 to 12 on March 28th. It's related to work requirements for SNAP benefits. So that public hearing is coming up. Another public hearing held at 8 o'clock this morning in the House chamber was on Senate Bill 687, relating generally to coal mining safety and environmental protection. Senate Bill 687 passed the Senate on March 29th on a vote of 32 to 2 and is now before the House Committee on Energy. We have recorded all of these public hearings, and it's going to be a busy day at the legislature, but we will try to get to as many of them as we can to show you the arguments for and against these bills. Until then, stay tuned here on the West Virginia Channel for another public hearing coming up on Senate Bill 60 relating to eligibility and fraud requirements for public assistance.
Jane, I'm sorry. Can I get a mic? It's on. Good morning. Would you please take your seats? We're about to begin our next public hearing. If this is regarding Senate Bill 60, if you intend to speak during the public hearing, please be sure your name is on the sign-up sheet. We'll give you another 30 seconds or so. We've time pressed today. Two minutes each. Mark, go ahead and get the sign-up sheets.
Again, this is a public hearing on Senate Bill 60 relating to eligibility and fraud requirements for public assistance relating to work requirements for SNAP benefits. You will hear speakers both for and against the bill. It was passed the Senate March 28th on a vote of 21-12.
Stretch the day out by about 6 more hours. Good. Good morning. We are call this hearing to order. This is a public hearing to seek input for the Judiciary Committee's consideration regarding Senate Bill 60. If you haven't had an opportunity to look at the bill, there are copies on the table in the front. We have a number of folks that have signed up, and we have limited time, so I'm going to ask that you please follow the time restrictions that we put on these. There will be 2 minutes granted each speaker. 15 seconds before that 2 minutes expires, the red light will go on the podium. When you see that go on, please wrap up your comments, because once you go more than 10 or 15 seconds, you may prevent somebody else who wants to speak from speaking. Ask that you understand that we are streaming live these public hearings, so your comments will be heard by the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people that follow us around the world. And so please conform your comments to to appropriate comments. We do not permit any expressions of approval or disapproval in the form of boos or yays or anything like that. I'm going to call 2 names. I'll call the person who's first up to speak. Please move up as quickly as you can, but if you're the second name I call, if you'll come up front and find a seat close to the podium, that allows us to move along quickly. So the second name I call, please move up to the front. You can even sit at the table here if you wish. All right. First person we're going to hear from is Sean O'Leary, and he will be followed by Spencer Moss.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Sean O'Leary. I'm with the West Virginia Center on Budget and Policy, and I would like to compare this bill to tax reform that's currently going through the legislature. We've been told by economists like John Deskins at WVU that we need to undergo tax reform. We need to cut our income taxes in order to encourage people in the state to save their money, and that will be a positive economic development for the state. The problem with that approach is that cutting income taxes does very little to help low-income folks save. It's very hard for them to do that with an income tax cut of only a few dollars. But then you compare that to this bill, which wants to implement an asset test for food assistance. That's entirely counterproductive to the tax reform that we want people to save. It actually punishes poor families for saving money for emergencies, for saving money for their children's future while they are temporarily enrolled in SNAP. By adding on an asset test, we will really hurt those folks who are trying to save and really negate any sort of positive impact that any sort of tax reform that the legislature is trying to pass to encourage people to save. Asset tests reduce savings substantially among eligible SNAP population. They discourage folks from opening bank accounts. They discourage them from building credit. It discourages them from participating in just mainstream financial marketplaces. It also increases the likelihood that these people will cycle back on and off of SNAP because they don't have that safety net. SNAP is it's a temporary, for the vast majority of people who use SNAPs, it's a temporary stopgap. It's a safety net. It helps them get back on their feet. They can't get back on their feet if they have to spend down their assets and get rid of their savings to do that. So this bill, simply put, discourages saving, hurts low-income people, and makes the SNAP program more of a problem than a solution for individuals who are needing assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary. Spencer Moss, followed by Kay Albright.
Good morning. My name is Spencer Moss. I'm with the West Virginia Food and Farm Coalition. And you may be wondering why a group of farmers, the most bootstrapping demographic in the state, may be interested in this bill. We're interested in this bill because we view the food system like the human musculature system. We can't just work out one group of muscles. We can't just build markets. We have to build the other muscle group, which is the customer base. We believe that food and locally purchased food is not simply for the wealthy, the well-off, or the privileged. We believe in equity. According to the bill's fiscal note, the bill would save about $5 million in federal money. This means that $5 million simply will not be circulating in West Virginia farmers markets, CSAs, grocery stores, convenience stores. We also know that according to the multiplier effect, products purchased from local vendors have a multiplier effect of between 1.4 and 2.26 in the wider community. This means that much more than $5 million will not be circulating through our communities. This is detrimental to our producers who work hard to make a living and to feed their communities. This bill is presented as a fraud prevention tool, but in a study conducted by the USDA between 2009 and 2011, the USDA indicated a trafficking rate of only 1.3%. 85% of those cases were actually on the retailers who failed to stock enough of the right types of foods, and this tracks with a study conducted by the Government Accountability Office. What we can see from the hard data is that issues of fraud are so minimal, and DHHR has already said that they track cases of fraud through algorithms. The asset testing in this bill, the Food and Farm Coalition also believes, would be a detriment to those who are trying to work their way out of poverty. From my own experience as an AmeriCorps Vista in Wyoming in 2010, my $800 a month paycheck, my 2005 Dodge Neon, and my less than $1,000 in the bank precluded me from receiving more than $30 a month in SNAP benefits, when many other state vistas enjoy about $200 a month in SNAP benefits for their service. We see this as a way to keep, as Sean had said, it's not going to help savings, it's not going to help poor people out of poverty, it's going to keep them down. And with that, we urge a vote for no on this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Kay Albright, followed by Eli Baumwell.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Kay Albright, and I'm with Manna Incorporated here in Charleston, West Virginia. I know what poverty looks like. I grew up on government cheese and food stamps, while my mom worked 2 jobs and went to school. We lived hand to mouth with food stamps and a job. Food stamps, which became SNAP benefits, were hard to get even then. But we know that not all jobs are created equal. Certainly in this down economy in West Virginia, I see poverty every day in the form of being the outreach coordinator at Manamil. I see adults and I see children. A recent study shows that in Kanawha County, 11,936 children will be affected by SNAP benefits this year. Passing a bill like SB 60 affects children and puts an additional burden on the poor. This bill is senseless, and West Virginia gains nothing by its passage. I encourage a vote against Senate Bill 60 and bills like it. One way to discourage people is to pass bills like this. SNAP benefits are their only hope in many cases. We need to let them live into that hope. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Reverend Albright. Eli Baumwell, followed by Gary Zuckett.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, delegates, friends. My name is Eli Baumwell, and I'm Policy Director for the ACLU of West Virginia. At its core, Senate Bill 60 is a bill that rejects reality for rhetoric. It's premised on an assumption of guilt, that the economically disadvantaged should be treated with suspicion, that compassion is conditional, and for this reason alone, the bill should be rejected. But there are other reasons to oppose this proposed legislation. As a matter of due process, it's concerning that people could stand to lose benefits over members of a household. That means a cousin who's on a couch, a friend who's sharing a guest room, a brother who's staying with you while they're transient. Assets that they have that you may never know about could disqualify you and your family from food stamps. That's concerning to us. There are other issues. We have issues with the process to challenge this sort of legislation where people who are economically disadvantaged are not going to have equal access to the justice system. They're not going to have the skills, the knowledge, or the money to be able to challenge decisions made against them. We have problems with tracking out-of-state expenditures, both because it means an invasion of privacy and it's based on an assumption that people who travel are somehow suspect. We have problems with legislation that says that the only way to get help with a recurring expense is to remain in poverty. That an attempt to save, to accumulate wealth, will mean that you lose help with food. We have a lot of problems with Senate Bill 60, and I suspect that the problems that this legislation is attempting to address are minimal compared to the costs of such an invasive policy. So once again, I'm going to urge this body to stop creating solutions in search of a problem and start addressing the real drivers behind poverty, job loss, and food scarcity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baumwell. Gary Zuckett, followed by Gene Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Gary Zuckett. I'm Executive Director of West Virginia Citizen Action, and I agree with the previous speaker that this is a solution looking for a problem. And don't just take my word for it. I have here quotes from the testimony from the Department of Health and Human Resources from over in the Senate where this bill came from, and answering some of the questions. Has this program been a success in the 9 pilot counties? And they say our best data does not indicate that the program has had significant impact on employment figures for the target population in the 9 issuing counties. They go further to say that the percentage of people working proportional to the total SNAP population has held steady since the work requirements were put into place. But they did also say that their caseload dropped by almost 5,500 cases across the 9 counties. So 5,500 families got thrown off of SNAP benefits because they couldn't meet the work requirements. And basically, there was a comment made by one of the people in the committees when this was being discussed over there, saying that basically what this tells me is that taking food away from people doesn't help them find work. So I would urge you to vote no on SB 60. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuckett. Gene Simpson, followed by Jim McKay.
My name is Jean Simpson. I'm the Executive Director of Manamil, Inc. We're feeding right now 400 plus people a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It's a lot of people. This is the second poorest state in the Union. We have got 55 counties that are making the individual's income is below $22,000 a year. Majority of the people that come to Manamio are making $22,000 to $11,000 to $8,000 to $7,000 per year. What little bit that they get on their food stamps provides them for at least maybe a week of food in a month. The rest of the time, they're going from food pantry to soup kitchen to soup kitchen. Every single thing that people that live in poverty do every single day is hard. Everything they do is hard. Taking their food away from them is shameful, absolutely shameful. We're going to destroy our water. We're going to take our food away from them. We have no jobs. How much further can we go before we destroy the citizens in your counties? I need you all to think about this. And if you don't know what poverty looks like, you need to come to Manamio one day and spend the time with Kay and I, because we are bombarded by people daily. Is there any way I can get this? How do I get this? I've had seizures. I don't know what to do about this. Where do I go to get this? This is what we do from the second we walk in the door at 7 o'clock in the morning till I lock the door at 2 o'clock and we close down. We are not only just feeding people, but we're also trying to make people's lives halfway decent so maybe they can go and work and they can take care of their families. But we need each delegate to take care of each county to be able to provide economy for our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simpson. Jim McKay, followed by Sam Hickman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jim McKay. I'm the State Director of Prevent Child Abuse West Virginia. We're a project of Team for West Virginia Children and a chapter of Prevent Child Abuse America. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 60 on the grounds that the research from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention finds the impact of SNAP benefits in reducing risk of child abuse and neglect. Simply put, when you undermine SNAP benefits for a community, for a family, you are increasing the risk of child abuse and neglect. That is not a position that this legislature should take. This legislature should be commended for their solid leadership in advancing bills like Senate Bill 256 that prevent child sexual abuse and protecting children. This bill undermines that progress. Again, the Centers for Disease Control has done comprehensive analysis. On page 13, they note that state options for managing federal nutrition assistance programs help strengthen economic supports for families. The SNAP program, managed by the USDA, helps households and SNAP benefits help low-income families meet their children's basic needs for food. Because SNAP benefits allow a parent's income from other sources to be used on things besides food, SNAP decreases family poverty among children and reduces the severity of food insecurity. On page 16, they note the science and the evidence that a study linking administrative databases among children enrolled in Medicaid, families receiving SNAP and receiving nutrition, found that fewer reports of neglect for families not receiving SNAP or WIC. We cannot undermine that progress. I understand that the bill makes exceptions for able-bodied adults, but given the numbers in Ohio, they show that 1 in 4 of the 5,000 recipients provided care for children even when they were not in their custody. This bill will affect kids. It will increase the risk of child abuse and neglect. It should be opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Sam Hickman, followed by Stephen Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Jim. In short, food security reduces stress, which helps in so many other ways in people's lives. My name is Sam Hickman. I'm the Executive Director of the West Virginia chapter of the National Association of Social Workers. I'm here to raise my allergy-strained voice in opposition to Senate Bill 60 and others like it, which in short, as Gary said, are solutions in search of a problem. SNAP is fundamentally supplemental food assistance. Supplemental, not primary. It's important to remember. These are a few dollars a month that help people get by with healthy food. Many assumptions are made about poverty, but there are real people with real problems behind those assumptions. And for every anecdote that raises someone's indignation about fraud, there are thousands of real people playing by the rules. Senate Bill 60 could easily result in a multi-million-dollar contract for eligibility determination. And I ask you, who are you going to trust? The hundreds of West Virginia eligibility workers who work for DHHR, living close to the people in their communities, who know these individuals and families. They work with them every day to help them become more self-sufficient. Who are you going to trust? Your eligibility workers, or a corporate entity with a financial incentive to increase human misery? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickman. Stephen Smith, followed by Juliet Terry.
Stephen Smith, West Virginia Healthy Kids and Families Coalition. We believe this bill should be called the Pro-Red Tape Anti-Small Business Bill. Here's what the bill argues. Number one, the best way to help poor families is to take away their money and food. Number two, a bunch of that money should instead go for more bureaucrats and paperwork. Number three, while we're at it, let's disproportionately burden rural families and small businesses. It is no secret that West Virginia is a poor state where far too many people are forced to rely on food stamps. What most folks don't know is that in order to get food stamps, you have to complete and sign an application 279 questions long under penalty of law. Furthermore, that application commits you to 30 hours a week of work activity already, work, volunteering, job searching, and registering for Workforce West Virginia. Again, that's before this bill passes. This bill says that's not enough. We should also force families in crisis to do additional monthly paperwork and meetings with bureaucrats. Places like Kansas and Illinois have tried this, and here's what happens. Those bureaucrats are incentivized to find mistakes or miss deadlines in the paperwork and then use that as a justification to cut people. Death by paperwork. The result, fewer families get food and fewer families get jobs. Making matters worse, the real losers from this bill are rural families and small businesses. It's obviously much harder to find work, travel to work, and keep work in rural counties where jobs are sparse and opportunities may be 10 miles away. And when you cut those rural families, you hurt the bottom line of local businesses already struggling to stay open. All of this just so we can punish a mom and her 2 kids for not keeping more accurate timesheets about her volunteer hours. Just so we can punish a dad for opening a savings account. Just so we can blame poor folks for their own poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Juliet Terry, followed by Ted Bettner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for this opportunity to address you today. My name is Juliet Terry, and I represent the Opportunity Solutions Project at the Foundation for Government Accountability. FGA is a nonprofit that researches best practices for improving health and welfare outcomes for individuals and their families. Senate Bill 60 combines many of the ideas we promote that are helping states improve how they operate their public assistance programs. Most importantly, this bill provides the building blocks for helping people return to productivity and elevate themselves out of poverty. In the 29 states that have adopted some or all of the provisions that you'll find in Senate Bill 60, governments are projecting billions of dollars in taxpayer savings over the next decade. But more importantly, 3.4 million Americans have elevated themselves out of poverty and are now self-sufficient. These are real numbers based on actual state experiences following reform efforts. States have reduced fraud, waste, and abuse. They have empowered millions of Americans to return to the workforce, and states have improved their ability to direct resources to those who truly need help. This is an outcome that West Virginia should embrace wholeheartedly. I want to applaud the Department of Health and Human Resources for recognizing the need to modernize their systems and ensure that they are making the highest and best use of every taxpayer dollar they control to help those citizens who need it the most. Senate Bill 60 will codify much of what the department is in the process of doing, and this legislature should leap at the chance to be an active partner in this critical journey. The legislation will help DHHR make better, more accurate eligibility decisions for all public assistance programs that serve hundreds of thousands of West Virginians. The bill also will promote work, training, or community service for able-bodied adults without dependents who are on food stamps. Please remember, a single mother on TANF today must work to keep her benefits. That same single mother also has an asset test. She always has. Should not an adult who is healthy, without disabilities, without children, have to meet the same standard as that single mother on TANF? DHHR has testified in committee that Senate Bill 60 takes nothing away from anyone who is truly eligible to receive it. So please remember that. I encourage the legislature to pass Senate Bill 60 and support DHHR on this journey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Terry. Ted Bettner, followed by Betty Rivard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Ted Bettner with the West Virginia Center on Budget and Policy. What I want to do briefly is just talk about the enhanced verification system. So Senate Bill 60 proposes to spend $15 million in state and federal money over the next 2 years, while the state has a budget crisis of about $500 million. This is a problem in search of this is a solution in search of a problem, and it could wrongly deny public assistance to thousands of low-income West Virginians, whether it's health care coverage for the 550,000 people on Medicaid, whether it's the 350,000 people that get food assistance from SNAP, by putting barriers between low-income families and the aid they need. The proposed use of independent vendors and quarterly certifications can produce false or out-of-date results that can yank health care or food assistance away from families that qualify for them honestly. When the state of Illinois adopted a similar system for Medicaid, it found that a large majority, 84% of households losing Medicaid, had their coverage canceled because they did not respond to a letter in 10 days. And that's what this legislation is doing, rather than not being eligible. And 89% of households who did lose coverage due to a non-response were likely eligible, according to the Illinois Department of Human Services. You could find out this information, just talk to Michael Ketting, who the lead sponsor of the bill, talked to. And according to an academic journal that he wrote when he was deputy director of DHS in Illinois, he said at least half of the people removed from Medicaid were actually eligible, perhaps a lot more. In 2015, according to DHS, more than 1/3 of households whose Medicaid health care was canceled had their health care reinstated. So we're going to kick people off and bring them back on and spend a lot of money doing it. The promised savings from the program never materialized. While the Foundation of Government Accountability projected and still says that Illinois would save $350 million, the state only saved $2.6 million during that year. In short, the state of Illinois spent millions of dollars on private contractors to collect data the state already collected that led to canceling health care coverage for people that were likely eligible. That's just one example.
Thank you, Mr. Bettner. Betty Rivard, followed by Julie Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and the committee. I'm Betty Rivard, and I'm an independent advocate. I'm also a social worker emeritus, and I worked for DHHR for 25 years. I'm opposing House Bill 60, and I ask you to also, based on its direct effects on children, families, and individuals. Highly bureaucratic processes to document assets put approximately 1/5 of the state's households at risk for not having the food they need to survive. Over 37% of the people affected are children. Over 1/3 of these households include someone who is currently in the workforce but does not make enough money to get by and still qualifies for benefits. And these are people you see every day, you know, who, at a convenience store or a fast food restaurant, Walmart or wherever. Experience in other states has shown that otherwise eligible households have benefits cut off due to missed communications, narrow deadlines, and complex reporting requirements, not because of any fraudulent actions on their part. Closer to home, in the 9 counties where West Virginia piloted a work requirement for a subgroup of SNAP recipients over the last year, As someone mentioned, over 5,000 people were deprived of food assistance. DHHR has said they do not have data on what happened to them. So we don't know if they got jobs or if they lost their food assistance because they didn't get a letter or a call. The new asset limits, which apply to all members of a household, penalize people. And this is probably a minority, but people who have saved and invested to meet emergency needs, pay for college, pay for caregivers, meet medical copays and deductibles, and other needs. The limits also penalize people who are utilizing benefits temporarily as a bridge to finding work. These include people who bought vehicles while they were working that they will continue to need when they go back to work, but that are valued above the asset limits. I have some other things to say, but I just want to make two last points. One is that DHHR cannot use its power to write rules for implementation to address the provisions of the law. That's been misrepresented in some of the discussions. Oh, we can take care of this through regulations. And the other thing is just to say that food stamps saved my life and the life of my family during a period when we didn't have work, we were trying to farm, and we couldn't make it as farmers. At the end of that period, I was able to get work and went on to a career, 2 master's degrees, put my 2 sons through college. A lot of people are in the same situation I was in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rivard. Julie Warden, followed by Seth DiStefano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Julie Warden, and I am the Communications Director at West Virginia Free, an organization focused on the health and well-being of women and families in West Virginia. We ask lawmakers to use love and concern and to oppose Senate Bill 60. Please support the hardworking families in our state by not adding additional hoops to jump through to put food on their tables. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Warden. Seth DiStefano, followed by Jeff Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Seth DiStefano, and I'm with the West Virginia Center on Budget and Policy. I also work very, very closely with a coalition of organizations that are opposed to Senate Bill 60, food banks, direct service providers, people on the front lines dealing with these issues. There are 176,000 households receiving SNAP benefits in West Virginia. And Senate Bill 60 says we have to do an extensive asset test on every single member of the household. We talk a lot about what other states are doing when we talk about public policy in this chamber and throughout the Capitol. 2/3 of states reject household asset testing. It is not a mainstream public policy idea. And it's not as if states haven't had a lot of time to decide whether or not they want to engage in household asset testing for SNAP. 2/3 say no, we're not doing that. And for a lot of the reasons you've heard here today. It is counterproductive. It is expensive. It is not good policy to discourage poor families from saving money. It's not good. It's why 2/3 of states say no. And I want to really point that out. You know, when someone comes to you and they say, we need to have household asset testing, a great question would be, why should we engage in a policy that 2/3 of states have clearly said, no, we're not going to do that? And additionally, I think it bears repeating. You know, one of the rationales for this bill is that we need to save these federal dollars for people who truly deserve them. I want to make it expressly clear. Federal SNAP dollars that are not in West Virginia because of if this bill is implemented, they don't get held back. They just go somewhere else, right? That needs to be clear for the committee. And lastly, you know, in vetoing similar legislation to this a couple years ago in Montana, the governor of Montana, this is what Steve Bullock had to say regarding a certain aspect of this particular bill. Perhaps the most troubling problem with the bill is that it unfairly stigmatizes our fellow Montanans who are elderly, disabled, and poor. Instead of striving for cost savings for more efficient and effective program administration, the bill makes it more difficult for Montana's most vulnerable citizens to apply for and understand our programs that exist to assist them. The bill is an expensive solution to a problem that does not exist. For these reasons, I veto the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Stefano. Jeff Allen, followed by Rick Wilson.
Jeff Allen, West Virginia Council of Churches and a United Methodist pastor. We are here today to express our opposition to Senate Bill 60. Senate Bill 60 has a number of provisions that give us concern, including the asset test, increased identification, and third-party vendors. One of the strategies to help people move from poverty into self-sufficient is asset development, whereby families increase their assets so that when disaster hits in the form of a medical bill or a car falling apart or high utility bills, they're able to manage these crises on their own. Also, in this day and age where both parents of a family may work, having two cars can be a necessity. In terms of increased eligibility and verification measures, it makes more sense to us that persons spend more time with their families and working rather than taking time off from work or away from their families to manage bureaucracy. Lastly, the third-party verification seems rife with potential difficulty and likely lawsuits. Jesus asked, "Is there anyone among you who, if your child asks for bread, will give them a stone?" Senate Bill 60 seems very much like giving stones for bread. We hope that you will oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Rick Wilson, followed by Robert Ofsa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Rick Wilson with the American Friends Service Committee, an organization that's worked on hunger issues around the world and in West Virginia for 100 years. Last year, DHHR implemented a pilot program in the 9 counties with the strongest economy. The results were in. There was no noticeable increase in employment for this population, although 5,417 people lost benefits. That's a cost of approximately $13 million.
Mr. Wilson, I think we've got a technical problem. Please. Battery went out. Just hold. Just relax for a second. We'll try to fix it.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is a public hearing on Senate Bill 60 relating to eligibility and fraud requirements for public assistance. This bill passed the Senate on a vote of 21-12 on March 28th. This is the last of 3 public hearings that were held in the House chamber this morning.
Please continue.
Thank you. I'm not sure where I was, but I think I was here that the amount of money lost to the non-pilot counties would have supported 700 full-time jobs at minimum wage or $1,420 per hour week jobs. As other speakers have pointed out, when that money goes away, it doesn't go into a pool for the worthy poor. It's just gone. The Senate Bill 60 would actually take this policy and implement it in counties where the employment situation is much bleaker. In addition, the verification aspect of SB 60 would basically use state taxpayer money to chase federal dollars out of our economy. Finally, the asset verification sort of would work against the contracyclical part of the program. That's a fancy word for saying that SNAP, like unemployment, tends to go up when the economy gets down. So implementing an asset thing would have a counterproductive effect. It would make it harder for people to participate in the mainstream economy. Finally, I'd like to point out for those who think SNAP benefits are too generous, a SNAP recipient would have to live for slightly more than 2 weeks on the per diem of a legislature for 1 day in West Virginia. And finally, I'd like to quote the British poet William Blake, who said, "Then cherish pity lest you drive an angel from your door." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Robert Ofsa, followed by Sally Roberts Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman Schott and members of the committee. I'm Robert Ofsa. I'm from the chairman's District, District 27, Mercer County. I'm a retired elementary art school teacher, and I taught in 12 different schools in Mercer County, and I have personally seen the poverty that these children live in Mercer County. I have seen children come in as an art teacher. Of course, I did breakfast duty and lunch duty.
Mr. Officer, if you move back just a little bit from the microphone, I think you're getting feedback. Go ahead.
So I have seen students come in on Monday morning starving from not having enough food for the weekend. I have seen students at Lashmead Elementary eat spinach or peas or anything that was on their plate and leave their plate completely clean because they knew that they might not eat again until the next day. And so I think that it's imperative that we consider whatever we can do to help these families, to feed these children, is of the utmost. One provision in the bill that really bothers me is that people aren't to have 2 cars. And I know that as an art teacher, I did the lunch duty, I did the breakfast duty. I also did the parent pickup, where I saw parents drive in their cars that sometimes they would be driving for weeks on the spare tire, the uninflatable spare tire, and they would be driving a 1999 Toyota with a window bashed out, and then maybe 3 weeks later they would come in and they would have a new car that was a 2000 Honda that you knew had 300,000 miles on it. They were barely able to get to school. So I think that the provision that requires that they shouldn't have more than 1 car is kind of unfair in thinking that people of poverty really don't have one nice car. They have a car, and then if they can find one for $500 to back it up, so that when this one dies, they can have another form of transportation. So I'd like you to consider that as you oppose Senate Bill 60. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Officer. Sally Roberts Wilson, followed by David Manthos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sally Roberts Wilson, a lifelong resident of West Virginia, and I'm here to ask you to vote no on SB 60. This appears to be a punitive bill which seeks to grant a $15 million contract to out-of-state vendors while hounding people who are at the lowest points in their lives over what is perhaps a $74 a month food stamp allowance. I challenge you to eat on $74 a month. This has the potential to hurt poor women taking care of elderly parents or grandparents, keeping them out of nursing homes, which, by the way, would cost the state quite a bit more, returning veterans who may need a small respite from war, and mentally ill individuals, all of whom would be classified so heartlessly as ABODs. Corporations who enter into these contracts to manage DHR's collection will no doubt hold this data and their techniques proprietary information, and should DHHR have to enter into new contracts, all the investment of tax dollars will be lost. It is penny wise and pound foolish. This will hurt small and rural grocery stores and farmers markets, placing communities at risk of losing all food assets. To those of you in this body who count yourselves as Christians, as I do, when Jesus Christ was on the hill of Golgotha, he looked to his left and to his right to those convicts who were on the crosses beside him and said, "Tonight, you will feast with me in paradise." If we are to be his followers, should we not be as forgiving and do likewise, and at least offer $74 so that people do not starve in this land of plenty? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. David Manthos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Manthos with West Virginia Food and Farm Coalition as well, and I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 60 because it represents a bureaucratic boondoggle and corporate power grab balanced on the backs of our most vulnerable. Would we really spend over $1 million? I believe that was the last estimate in the fiscal note. Things have changed, but still, would we really spend over $1 million of state money in a period of budgetary crisis for the purpose of slashing holes in the social safety net and erecting barriers to federal aid through one of the most reliable and fraud-free programs to be found anywhere in government? Thankfully, some of the most egregious financial incentives for kicking people off of the rolls have been removed from the introduced version, but the incentive remains for every state that buys the corporate story that they will purge the rolls of high-living con artists. We've heard that many of those people purged in Illinois were still, in fact, eligible. It was just that way of removing them from the rolls, the way they didn't respond to a letter in time, as people who are living on the edge of poverty have problems doing. Would we cut $5 million from our economy, impacting farmers trying to sell healthier food at farmers markets with 2-to-1 match grants? Cutting healthy food options in a state that consistently falls 49th or 50th in the state with huge food deserts. Would we really do that and penalize saving and a farmer with a second car? Focus on measures that will feed people, like the microprocessor bill and the farm to food bank tax credit. I urge rejection of Senate Bill 60. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manthos. And that concludes the remarks of those who signed up to give input, to provide input to our committee. We thank you for that input and especially for conforming to the time limitations that we had available. This bill is scheduled on the agenda of the Judiciary Committee for today, but the time is hard to identify at this point, but it will be based on the progress of the floor session. So thank you again for your attendance. We are adjourned.
A public hearing on Senate Bill 60 relating to eligibility and fraud requirements for public assistance. It'll be a little while before the House floor session and the Senate floor sessions convene, but we will join those floor sessions in progress. To take up the time, we'd like to show you a public hearing from earlier this morning on Senate Bill 687, relating generally to coal mining safety and environmental protection. This has to do with stream protection and quality. It passed 32-2 on March 29th in the Senate. So here's a public hearing from earlier this morning on Senate Bill 687.
Ladies and gentlemen, the public hearing for Senate Bill 687 will begin at this time. We have 29 people who have signed up to speak. There's another public hearing scheduled in this chamber at 9 a.m. today. And so I would ask that the speaker limit themselves to 1 1/2 minutes. A red light will come on as you approach the end of your speaking time. I want to get underway at this particular time. The first person on the sign-up list is Donna Beecher.
Bill, okay, and call the second name so they can come up and be waiting.
The next person to speak would be Justin Raines. So if you'd move toward the front of the chamber. Thank you.
My name is Donna Becker, and I'm a resident of Charleston and chair of the board of Catholic Committee of Appalachia. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 687. The assessment of lowly bugs is the most scientifically sound way to measure a stream's health. These little creatures form the foundation of a healthy ecosystem, and a loss of invertebrate population is an early sign of pollution damage to a stream. If you vote to assess only the ability to support fish, West Virginia will plummet to having the weakest narrative water quality standards in the country, as well as being severely limited in accurately measuring the health of its streams and rivers. Fish are apparently much harder to track and sample than bugs, and after reading the bill, I am left to wonder which fish, how many species of fish, how many fish, 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish? My husband is an avid fly fisherman, and he knows how important these inconsequential sounding crustaceans and insects are to a healthy fish population, and so do many of his friends who come from out of state to fish our wild, wonderful waters. As the Catholic bishops of Appalachia agreed upon 21 years ago, Our actions as human individuals and societies take place within a web of life in which human flourishing cannot be separated from the well-being of the entire community of life. Though we understand the importance of economic development and jobs for the people in our region, we reject the false dichotomy of economy versus environment because we know that a sustainable economy cannot be built on practices that are destructive to the natural world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Justin Raines, and following with Ashley Orr.
When I was growing up, I could never wait to go to my grandparents' house in the summer. The valley they lived in Roane County wasn't that much different at a glance from where I lived in Kanawha County. There was a nice big yard, a stretch of woods, and a big creek running right through the middle of it. Either place looked like any kid's dream. The difference, however, was clear as soon as I got in those creeks and turned over the first rock. Although I didn't know it at the time, the creek beside our house in Pinch was downstream from an old mine. At the age of 8, I didn't know a thing about acid drainage or sedimentation. I'd never heard of a pH scale, total dissolved solids, or conductivity, what a macroinvertebrate was, or how any of that affected them. What I did know was that the creek at my house didn't have any crawdads in it. Not a single one, whereas at my grandparents' house, it seemed like they were under every rock. As a grown man, I now know why that was and what the lack of life in that creek beside my house meant. I know the vital importance of benthic macroinvertebrates as a scientific standard for determining stream health. Heck, I gave a presentation on the subject to a class of 7th graders a couple days ago, and they grasped the usefulness of the technique right off the bat once I pried them away from the display boxes. This bill before you now is more than a simple change of standards or a tweaking of methods. It is an assault on the most basic and vital method we have of measuring the actual life-supporting capacity of a stream and whether that has been compromised. Think about that for a second. I know it doesn't seem awfully important to a lot of people that there are less or even no bugs in a creek, but think about what that's telling us. These tiny creatures are the warning light, the alarm bell, the call that a vital part of our personal world is losing its very ability to support life. That we could even begin to consider changing our standards so that we ignore that warning terrifies me, and it should terrify you. Please, vote no on SB 687.
Thank you, Mr. Raines. Ashley Orr, followed by John Doyle.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Orr, and I speak today as a member of West Virginia Trout Unlimited to changes proposed in Senate Bill 687. I and West Virginia Trout Unlimited are opposed to the changes SB 687 makes to rules pertaining to the use of the West Virginia Stream Condition Index and benthic invertebrate surveys. It is our understanding that SB 687 moves from using benthic microinvertebrates, insect surveys, to the use of fish as a measure of a biological indicator for stream health. We strongly disagree with this change. For a number of years, West Virginia Trout Unlimited has participated in the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection's Save Our Stream program, which certifies West Virginia citizens to conduct benthic macroinvertebrate surveys, gauging a stream's health using the West Virginia Stream Condition Index. The West Virginia DEP's Save Our Stream program first started because scientists in this state and elsewhere identified benthic life in streams as a way to tell the story of a stream's health through robust benthic populations. I have personally participated in the collection of this data. The use of benthic surveys is a scientifically sound technique that measures a stream's health based on the diversity and abundance of macroinvertebrate species. These surveys are vital to assessing the health of our trout streams and must continue to be a part of the regulatory process. Fish alone do not tell the tale. The thought that if a stream holds fish, it must be healthy may seem adequate, but that is not the case. For a stream to be truly healthy, it must have a diversity of aquatic and benthic life. It is the capacity and diversity of benthic or insect life that allows fish to flourish and a stream to be healthy. The loss of benthic life is an early indicator of the impacts of pollution to a stream. Pollution through increased discharges can acidify a stream. Increased runoff can create more sediment in a stream that chokes out native insect life. When certain insects can no longer thrive, then native fish can no longer survive. In West Virginia, we are fortunate to have an abundance of water. We need to protect this vital resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John Doyle, followed by Abigail Benjamin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Doyle, and I'm here representing West Virginia Free, a reproductive rights organization, but an organization that is also concerned with the health and safety of young children. With that in mind, we support clean drinking water and water that is clean for young children to play in. And because of that, we oppose Senate Bill 687. There are a number of changes that 687 proposes to make in state law, and most of which are bad. Critically, there are 4 words in in state law now which this bill proposes to strike, and those words are diverse in species composition. Those words must remain in state law. That is the linchpin of the rest of the protection offered by our Clean Water Act. So anyway, please defeat Senate Bill 687. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Abigail Benjamin, followed by, there's one name here I'm having trouble reading. I think it's Fang. Please proceed.
I am Abigail Benjamin. I'm an environmental attorney in Martinsburg, West Virginia. These are 3 of my 6 children, and we came today to ask you to vote no on Senate Bill 687. I am a native of Buchanan, West Virginia, and Upshur County. I have traveled the country over, and I came back home in West Virginia to buy a house, to raise a family, and to start a small business. The most important thing my family and members of the Eastern Panhandle that are my friends would like you to think about today is the concept of macroinvertebrates. Macroinvertebrates. These, if my kids can show you, these little critters, these little bugs, are a cheap and easy way to monitor stream health. 2 of my teenagers, Hannah Benjamin and Alex Benjamin, participated in the Stream Scholars program last summer put on by the nonprofit Kekeben Institute in Morgan County. And the system of counting macroinvertebrates going to a stream, kind of putting out your butterfly nets, catching the critters and cataloging them was so accessible that my 2 teens mastered it quickly. It is really important that we have accurate scientific data, but it's also important that we have citizen scientists, a system of data collection that would allow ordinary families and concerned citizens to feel peaceful about the water quality in their streams. My kids play in the streams, we fish in the streams, and we boat. And we urge you to keep this scientific standards because it's accessible to lay people and it increases public confidence in our clean water in West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presenter and followed by Larry Orr.
Oh, how I've given past talks that water is humans' primary hydration. So here's an analogy, a metaphor, a parable, if you will. Once a man went and spent his time doing the bidding of a corrupt source, a dictator, for they told him, make it simple as going to Walmart to purchase thy drink, quenching dehydration. Seeing how he had bid to rebuke health assessments, all the wonderful, sweet-tasting water that was West Virginia was forever lost. Yet all the publicans whom allowed such an act either did not realize the unique water of West Virginia, never having the horrors of other states' so-called drinking water, or obtaining such benefits to water that care was only in their current tender pursuits. But after a pat upon thy head via the dictator and words of encouragement, the publicans simply agreed, we shall buy our water from Walmart. What the publicans did not know was that the same ones dictating the bid owned large portions, walked with the owners of Walmart, leaving them to pay a high stipend for the purchase of water via Walmart. Till at some point they must ask, dictator, I cannot afford this water, and all the waters around are poisoned. What shall we do? The dictator said, as you always do, as I say, ye can live with no water. The publicans simply agreed with their current tender. See? Here's another. A body of water was drained. As As it drained, the inhabitants of the water began to argue, fight, and kill for better habitat. Soon as the last inhabitants wondered, how can this murder stop? The leaders, chiefs, kings destroyed one another. The next day, the drainer of the water appeared.
Thank you. Larry Orr, followed by Alfred Tuttle.
This is a public hearing from earlier today in the House chamber. We are monitoring the House floor and will join the House floor in session.
I'm the treasurer of the West Virginia Council of Trout Unlimited. I'm speaking today on behalf of the 1,400 dues-paying members of that organization in West Virginia. The mission of Trout Unlimited in West Virginia is to conserve, protect, and restore the cold water fisheries of West Virginia. Conserve, protect, restore. CPR, Conserve, Protect, Restore. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Water is our most important natural resource. Not coal, not lumber, not oil, not gas, not any of the products of the extractive industry. It's water. I was listening to a radio program last week, a pop quiz. They asked the question, what can you not do without? And the things they listed was water, electricity, and one other item I can't remember, but they quickly came to the conclusion that what they couldn't get by without is water. Water is our most important natural resource. Air may be more important, but we seem to be attacking it lately also. Members of the West Virginia Council of Trout Unlimited have participated in the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection Save Our Streams program since its inception. In this program, volunteers such as Trout Unlimited members adopt streams and monitor the chemical and physical characteristics of those adopted streams. Results are reported and tracked in the West Virginia DEP volunteer database for this program. Assessment of macroinvertebrate, benthic macroinvertebrate diversity is a vital part of the program. Benthic macroinvertebrate diversity, that's a mouthful, but we usually don't put it in our mouth, so we call it bug counting. The benthic macroinvertebrate assessment is a vital tool in determining the health of a stream. Counting fish may tell you whether the fish are there, but it will not tell you why they are not there. Bugs are what trout eat, not worms or any of the fish bait that you buy in the store. Bugs, if there are no bugs, there will be no trout. Counting fish is a difficult effort that requires electroshock equipment that people must be certified. They temporarily stun the fish in order to count them. It's an expensive method. It counts the fish, but again, it doesn't tell you why the fish are not there. No bugs, no fish. The bug count is the most important indication of the true health of the stream. I am certified in this methodology, and I'll be leading an assessment up on Loup Creek in Nicholas County this Saturday at 10 o'clock with Trout Unlimited participants. Public's welcome to participate. Come join us. It could be a learning experience. Please do not vote in support of Senate Bill 687. It's just another step backwards in water quality on this war on water. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Orr. Alfred Tuttle, followed by Bill Price.
I'm Alfred Tuttle. I'm a resident of Tyler County, West Virginia, and I am also opposed to the changes to the elimination of the insects, invertebrates, and other benthic organisms. I won't go into that. Previous speakers already have. But other to say that West Virginia is the birthplace of rivers for the mid-Atlantic and for the heartland east of the Mississippi. And we should try to maintain our waters for West Virginia residents and the rest of the United States. If we preserve our water quality, who knows, perhaps the Nestle's of the world will come to bottle our water and sell it to those who have failed to protect their water supply. Second issue, I think, is with bonding. I think it should be strengthened, increased, and the time frame extended. I say this for two reasons. In an age of corporate buyouts and reorganization, spin-off businesses are being created, saddled with the liabilities and debt of the parents and none of the cash flow. These organizations are strategically using bankruptcy as a tool to avoid their obligations. Bonding needs need to be structured to prevent this abuse. When companies walk away and leave their bonds, it tells you that the bond is too low. The second reason is when you lay open a mountaintop, fill the valleys with rubble, and create acres of waste lagoons. Reclamation doesn't occur overnight. It takes a long time to occur. You don't put fertilizer and grass seed and make it look like a chia pet. You've got to reestablish the soils and the vegetation until once again the waters run clean. Only then should the bonding be released. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bill Price, followed by Carrie Jo Grace.
We are monitoring the House and Senate. Neither has convened yet. We will join the House session in progress as soon as they begin today's calendar.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for holding this public hearing. I'm Bill Price. I'm here today as a representative of the Sierra Club. May not surprise y'all that the Sierra Club is here today defending bugs. We're told that that's what we're all about, but that's not what we're all about. When I first heard that this bill was coming before the legislature this year, I can't say that I was surprised, but I was dismayed. It seems that the bill was introduced. There was supposedly a stakeholder process, one in which the industry was represented, one in which other groups were represented, but not one environmental organization was represented in that stakeholder process. This is the first time the general public has had a chance to really speak to this bill. The general public, which by the way is the most directly impacted population of this bill, the ones who hike along those streams, who live along those streams, and fish in those streams. And some of them fish because they enjoy that fishing. Some of them fish in order to put food on their table. And yet, this bill would take away that protection. I ask that you vote against this bill. Put this thing back where it belongs, in the deepest, darkest corner, and protect the citizens of West Virginia.
Thank you, sir. Carrie Jo Grace, followed by Mike Beecher.
Thank you. My name's Carrie Jo Grace. I'm representing West Virginia Healthy Kids and Families Coalition and the Our Children, Our Future campaign. When I was a grad student in plant ecology, specializing in Appalachian forests, I learned that a macroinvertebrate study is the standard measure of stream health. It's because it forms the basis of the food chain. If there's no mayflies or stoneflies or caddisflies or crayfish, there's nothing for the fish to eat. So then the fish population dies off. But by then, it's too late. It's better to put the campfire out than to let it keep on burning and turn into a forest fire. We talk about budget problems in our state. A macroinvertebrate sampling is easier, cheaper, and more accurate than a fish sampling. Our rafting industry that brings millions and millions of dollars into the state depends on clean water. Fishing depends on clean water, and our health depends on clean water. Industry folks complain about federal government overreach. Well, maybe the federal government overreaches because at the state level, we pass things that destroy our environment and our health. Please vote no on Senate Bill 687.
Thank you. Mike Bacher, followed by Jim Waggy.
Hello, my name is Mike Becker, and I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 687. I'm one of the attorneys on the much hated narrative standard lawsuits, which this bill was introduced directly to represent. I personally feel very strongly about those lawsuits as well as professionally, but I'm not here to talk about those. I'm here to speak as a private citizen, fisherman, and resident of the state of West Virginia. What this bill is intended to do, and make no mistake, is target those lawsuits brought on behalf of the Sierra Club and others, but it is an extremely broad overreach. As many speakers have said, the macroinvertebrate monitoring method is the very basis for how West Virginia's DEP and citizen scientists measure the integrity of the waters, rivers, and streams in this state. It's based on a method that is universally used across the United States. It's not just used by regulatory agencies, but scientists, researchers, and others who want to understand the basic situation of what's going on and what problems exist in our nation's waterways. West Virginia has spent decades, and I'm sure hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, developing a scientifically sound and rigorous benthic macroinvertebrate water monitoring system. Since 2012, when the first language that this bill is amending was introduced, the DEP has been working on a fish index. Quite frankly, they haven't been able to do it. It was introduced in the rules package by the DEP, or the proposed rules package by the DEP this summer, and it was pulled because it didn't apply to a third of the state and was scientifically unsound. What this bill is trying to do is undermine a credible, rigorously developed, and accurate method for determining the health of West Virginia's waterways and replace it with something untested and at this point undevelopable.
Thank you, Jim Waggy, followed by David Manthos.
I'm Jim Waggy, a native of West Virginia, and I live in Charleston. If we just measure the chemical makeup of streams, we can only make educated guesses about how life forms are affected by those amounts of chemicals. But surveying the numbers and diversity of aquatic life forms gives us strong, direct evidence about the impact those chemicals are having on living organisms. So why does the coal industry want the change in this bill? I believe this bill is a clear representative example of the hypocrisy of the coal industry. They spend millions of dollars on nonstop advertising, proclaiming they are environmentally responsible and good corporate citizens. Yet when federal Judge Chambers thoroughly and carefully examines the best scientific evidence and rules that many coal mine operations are polluting our water, the harm is significant, and the companies aren't addressing the problem, how does the industry respond? Do they say, we are good corporate citizens and we want to cooperate with DEP to correct this problem? No, they say, let's change the law so that we no longer use the best methods for assessing water quality. That way we can all pretend that the coal industry is not polluting waterways in West Virginia, while in fact they continue to do so. We should not put blinders on our environmental regulators. Our regulatory system should be based on facts, on reality, not fantasy. I urge you to vote against this bill so the DEP can continue using this solid, proven method to assess water quality. The coal industry is asking for a license to severely pollute the waters of West Virginia and get away with it. Don't give them that license. Please vote no on Senate Bill 687. Thank you.
Thank you. David Manthos, followed by Kate Leary.
Good morning. My name is David Mathis of the West Virginia Environmental Council, and I rise in opposition to the proposed changes in Senate Bill 687, which would undermine the state's narrative water quality standards. These standards are critical to monitoring and enforcing our state's water quality. In debate on House Bill 2506 and 2811, our delegates, senators, and industry alike all claim that they do not want to do anything to threaten or weaken water quality standards in West Virginia. And yet, This bill would do exactly that. It would remove a fundamental component of a time-tested and cost-effective method for measuring a stream's water quality. Make no mistake, there is a war on water and an all-out assault on every aspect of how we measure and protect clean water. Others have testified how stream bugs are the canary in the coal mine, so I want to speak to you with a true story that relates to what this does to our state code. I once knew someone with an old Volkswagen, and the mechanic told him it would take hundreds of dollars and electrical work for it to pass inspection. He didn't have that kind of money, so instead of fixing the car, he took the dashboard out and painted over the indicator lights. That is what you're doing if you pass Senate Bill 687 without restoring the language that water is assessed under the narrative water quality standard, support a balanced aquatic community that is diverse in species composition. I've done this kind of water quality monitoring. I've taught it to kids at festivals and 4-H camps. It is relatively easy, it's fun, and it is scientifically robust. I urge the members of this chamber to vote no or to amend Senate Bill 687 and to stop the war on water. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Leary, followed by Doug Wood.
We are monitoring the floor sessions. The Senate has gone into session. Only one bill up for passage today. We're waiting for the House to go into session.
My name is Kate Leary, and I work with the West Virginia Environmental Council. I've heard lately that people get too emotional talking about water, so I'll try to keep this as rational as I can. The changes to water quality monitoring contained in SB 687 aren't sound science. We know that species diversity is critical for a healthy ecosystem and that benthic macroinvertebrates are an accurate indicator of stream health. Monitoring these organisms is an accepted practice used by government agencies and in academic settings from university research to youth science camp. I am submitting a chart for the record showing that nearly all other states use benthic macroinvertebrates in their methodology for assessing stream health. Benthic macroinvertebrates reflect localized changes in water quality better than fish and demonstrate change over time more effectively than chemical samples. Variations in lifespan, feeding habits, and pollution tolerance between the many species within this category provide a nuanced view of water quality. Moreover, the relative ease of collecting benthic macroinvertebrates makes them cost-effective. While West Virginia is considering cutting out an entire monitoring criteria, other states are not only keeping benthic macroinvertebrates, but actively improving their bioassessment programs, tailoring them to subregions or updating them to reflect changes in climate. This is the way we need to be moving, forwards to a more complete understanding of our streams. Please, keep in line with surrounding states and don't abandon sound science. Amend SB 687.
Thank you. Doug Wood, followed by Bill Rainey.
I'm Doug Wood. I have some allergies this morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I graduated from WVU in 1977 with a Bachelor of Science degree in Wildlife Management, immediately got a job with the State Department of Environmental Protection's previous agency, DNR, in the Water Resources section. After 33 years of public service, I retired in 2011. Over the course of my career, I participated in thousands upon thousands of stream surveys in order to help develop research tools that we use today to determine the aquatic life use support or non-support of various streams in West Virginia. Worked with other environmental agencies, including federal and other state agencies, and I also work with colleges, universities, and environmental consultants to help develop these tools. You've heard some pretty clear instructions and directions here this morning about why benthic macroinvertebrate indices of biological integrity are better than others. I want to give you a few more pointers. Fish are mobile, very mobile compared to benthic macroinvertebrates. A toxic slug comes down the creek and fish can move out of the way. They can go into tributaries along the sides of the creek, and they can go upstream and downstream of the toxic slug and avoid being caught and dying. Benthic macroinvertebrates are not nearly so mobile. And so they are there when the toxic slugs come through, or the chronic toxic concentrations of toxins are there all the time, and they feel the impact. And so they are the best suite of organisms to use to determine whether or not our streams are supporting their aquatic life uses. In West Virginia, we have thousands of streams that have already been damaged by various industries, particularly the coal industry with acid mine drainage and high conductivities. And I don't think it's a really good idea for us to hand to our grandchildren and our children more streams that are damaged so that they don't have anything to fish for, and they don't have any hellgrammites and crawdadders to play with in the creek when they grow up, like many of us in this room did. So I would urge you to actually vote against Senate Bill 687. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Bill Rainey, the next speaker would be Chris Hamilton.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bill Rainey. I'm with the West Virginia Coal Association, and I have the privilege of representing the best coal miners and the best coal mine managers in the world. And they don't want to do anything to affect their environment, the hills where they hunted and the streams where they fished when they were growing up, and they want the same for their children and their grandchildren. I appreciate the Energy Committee considering Senate Bill 687, Mr. Chairman, and us having the opportunity to express our support. The past 8 years has been extremely difficult for our industry. We and/or the state have been told no, or we can't do something a whole lot more often than we receive favorable decisions. However, since November 8th, the attitude in the industry has been significantly more positive. Our production is improving over last year, which was one of the worst years we have ever had in this state. And just last Tuesday, President Trump signed an executive order overturning several draconian regulations from the last administration, as he had done earlier with an OSM regulation. All of that has indicated a more positive environment for our operations and keeping our folks working, which makes Senate Bill 687 even more important, as it will continue to remove barriers that have for years caused us to be out of step with the federal laws and those in the other coal-producing states. You all as a legislature have been great in the past 2 sessions, but it is even more critical now because we must compete for our fair share of diminishing market among those coal-producing states. With one of the highest, if not the highest, severance taxes in the country, particularly when compared to those coal-producing states that do not have any severance tax, this Coal Jobs and Safety Act becomes enormously important this year. Thanks to Senator Randy Smith and his committee, the agreed-to provisions bring us closer to a level playing field. With a couple of minor amendments, the bill is ready to go as it clarifies ambiguous language that's been subject to interpretation for years. It better protects the state and its water quality in the cases of bond forfeiture situations. Chris and Jason have worked on the specifics and details to make sure that we're doing everything possible to keep our best coal miners and managers working throughout every day. So, Mr. Chairman, our concern as it relates to the tax bills that are pending today in this legislature makes 687 more critical, and we encourage favorable consideration as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rainey. Chris Hamilton, followed by Jason Bostic.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'm Chris Hamilton with the West Virginia Business and Industry Council, and I speak in support of Senate Bill 687 relating to coal mining generally. We appreciate the legislature's interest to see the state's coal industry regain its health so it may once again make substantial contributions to our state's job base, economy, and our extraordinary quality of life. Despite all the chance to diversify our economy, the fact remains that when coal does well, so does West Virginia. The reverse is also true, and the entire state is currently sharing in the pain. The question before us on the state level is what can we do or what can be done to mitigate further decline and help position the industry going forward so that we may effectively compete with other coal-producing regions for what has become a very limited and a very compressed market share. SB 687 makes a couple important changes to state requirements governing the use of diesel equipment in underground mines. It enhances mine emergency capabilities and response. It also combines several administrative boards without losing any of the existing responsibilities or duties. SB 687 also modifies several environmental programs and provisions, principally to conform with federal law, and does so without compromising miner safety or environmental quality. We've been mining here ever since West Virginia has become a state. As an industry, we've made tremendous progress with our safety performance record and our overall stewardship of the land. And we do it with the best miners in the world who do it very masterfully with great pride and sophistication. We look forward to a more complete and professional discussion of Senate Bill 687 before your committee, Mr. Chairman. I would simply close by saying most of us that work in the coal industry are also residents here in the state of West Virginia. We live here, we work here, we fish and we play here. We also take our grandchildren and children out to the neighboring streams. I have hunted and fished on the Elk and its tributaries for the past 35 years. And without exception, everywhere I go, everybody I talk to talks about the renewed health of these streams over the past decade, 20 years. Talk about these streams having fish where fish has never run before. Catch limits daily. And the hunting has also flourished over the past couple of decades. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ladies and gentlemen, there's another public hearing at 9 o'clock today, so I would ask you, when the light goes on, to finish up as quickly as you can. Thank you, Mr. Bostic, followed by Angie Rosser.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jason Bostic, and I'm with the West Virginia Coal Association. And I would like to clarify, I think, a lot of misleading statements that the committee members have heard as it regards the narrative water quality standards section of this bill. Ladies and gentlemen, these changes are meant only to close a loophole that has allowed an unelected federal judge to substitute his judgment for that of this body as to what West Virginia's water quality standards should be. That's all it is. Anti-coal groups, and I think you heard one of the attorneys speak very proudly of this fact, like the Sierra Club and their lawyers, have found sympathetic federal judges to impose conductivity discharges on coal mines that are simply impossible to meet. Not only for mining operations, they'd be impossible to meet for oil and gas operations, shopping malls, probably even the parking lot of this building. That's the very reason why the Federal Environmental Protection Agency nor the West Virginia Legislature has ever adopted a conductivity standard. So this is now not about environmental protection. It's not about science. The Sierra Club doesn't want to lose their deal. They get to go to federal court and extort millions of dollars from the coal industry that's already suffering and bypass the normal rulemaking process because they know they can't get conductivity standards approved by the legislature or approved by Congress. It's just that simple. This is the latest front in the war on coal, opened by the anti-coal and anti-energy groups as they see their influence with EPA fading under a new president. Please enact Senate Bill 687 and close this loophole. Send a message to the Sierra Club and the federal courts that I consider their partners as merchants of misery to the Appalachian coal fields, that the elected leaders of this state will decide what the water quality standards are and how mines are regulated in West Virginia. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bostic. Angie Rosser, followed by Daley Royce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Angie Rosser, Executive Director with the West Virginia Rivers Coalition. We object to the changes in the narrative water quality standards on page 30 of this bill. And the question I think we just got the answer to pretty clearly is why is this change needed and who will it benefit? And what we just heard is that there are coal companies who are breaking the law, who think they should be able to get away with it and don't like the court's decision on enforcing the law that this legislature has enacted and all of the surrounding states have followed, using benthic macroinvertebrates as the way we monitor stream health. Let me say that again, that all other states, because we heard a lot about coming into conformity with other states, all of our surrounding states use this method because it's the most scientifically sound, the most cost-effective way to detect problems in our streams so that they can be corrected before it is too late. So I ask you, please not turn your back on science, not turn your back on what other states make work in protecting their streams, and not let us plummet to the bottom of the barrel when it comes to protecting stream health. We also heard Mr. Hamilton talk about streams getting healthier, and that's wonderful news. And it's wonderful to go fishing on the Elk like I do and catch fish. Why would we want to go backwards? Why would we want to undo that kind of progress? Thanks for taking a close look at this.
Thank you. Daley Royce, followed by Sally Roberts-Wilson.
The Senate is in session, taking up House messages. The House has not yet convened.
Hi, my name is Dale Royce. I am a citizen of Loudondale. I'm not a professional, and I'm not here representing any group, although several groups claim me. I'm here because this makes no sense. This makes no sense to go backwards. This makes no sense to spend more money on tests that aren't as effective. It makes no sense to, you know, our own governor asked, why are we at the bottom of everything? Because our industry leaders pay our legislative to do things their way, and it keeps us on the bottom. Coal's good for West Virginia, not from this outsider's point of view. I've lived here for 5 years, and I keep looking for how coal has helped you all, and I'm not seeing it. But I am watching my stream degrade. And last summer, we didn't have near as many mosquitoes, which, thanks to the education I've received from people, I knew meant my stream was not as healthy as it had been before Rush Creek and KD number 2. Barriers are not for industry. The barriers are there to protect us, all of us. It's that simple. Are you going to let them pay you to represent them, or are you going to represent your constituents? That's the question. Thank you.
Sally Roberts-Wilson, followed by John Street.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sally Roberts-Wilson. I live on Cheat Lake, and I'm here today to speak as an individual and a lifelong citizen of West Virginia. Senate Bill 687 is being labeled as a jobs bill. It is not. Today you have before you a bill that will be taking away miners' jobs. This bill does nothing but make corporate magnates and investors richer, many, if not most of them, from out of state and even out of country, while leaving our state in ruins. Promoting mountaintop removal in general has reduced the number of miners' jobs from 5% of the state's overall employment in 1980s to a fraction of that today. By weakening the environmental standards, you are voting to give fewer working hours to the coal miners you profess to help. This only helps the corporations lay them off faster. Fewer jobs. By allowing gas drilling waste to be used as fill, you are not only poisoning our citizens throughout the state with radioactive tailings, but taking away the jobs of those in the gas fields who would otherwise be creating responsible disposal sites. Fewer jobs. By failing to keep our water standards high, you will be killing a tourist industry that, properly promoted, would bring fishermen and outdoorsmen and all sorts of nature lovers to this state. Fewer jobs. You will be killing the jobs of farmers that depend upon the clean streams for their livestock and crops. Fewer jobs. Because of the severe degradation to the soil, you will have fewer future forestry jobs and wild game. Fewer retirees will choose to move here, and few will want to remain. Fewer young job creators will be attracted to start up businesses or raise families in a degraded and poisoned environment. Fewer jobs. Let us not find ourselves at the bottom of the nation's water quality standards by reducing our conservation standards. Let us not be about creating fewer jobs. The truth, ladies and gentlemen, is that coal and gas jobs occur when the commodity price is right, not because you have allowed them to take higher profits by using fewer worker hours and loosening water, safety, and conservation standards. When the demand is high again, the jobs will be back here. West Virginia is where the coal and gas is located, where the miners are located. It is the state of West Virginia that holds the cards, and we should not be down on our knees, pushing each other aside to give it away. This is not a jobs bill. This is a fewer jobs bill. Vote no on Senate Bill 687. Some say that coal is a black diamond. I say water is liquid gold. Stop the war on water.
John Street, followed by Gary Zuckett.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and staff. My name is John Street. I'm with the West Virginia Environmental Council. I'm here in opposition to Senate Bill 687, specifically in opposition to two lines in the bill on page 30, lines 47 and 48. The bill, as it currently, in its current form, strikes out the words, supports a balanced aquatic community that is diverse in species composition. What that refers to, among other things, is the word you've heard a lot this morning, benthic invertebrates or benthic macroinvertebrates. Benthic simply means bottom dwellers, and you can think of them as stream bugs, as many who know more about this than I do have already said. A diverse stream bug population is critical to stream health. Without strong regulatory direction to measure these, we will be without the canary in the coal mine for measurement of stream health. Ask any fly fisherman whose flies mimic these bugs. Ask any biologist or biology teacher. Ask anyone who puts on waders to net these bugs and count them. They will all tell you we must have strong systems in place to measure these vital indicators of stream health. Please amend this bill and keep a diverse stream population protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Zuckett, followed by Wendy Radcliffe.
Still waiting for the House floor session to begin. The Senate is taking committee reports.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Excuse me. My name is Gary Zuckett. I'm Executive Director of West Virginia Citizen Action Group, and we're here to oppose sections of Senate Bill 687, specifically the one that John Street just spoke about. You've heard the technical reasons. You've heard some of the rhetoric. But I do believe that there is a war on water here in West Virginia. And the war on water is not coming from Washington, D.C. It's not coming from the EPA. It's being waged within the walls of this room, within the walls of this building. And it's being brought to you, obviously, by the West Virginia Coal Association, the Oil and Gas Association, BIC, and other industries that find it more convenient to tweak the water quality standards of our state rather than comply with them. We've already seen the harmonic mean bill pass, which changed the measurement of the flow in our streams, and now we're looking at changing the assessment of the life in our streams. And this would bring us the weakest stream standards in the nation, way below what other states around us are doing. And I would just like to leave you with the thought that, you know, water will be here after coal is mined out. Water will be here after the last well is fracked. But the question is, will that water still sustain life?
Will we still have a tourism industry after all of the extraction is over? If we lose the war on water, what will we have left? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suckett. Wendy Radcliffe, followed by Jill Fisher.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Wendy Radcliffe, and I'm an attorney with private law practice in Charleston, West Virginia. Until January 27th of this year, I had the privilege to serve as the environmental advocate with the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection. My testimony will focus on the section pertaining to the Water Pollution Control Act, beginning on page 28 of the bill. During my time at DEP, I had the opportunity to work with hundreds of volunteers that represent watershed associations in the state. More than 65 watershed associations and their members, your constituents from all across West Virginia, volunteer their time and resources to measure the quality of the waters of the state. They get out there and literally kick up the dirt in these streams, turn over the rocks looking for signs of health. These standards you are considering serve as an ultimate backstop to protect streams from dying. You see, these watershed associations and their members know that if you look at the life in the stream, the biology of the stream, you can measure its health. If it isn't healthy, then you need to take a look at the solution. Ignoring pollution is not the solution. Think of it like this. Let's say we discover that 75% of school-aged children in West Virginia cannot read on a second grade level. What's the solution? Stop asking them to read? The problem is still there, whether we eliminate the measuring tool or not. Listen to those gathered here today and strike the section dealing with the Water Pollution Control Act. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Jill Fisher, followed by Jonathan McLaughlin.
Hello, my name's Jill.
The House and Senate are both now into session, so we'd like to start our floor coverage of the West Virginia Legislature here on the West Virginia Channel. Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We are recording today's Senate floor session, and today's House session has just convened. They're in prayer right now. So let's go live to the House of Delegates.
To have a sense of shame, that we may be well aware of our huge responsibility to the people and the state, and do everything possible within our capacity to achieve the best for our people. And whenever we fail in our responsibility to our people, especially because of our selfish pride and closed minds, help us to be aware that everyone is watching us and give us that sense we need to be better. Lord, you have told us that every kingdom divided against itself will be laid waste, and no town or house divided against itself will stand. May those words always echo in our minds and hearts as we make decisions. May the Lord continue to bless us, our state, and our people, and our nation. May the Lord continue to help us in our weaknesses and failures, and fill us with His wisdom and courage. We make these prayers through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Members and guests will please remain standing as we're led in the Pledge of Allegiance by a gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the members and the guests in the gallery please stand in honoring our nation? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Reading the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Saturday, April 1st, 2017.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from 36, Delegate White.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I ask for unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The Journal of 36, ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Journal is approved as having been read. Journal from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to proceed to consideration of House Concurrent Resolution 26 and House Concurrent Resolution 94 on unfinished business.
The Journal of 58th asks unanimous consent that the House proceed to consideration of HCR 26 and HCR 94 on unfinished business. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Journal for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, today we have with us to accept the resolution is Katherine Moore, daughter of Dr. Johnson. Escorting her to the well are delegates Upson, Hornbuckle, Espinoza, Piles, Ward, Longstreth, and Caputo.
Clerk will read the first resolution.
Whereas the NASA Independent Verification and Validation Facility was established at Fairmont, West Virginia in 1993 as part of an agency-wide strategy to provide the highest achievable levels of safety and cost-effectiveness for mission-critical software. And whereas the NASA 4 and 5 facility was founded under the NASA Office of Safety and Mission Assurance as a direct result of recommendations made by the National Research Council and the report of the Presidential Commission on the Space Shuttle Challenger accident. And whereas NASA 4 and 5 facility has 270 permanent employees and high school and college interns during the summer months and makes an important contribution to the Fairmont, Marion County, and West Virginia economies. NASA mathematician Katherine Coleman Goebel Johnson was born at White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia in 1918 and graduated from West Virginia State College summa cum laude in 1937 and was the first African American woman to attend the graduate school at West Virginia University in 1938. Katherine Johnson worked as a mathematician at the Langley Flight Research Division from 1953 to 1958, where she was an analyst for such topics as gust alleviation for aircraft, and whereas Katherine Johnson worked as an aerospace technologist at the Spacecraft Controls Branch from 1958 to 1986 and was involved in performing calculations for all the important space missions during this period, including the suborbital flight of Alan Shepard, the first orbital flight by John Glenn, and the 1969 Apollo 11 moon mission. And whereas Katherine Johnson is the subject of a recently released motion picture, Hidden Figures, that highlights her life and career. Therefore, be it resolved by the Legislature of West Virginia that the Legislature urges Congress and NASA to name the NASA 4 and 5 facility at Fairmont for West Virginia mathematician Katherine Coleman Johnson, and be it further resolved that the Clerk of the House of Delegates forward a copy of this resolution to the President and Secretary of the United States Senate, the Speaker and Clerk of the House of Representatives, and to the members of West Virginia's congressional delegation.
Question for the House is the adoption of the resolution. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Clerk, please record the members who are escorting our guests to the chamber as voting in the affirmative. Has each member voted? Gentleman from the 44th. We got it. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 95 ayes, 0 nays, 5 members absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. Clerk, please read the additional resolution.
Whereas Katherine Johnson's intense curiosity and brilliance with numbers vaulted her ahead several grades in school. By 13, she was attending the high school on the campus of historically black West Virginia State College. At 18, she enrolled in the college itself, where she made quick work of the school's math curriculum and found a mentor in math professor W. Schieffelin Clater, the third African American to earn a PhD in mathematics. Katherine Johnson graduated with highest honors in 1937 with a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics and French, and took a job teaching at a black public school in Virginia. And whereas, when West Virginia integrated its graduate schools in 1939, West Virginia State's President, Dr. John W. Davis, selected Katherine Johnson and 2 male students as the first black students to be offered spots at the state's flagship school, West Virginia University. She left her teaching job and enrolled in the graduate math program. At the end of the first session, however, she decided to leave school to start a family with her husband. Ms. Johnson returned to teaching when her 3 daughters got older, but it wasn't until 1952 that a relative told her about open positions at the all-black West Area Computing Section at the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, Langley Laboratory, headed by fellow West Virginian Dorothy Vaughn. Ms. Johnson and her husband, James Goebel, decided to move the family to Newport News to pursue the opportunity, and she began work at Langley in the summer of 1953. Just 2 weeks into her tenure in the office, Dorothy Vaughn assigned her to a project in the Maneuver Loads branch of the Flight Research Division, and Ms. Johnson's temporary position soon became permanent. She spent the next 4 years analyzing data from flight tests and worked on the investigation of a plane crash caused by wake turbulence. As she was wrapping up this work, her husband died of cancer in 1956. And whereas the 1957 launch of the Soviet satellite Sputnik changed history and Katherine Johnson's life. In 1957, she provided some of the math for the 1958 document Notes on Space Technology, a compendium of a series of 1958 lectures given by engineers in the Flight Research Division and the Pilotless Aircraft Research Division. Engineers from those groups formed the core of the Space Task Group, the NACA's first official foray into space travel. And Ms. Johnson, who had worked with many of them since coming to Langley, came along with the program as the NACA became NASA later that year. And whereas Katherine Johnson did trajectory analysis for Alan Shepard's May 1961 Mission Freedom 7, America's first human spaceflight. In 1960, she and engineer Ted Skopinski co-authored Determination of Azimuth Angle at Burnout for Placing a Satellite over a Selected Earth Position, a report laying out the equations describing an orbital spaceflight in which the landing position of the spacecraft is specified. It was the first time a woman in the Flight Research Division had received credit as an author of a research report. And whereas in 1962, as NASA prepared for the orbital mission of John Glenn, Ms. Johnson was called upon to do the work that she would become most known for. The complexity of the orbital flight had required the construction of a worldwide communications network linking tracking stations around the world to IBM computers in Washington, D.C., Cape Canaveral, and Bermuda. The computers had been programmed with the orbital equations that would control the trajectory of the capsule in Glenn's Friendship 7 mission from the blast-off to space splashdown. But the astronauts were wary of putting their lives in the care of the electronic calculating machines, which were prone to hiccups and blackouts. As a part of the pre-flight checklist, Glenn asked engineers to get the girl, Katherine Johnson, to run the same numbers through the same equations that had been programmed into the computer, but by hand on her desktop mechanical calculating machine. If she says they're good, Katherine Johnson remembers the astronaut saying, "Then I'm ready to go." Glenn's flight was a success and marked a turning point in the competition between the United States and the Soviet Union in space. And whereas, when asked to name her greatest contribution to space exploration, Katherine Johnson talks about the calculations that helped sink Project Apollo's lunar lander with the Moon Orbiting Command and Service Module. She also worked on the Space Shuttle and the Earth Resources Satellite and authored or co-authored 26 research reports. And whereas Katherine Johnson retired in 1986 after 33 years at Langley. "I loved going to work every single day," she said. In 2015, at age 97, Katherine Johnson added another extraordinary achievement to her long list. President Obama awarded her the Presidential Medal of Freedom, America's highest civilian honor. And whereas Katherine Johnson's extraordinary contributions to her country were detailed in Margot Lee Shetterly's acclaimed book, Hidden Figures, The American Dream and the Untold Story of the Black Women Mathematicians Who Helped Win the Space Race, that was adapted into a motion picture that was not only nominated for an Academy Award for the Best Picture of the Year, but also received standing ovations from moviegoers all over the country. Therefore, be it resolved by the Legislature of West Virginia that the Legislature of West Virginia hereby proclaims and makes August 26th of each year to be Katherine Johnson Day, celebrating her many NASA achievements in establishing the United States as the premier explorer of outer space, including the moon landing and the NASA shuttle, and as the recipient of the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And be it further resolved that the Clerk of the House of Delegates forward a certified copy of this resolution to Katherine Johnson, Dr. Anthony L. Jenkins, President of West Virginia State University, the Board of Trustees of the West Virginia State University, Dr. E. Gordon Gee, President of West Virginia University, Dr. Michael Matriano, West Virginia State Superintendent of Schools, Margot Lee Shetterly, and the West Virginia delegation in the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor of adoption will vote. Roll call has been demanded. As demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Again, the clerk will please record those escorting our guests as voting in the affirmative. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 97 ayes, 0 nays, 3 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted the affirmative, I declare the resolution adopted. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House as to HCR 26 and HCR 94 to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Ladies and gentlemen, because this is a resolution, concurrent resolution, we do not have the resolution to present because it must be adopted by the Senate. If the House would please be at ease a moment while I greet our guests.
A tribute to West Virginia native Katherine Johnson of the movie Hidden Figures. The Senate is in session, taking up second reading bills. We are recording the Senate floor session, and we'll bring you that when either the House takes a break or when the House floor session has concluded. Only one bill up for passage in the Senate today, plenty of bills on second reading. The House has a full calendar with many bills on third reading and also on second reading. Most notably, the Medical Cannabis Act is on second reading on the House floor today.
Members may be seated. Introduction of, gentlemen. Introduction of guests. We'll do that. Gentleman from 39, Douglas Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege today to introduce a former member who actually used to sit beside me when I was sitting over where the delegate from Cabell County is sitting. She actually served in the House in the 14th District of Putnam County and later served in the Senate in the 4th Senatorial District. And I'd like to introduce Lisa Smith and have the House please make her welcome.
John from the 51st, Douglas Statler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my good friend and former delegate, Bill Flanagan. Would the House please?
Lady from the 32nd, Delegate Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The delegate from the 33rd has some pages here today that he asked me to introduce. We have John and Paul Summers and their parents. If they would stand and the House would make them welcome.
The gentleman from 28, Delegate O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Delegate Cooper and I today have 3 pages here from Jumping Branch Elementary School in Summers County. I'd like to ask these pages to please stand when I call their name, and in a moment their parents and chaperones to please stand that are in the South Gallery, no, the West Gallery. We have paging Sarah Oakes. Sarah, if you'd please stand. And Lindsay Childs. And Jonah Pugh. And they're chaperoned today by Barbara and Jimmy Pugh, Naomi and Craig Oakes, Sarah and Wesley Childs. I'd like to ask the House to please make them welcome.
John from the 60th, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 friends over in the North Gallery. Mr. Adam Key. He's here to observe the discussion on SB 386 in the name of his son, Brody. Adam is an accountant. Thank you. He's an accountant in Berkeley County. And next to him, we have pharmacist Ken Reed, who is also a Morgan County commissioner and a businessman in the area. Please make him welcome. Thank you.
The delegate from the 46th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'm not sure if they're still here or not, but from Buchanan in Upshur County, we have several students from the RAISE program. If they would raise, and also we have Caden Cowger also visiting us. If the House would please make them feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure my groups from RAISE are still in the gallery, but if the children from Vincent Middle, Spring Valley High School are there, I'd like them to stand. But I'd also like to take this time to just briefly say what RAISE is. This is, if you've noticed, all the children running around today in orange T-shirts. And it's not a Tennessee football game as much as I'd like to say. We have 160 crews statewide in our middle schools and high schools that go out and work not only in their school but in their communities against tobacco awareness. And I thought I'd take this moment to tell you a little bit of what you're getting for your money. In the last few years, we've had a 135% increase in the prevalence of high school students who have never used any form of tobacco. 135% increase. We've had a 127% increase in the prevalence of high school students who've never tried cigarettes. And lastly, we've had a 58% decrease in prevalence of high school students who currently do not smoke. So I would like to challenge the members to all give these children our appreciation and our applause for all the hard work they do in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm kind of excited to introduce the two people I'm going to introduce today, or really the four people. But I have twin granddaughters, Anna and Lauren Smitha from Lexington, Kentucky, who are here paging today. They are escorted by our daughter, Ann. Ann is sitting beside my wife, Phyllis. So if you would, give them all a good, warm house welcome.
The gentleman from the 25th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce two of my good friends and two of West Virginia's hardest working men. West Virginia's finest, to DNR law enforcement conservation officers, Sergeant Richards and Sergeant Lester in the North Gallery. Would you please stand and let the House give you a...
The gentleman from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to announce that we have two special guests here today, and this is on behalf of the 19th District, the 20th District, and the 50th Districts. The one on the left, the tall one, is my son, Kenny Hicks Jr., his friend Steve Merrifield from Marion County. Please make them welcome.
The gentleman from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today on the floor with me, I have my baby sister. Would you please make Nancy Goetz feel welcome?
The gentleman from the 36th.
Mr. Speaker, it is my privilege on behalf of the Kanawha County delegation to welcome the fourth grade class from St. Agnes Elementary School in Kanawha City and their principal, Bill Grizel. teachers Miranda Holstein and Judy Neal and Father Joseph. If you guys would stand up and everybody would make them feel welcome, I would certainly appreciate it.
The gentleman from the 19th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself, Delegate Hicks, and Delegate Markham, we have several students visiting today from Crum Middle School with the RAISE program. They are Katie Copley, Haley Porter, Gracie Hodge, Lysina Jude, Emily Justice, and their teacher, Victory Ramey. Please welcome them.
The gentleman from the 23rd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, I'm pleased to welcome, in conjunction with the gentleman from the 22nd and the 24th, some students from Madison Elementary School, if they would stand to be recognized. We have Claire Thompson, Gavin Bias, and Liberty Likens, and they are escorted and brought over today by their principal, Miss Connie Napper, to observe the proceedings of the House. Would the House please make them feel welcome?
The gentleman from the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three announcements today. First, I want to introduce some pages on behalf of Delegate Phillips and Rodegario. From Lenore, Abram Sturgill and Cameron White, they're escorted today by their chaperones from the Lenore K through 8. And also on behalf of myself and Delegate Dean, we have Gracie McCoy, Jasper McCoy, and Amy Wellman. They're paging today for us. They're from Williamson Pre-K 8. If they would all stand in the House, make them welcome. Also, Mr. Speaker, today I'm proud to welcome some good friends of mine from Ambassador Christian Academy. These young men, if they would go ahead and stand, were presented today with the legislative citation on behalf of the state of West Virginia, the House of Delegates. These young men did something that the Mountaineers couldn't do this year. They won a national championship. They won both the NACA tournament in Dayton, Tennessee, and the Pensacola National Invitational Tournament. They're a great group of young men who showed the grit and determination to succeed, and we're glad to have them here. Again, they're national champions, so if the House would give them a nice warm welcome today. Thank you, guys.
The gentleman from the 3rd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking good up there, by the way. Along with Delegate Storch, I'd like to welcome our councilwoman in the North Gallery, Wendy Scatterday. If she would stand and the House make her feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 34th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady from the 32nd already introduced my friends John Paul Summers that are here and Wendy in the gallery, but they also have with them today Will Dudley, who I believe is on the floor paging. If Will would wave at everyone, and then in the rear gallery, I believe his parents are back there in the Don and John Dudley and his sister Sarah. If they would stand and the members would please make them welcome.
The gentleman from the 48th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize a couple different groups of people. One are those RAISE students who are here that haven't already been recognized, but most importantly, the RAISE students who left, because this is what you might be seeing on RAISE Day next year if we eliminate the funding for the Department of Tobacco Prevention. So for the remaining RAISE students who haven't been recognized, please stand and let the House make you feel welcome.
John from 58, Delegate Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been joined by our Doctor of the Day today. We have with us in the back of the chamber Dr. Benjamin Silverberg from Morgantown. If the House will make the doctor welcome.
John from 32nd, Delegate Love.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the delegation.
Gentleman from 32nd asks unanimous consent to address the House. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 32nd.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, today marks the 49th year of the assassination and death of Dr. Martin Luther King. And the cries of 4 fatherless children went out on that night in 1968. Those cries of terror and confusion bellowed out from the innocent voices of Yolanda, Dexter, Martin, and Bernice King. Why had their father been taken away from them? What crime of humanity rendered such an unthinkable horror that had changed their lives forever? The legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King lives on in many forms. The forms of the 4 young children weeping for their father lost. In many ways, the legacy of Dr. King lives on in the words of those people, including you and me, who choose to remember and remind those around us of the magnitude of this one man's contribution. Many of you were too young to remember or understand the hostile times that Dr. King lived through. Perhaps we'll never know or fully understand the fear and panic of those with such narrow minds, or those who stood their ground against them. What we do know is of the contribution of a human being whose values and beliefs were so resolute that his life became payment for our enlightenment. Anatole France once said, "To accomplish great things, we must not only dream, but act, not only plan, but also believe." And I think this is exactly what Dr. King must have been saying in his historical "I Have a Dream" speech. His belief in the good of man at some undiscovered level made possible those actions for which has opened the minds of men of all race and color since. I believe the legacy of Dr. King remains in the belief that we are responsible not only to look back, but to look to our future, the future of all of us, not a select few, not a quiet majority, but for everyone. That in order to better ourselves, we must never think we are better than someone else. I believe that on April 3rd, 1968, the voices of 4 fatherless children cried out. And in the years since then, we still hear them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further introductions. Gentleman from the 58th, Doug Coles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to briefly address the House.
Gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent to address the House. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, just an announcement so we're all up to speed and on the same page regarding Senate Bill 386. A lot of work has been done on 386 over the weekend, and we anticipate that there will be 2 strike and insert amendments that have been or will be offered regarding the bill. In order to handle this in as efficient a manner as possible, and when we get 386, we plan to move it to the foot of the calendar. This will allow us to complete our other business and allow members more time to review the 2 strike and insert amendments that have or will be offered. Also, when we get to 386, we plan to break briefly and allow both sides to caucus. When we reconvene, we will ask unanimous consent to proceed as follows. First, explain both strike and insert amendments. And next, consider the strike and insert amendments, because as you likely know, adoption of one precludes the consideration of the other. So we're going to explain both of them and consider both of them. Next, allow additional amendments to be offered to either the adopted strike and insert or the original bill if both strike and inserts were rejected. So everyone, just to make sure we're all on the same page, that's the way we plan to proceed as we move forward today. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 48th, Doug Miley.
Speaker. Just so there's not an abundance of paranoia, I've been part of conversations with regard to this process, and the Democratic caucus supports it. So for those who came down here to watch in the galleries, it's not an effort to delay the taking up the bill so you will have to leave, but instead an opportunity to fully and fairly vet the amendments that were worked on so diligently over the weekend. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to proceed to consideration of House Bill 2801 on first reading.
The gentleman from 58th asks unanimous consent to proceed to consideration of House Bill 2801 on first reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk, please read the bill first time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2801, expiring funds to the unappropriated balance in the state fund from the Department of Revenue, Office of the Secretary, Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund.
Bill be advanced. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the constitutional rule be dispensed with and the bill be read a second and third time and put upon its passage.
Gentleman 58th moves that the constitutional rule requiring a bill be read on 3 several days be dispensed with, that the bill be read a second and third time and put upon its passage. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 96 ayes, 2 nays, 2 members absent not voting, 4/5 of the members present voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the motion adopted and the constitutional rule suspended. Clerk, please read the bill a second time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2801.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill be advanced. Clerk, please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2801.
Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee substitute for House Bill 2801 is our big daddy for closing out 2017. The purpose of this supplemental appropriation is to decrease and expire $101,700,000 from 3 different sources: reappropriated funds, special revenue, and then our revenue shortfall reserve fund, also known as the rainy day. Again, this is to complete the current year's funding of the general revenue. First, I'd like to really reach out to the executive branch and applaud them for working with us as it related to looking at reappropriated balances that have been, some of these are older than 10 years. Going through this, we have roughly in this bill $33 million that is being expired from reappropriated dollars. Some of these reappropriated accounts go all the way back to 2005. For the benefit of our newer members, in any fiscal year, when we pass our budget and monies may remain, those monies are then used in a future year and they're referred to as reappropriated dollars. And so in some accounts, these funds have built up and built up over the years. This is an attempt to get a lot of these extra cash balances. The other part of this bill, we have roughly $28 million that is being expired out of various special revenue accounts. Again, all in agreement with the executive branch. The final number, we have $40 million that is being expired or transferred from our rainy day fund. So between these 3 sources, $101 million to fill the 17 gap. Let me step back. So prior to our prior governor leaving office, it was noted that we had a $192 million gap in fiscal year 17. The prior executive took various measures back in the fall to close part of that gap. He did a 2% across the board cut to many, many agencies, He did a 1% cut to the school aid funding formula, and then he expired some one-time monies to the tune of $60+ million. What is left here is the remainder that is projected for us to fill the gap through the end of June. Lastly, our rainy day fund. I mentioned we have $40 million coming out. The current balance is $678 million. Taking this $40 million, and then we're going to have another supplemental right behind this of 2.7, will drop our rainy day fund down to $635 million, right at that bogey of 15% of general revenue that the rating agency world totally focuses on. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Will other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 94 ayes, 3 nays, 3 members absent, not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2801.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 97 ayes, 0 nays, 3 members absent, not voting. 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to proceed to consideration of House Bill 3103 on first reading.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that the House proceed to consideration of House Bill 3103 on first reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the constitutional rule be dispensed with and the bill be read a second and third time put upon its passage.
Clerk, please read the bill first time.
House Bill 3103, making a supplementary appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Resources.
Bill be advanced. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, now I move the constitutional rule be dispensed with and the bill be read a second and third time put upon its passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves that the constitutional rule requiring the bill be read on 3 several days be dispensed with, and that the bill be taken up and read a second and third time and put upon its passage. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 97 ayes, 0 nays, 3 members absent, not voting. 4/5 of the members present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, I declare the constitutional rule dispensed with. Clerk, please read the bill a second time.
House Bill 3103.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Clerk, please read the bill a third time.
House Bill 3103.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3103 is our last supplemental out of general revenue for the 2017 budget. This supplemental appropriation will expire $2.7 million from our revenue shortfall reserve fund. Going to the Department of Health and Human Resources. These are for 3 additional expenses that the department has faced during this fiscal year. Those being $499,000 to our medical examiner. These are for increased expenses due to increased demands on that office due to the rise in drug overdose deaths. There's extra expenses for toxicology reports, autopsies, and obviously transportation. The second item is a $2.089 million expenditure increase to the Birth to 3 program. These expenses are due to a greater number of children being diagnosed, or let's just say diagnosed with autism, but then an increasing number of babies born suffering from neonatal abstinence syndrome. In other words, children that have been born to mothers on drugs. Our last of the three is $263,000 to cover maintenance expenses to a children's home located in Elkins. This is primarily for HVAC and power generator needs at that children's home. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. The majority of members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 3103.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting, 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 636, authorizing State Fire Commission established program to address problems facing volunteer fire departments.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 111, study of the Office of Technology and the Information Services and Communications Division. House Concurrent Resolution 112, study of occupational licensing requirements. House Concurrent Resolution 113, study of the Alcohol Beverage Control Administration. House Concurrent Resolution 114, study of the West Virginia Division of Labor. House Concurrent Resolution 115, study of the Board of Examiners for Registered Professional Nurses and the Board of Examiners for Licensed Practical Nurses. House Concurrent Resolution 116, study of the Real Estate Division within the Department of Administration. And House Concurrent Resolution 117, study of the Fleet Management Office and Travel Management Office. These are originating in the Committee on Government Organization, reported with recommendation that they each be adopted.
Report be received and the resolution be referred to the Committee on Rules.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration Committee Substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 78, Allman Brothers and Family Veterans Bridge, reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted.
Report be received. Further reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration Committee Substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 78, Allman Brothers and Family Veterans Bridge, reports the same back with recommendation that it be adopted.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Rules has had under consideration House Concurrent Resolution 96, U.S. Marine Corps Corporal Mark Douglas Cool Memorial Bridge, and House Concurrent Resolution 103, U.S. Army Private First Class Tracy Victor Rohrbach Memorial Bridge. Reports the same back with recommendation that each be adopted.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 441, establishing Municipal Home Rule Pilot Program. Reports the same back with amendment, with recommendation that it do pass as amended, and that the second reference to the Committee on Finance be dispensed with.
Report be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the second reference to the Committee on Finance.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that the second reference to the Committee on Finance be dispensed with. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The second reference is dispensed with.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 134, authorizing Bureau of Commerce to promulgate legislative rules, Senate Bill 426, repealing DNR legislative rule on litter control grant program, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 255, relating generally to filling vacancies in elective office, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 240, creating crime of non-consensual distribution of sexual images, Senate Bill 578, relating generally to copies of health care records furnished to patients, and Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 402, relating to covenants not to compete between physicians and hospitals. Report the same back with amendment, with recommendation that do pass as amended.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 602, creating uniform system of recording and indexing fictitious names used by sole proprietors, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 631, prosecuting violations of municipal building code, Senate Bill 490, clarifying standards of liability for officers of corporation, Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 606, relating to minimum wage and maximum hours for employees, and Senate Bill 690, authorizing West Virginia State Police impose and collect fees for agencies and entities using their facilities. Reports the same back with recommendation that each do pass.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 521, relating generally to public defender services. Reports the same back with amendment, with recommendation that it do pass as amended, and that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Report be received. Reports to select committees. Messages from the Executive. Messages from the Senate. Resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 118, Craddock Brothers Bridge.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and each resolution be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the chamber automation system.
Gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with. Each resolution be considered formally introduced, referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each resolution be considered formally introduced and so referred. Petitions, motions, bills introduced. Unfinished business.
House Concurrent Resolution 9, Frenchburg Bridge.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted.
House Resolution 11, supporting and encouraging the enactment of the Federal Hearing Protection Act of 2017.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted.
House Concurrent Resolution 41, Major Martin Robeson Delaney Memorial Bridge.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted.
Committee Substitute for House Concurrent Resolution 50, Low Mountain Memorial Highway.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted.
House Concurrent Resolution 105, Army Staff Sergeant Arthur N. McMillan Memorial Bridge.
Request for the House is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Bills on third reading.
Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 125, authorizing DHHR promulgate legislative rules.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, an apology. The Vice Chair of Judiciary is not here today, so his normally deep, melodious voice will not serve as any relief for my monotonous monotone drone, which has been described as a suitable replacement for Chinese water torture. So the torture begins. This is Senate Bill 125. It's the DHH rule bundle. It contains 9 rules. 4 of the rules relate to the Healthcare Authority, and 5 of the rules relate to DHHR. With regard to the Healthcare Authority rules, several of the rules from the Healthcare Authority were made necessary due to the passage of a bill last session that addressed the Certificate of Need process. These rules set out procedures for filing for grants and for applying for an exemption from the Certificate of Need. With respect to the DHHR rules, they relate to expedited partner therapy, licensure and certification for clinical lab technicians and technologists, remediation of clandestine drug labs, and MAT, which is medication-assisted treatment programs. The rules update the requirements for remediation of a clandestine drug lab, and the rules regarding MAT programs were required as a result of passage of a bill from last session. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 97 ayes, 1 nay, 2 members absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 125.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective from passage.
The gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective from passage. All in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members present, two-thirds of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 172, eliminating salary for Water Development Authority board members.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The gentleman from the 56th, Delegate Howe, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to eliminate the salary of the members of the West Virginia Water Development Board. The amendment clarifies that the board members shall be paid for attending official meetings or engaging of official duties not to exceed the amount paid to members of the legislature for their interim duties. This language is consistent with the per diem compensation of many other boards in the code. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 96 ayes, 3 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 172.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill be made effective July 1st, 2017.
The gentleman from 58th moves the bill be made effective July 1st, 2017. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 1 nay, 1 member absent not voting, 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1st, 2017. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 173, relating generally to auto cycles.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Existing law categorizes all motorcycle engine-propelled vehicles as motorcycles. This includes motorcycle, motor-driven cycle, or moped, without any specific definitional language. Auto cycle legislation passed the Senate twice, in 2014 and 2016. The purpose of Senate Bill 173 is to create a new category of vehicle under the motor vehicle codes, which is Chapter 17B and 17C, for the auto cycle. And the term is defined as an enclosed motorcycle that is equipped with safety belts, a windshield, wipers, a rearview mirror, automotive seating, a steering wheel, and equipment otherwise required on a motorcycle, and which has no more than 3 wheels in contact with the roadway at any one time. Under the National Highway Transportation Safety Act, this type of vehicle is technically considered a motorcycle. The proposed bill creates certain exemptions for auto cycles and their owners, as it allows a person to operate an auto cycle with a valid driver's license without the motorcycle examination, licensing, and endorsement requirements that are normally required. Next, the bill clarifies that a valid driver's license is all that is required to operate an auto cycle, and that a driver of an auto cycle does not have to sit for examination to obtain a motorcycle endorsement. Lastly, the bill exempts drivers of auto cycles from adhering to the same safety equipment requirements as motorcycles are required to comply with. Wearing a helmet in one of those enclosed vehicles creates safety issues, and this vehicle has automotive controls and is closed like an automobile. And to clarify, if it's not enclosed, if it's not fully enclosed, then you have to wear the helmet. The bill also makes some technical cleanup and eliminates some reference to the Motorcycle Safety and Education Committee that was previously discontinued after 1999. There are also some additional definitional changes that we approved yesterday, and the strike and insert that the industry requested regarding roll protection and the absence of airbags. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 94 ayes, 5 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 173.
Are there amendments to the title?
Committee on Roads and Transportation moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate for the bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 204, requiring persons appointed to fill vacancies by governor have same qualifications for a vacated office and receive same compensation and expenses.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to require that persons appointed to fill a vacancy in offices which the governor is authorized to fill by and with the advice and the consent of the Senate have the same qualifications for the vacated office and receives the same compensation and expenses for the office otherwise provided by law. Under current law, there is no time parameter relating to appointments. The governor makes such appointments with the advice and consent of the Senate. Appointments made during recess of the Senate are made pending the next meeting of the Senate. Upon confirmation by the Senate, an appointee nominated and confirmed holds the office during the remainder of the term for which their predecessor in office was appointed. The committee amendment from this committee was developed with the consultation from the governor's office and lengthens the period of the governor to fill these vacancies from the 30 days in the original Senate bill to 90 days. It also adds 2 new provisos. First, that if an employee of a state agency is temporarily appointed to fill a vacancy, that employee may fill such vacancy without resigning from the position he or she ordinarily holds, and that the employee's compensation shall be the greater of the employee's regular salary in his or her usual position, or the salary for the office the employee temporarily fills. And secondly, if a vacancy is temporarily filled by a person not otherwise employed by an agency of the state of West Virginia, then that person shall be compensated at a rate no greater than that of the salary for the office that the person temporarily fills. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 204.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. For the bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 224, repealing the requirement for employers' bond for wages and benefits.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is going to sound a little bit like yesterday's echo because as we passed the strike and insert yesterday, it substantially changed the bill as it came from the Senate. Currently, the law is that if you've been in business less than 5 years and you're in the construction work or severance production or transportation of minerals, then you have to post a wage bond to guarantee that your employees will be paid. The amount of the bond is based on the percentage of your payroll over a period of time. When this bill came from the Senate completely removed that provision, so there would be no wage bond provided. The Senate did increase some penalties in the bill, raising a fine from $30,000 to $60,000 for an employer who knowingly and willfully disposes of or relocates assets with the intent to deprive employees of their wages and fringe benefits. So that provision was increased, but the wage bond itself was removed. As we developed the bill through testimony and questions in our committee, it became obvious that the members wanted to cover wages, especially in the situation of these fly-by-night companies that might descend on the state following a natural emergency or so forth. So we reinstated a wage bond requirement for the first year for any business who's not been in operation for at least a year, or if they've been in business in another state for 5 years and have at least $1 million in assets, they would be exempted, or as a subsidiary of a parent company that had been in business for at least 5 years. The bill did retain the increase in the penalty from $60,000 to $30,000. So we did some technical cleanup yesterday, but basically we now have a wage bond for the first year that a business is in operation. Otherwise, the wage bond requirement is eliminated. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 85 ayes, 14 nays, 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 224.
Are there amendments to the title?
Delegate Schott moves to amend the title.
Request for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 230, relating to certain West Virginia officials carrying concealed firearm nationwide.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to provide statutory authority necessary to give prosecuting attorneys and assistant prosecuting attorneys the option to carry firearms for self-defense pursuant to the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Safety Act, sometimes referred to as LEOSA. The Senate Committee substitute granted prosecutors and assistant prosecutors limited arrest powers for violations of state and federal laws and violations of the West Virginia Rules of Criminal Procedure, which were committed in their presence. The possession of arrest powers, combined with compliance with certification requirements, is designed to bring prosecuting attorneys and assistant prosecuting attorneys into the ambit of LEOSA. The committee amendment, which we adopted yesterday, reduced the place where prosecutors had limited arrest power from the entire courthouse to the prosecutor's office. The bill also requires law enforcement agencies to facilitate personnel in obtaining necessary ID and certifications under LEOSA and addresses retired law enforcement personnel's ability to get training necessary to carry nationwide. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Question. Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. All in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 98 ayes, 1 nay, 1 member absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 230.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 239, limiting use of wages by employers and labor organizations for political activities.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone action 1 day.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that action be postponed 1 day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Action is postponed 1 day. Further bills.
Senate Bill 349, repealing outdated code related to Division of Corrections.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. The lady from the 31st, Doggett Arbonne, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is simple, as it repeals outdated language in the code related to the Division of Corrections. Currently, the code reads that the Commissioner of the Division of Corrections is responsible to ensure all state buildings and property. The West Virginia Board of Risk and Insurance Management, BRIM, assumed this responsibility years ago. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Oops. Voted. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. A majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 349.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 400, regarding appointments to West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Development Council.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 56th, Doggett Howe, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a cleanup bill which eliminates an unnecessary and contradictory provision concerning appointments to the West Virginia Infrastructure and Jobs Council. The provision that is being omitted, subsection F, the governor shall appoint the representatives of the governing boards from a list of 3 names submitted by each governing board. As the law is currently written, there is no representation provided or required for the governing boards. This sentence to be stricken appears to have been accidentally left in the code section that was amended in 2005. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 400.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 522, relating to pharmacy audits.
Request for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 12th, Doggett Westfall, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 522. This bill creates a new article called the Pharmacy Audit Integrity Act in West Virginia Code, Chapter 33, Insurance. The new article applies to any audit of the records of a pharmacy of the state and dispensing of prescriptions or non-proprietary drugs that is conducted by a managed care company, third-party payer, pharmacy benefits manager, or an entity that represents an entity, defined as a covered entity, that provides pharmacy benefits under a health insurance policy pursuant to a contract administered by a pharmacy benefit manager. This bill defines terms and establishes procedures that must be followed when conducting a pharmacy audit. It limits the days on which the audit may take place
and provides that a 14-day written notice to an audit be conducted. The bill limits the age and number of prescriptions that may be audited and also sends forth the type of documents the pharmacy may use to validate its records and claims. The bill provides that an audit entity must provide the pharmacist with a written preliminary audit report 60 calendar days after completion of the audit. Upon receiving the audit report, the pharmacy is allowed 30 days to respond. A final audit report must be issued no later than 90 days after completion of the audit and shall consider and address any responses of the pharmacy and the preliminary audit report. If any identified discrepancy in the audit report exceeds $25,000, for future payments to the pharmacy and exceeds $25,000 could be withheld pending adjudication of the appeal. The pharmacy may appeal a final audit. The article is not applicable to an investigation audit of pharmacy records when fraud, waste, or abuse or other intentional misconduct is indicated, or when investigative methods indicate the pharmacy is engaged in criminal acts. The bill also requires a pharmacy benefit manager or auditing entity to register with the insurance commissioner. However, insurers and other entities already licensed by the insurance commissioner that want to conduct audits do not have to register separately. Also, the insurance commissioner authorized proposed legislative rules necessary to execute this article. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? Gentleman from 34th, your vote is not registered. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 522.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. It will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Senate Bill 554 relating to false swearing and legislative proceedings.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those of you who have been here in previous sessions will note that we now swear in our witnesses before they answer technical questions. There is no, under current law, no penalty if you don't tell the truth when you're testifying to the legislature. This bill basically addresses that gap. The bill makes it a misdemeanor to provide false testimony under a lawfully administered oath or affirmation in a legislative proceeding or to procure or attempt to procure the false testimony of another person. The convicted person is subject to a fine of not more than $1,000 and confinement in the jail for not more than a year. As the bill came out of the Senate, it had some rather archaic language at the end regarding barring a convicted person from holding the office or position of honor, trust, or profit, or serve as a jury. And we removed that language. It is quite archaic. Otherwise, the bill simply provides as a misdemeanor if you provide or procure false testimony in front of the legislature. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare a machine. Has each member voted? Gentleman from the 10th, your vote is, gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Kelly, your vote is not. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 554.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 575, limiting nuisance actions against shooting ranges for noise.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 67th, Delegate Moore, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of Senate Committee substitute are as follows. 1, to limit applicability of noise ordinances to shooting ranges to those in effect at the time of construction began on the range or operation began, whichever is earlier. 2, to limit nuisance actions to violations of the aforementioned. and 3, to allow ranges reopening within 2 years of condemnation to be under standards applicable to the condemned range property and making provisions retroactively. The House Strike and Insert Amendment incorporates all of the changes the Senate made to this section, while retaining protection for persons in areas without noise ordinances, whom the new language would render completely unprotected. Additionally, undefined terms such as locality have been changed to ones with a meaning such as political subdivisions. A shooting range is used uniformly throughout instead of ranges. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? If not, question for gentleman from the 60th, Delegate Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request consideration under Rule 49. I'm a member of a range that is currently undergoing court action on this consideration.
To the gentleman, I assume there would be 5 or more members of that range. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thanks, sir.
To the extent you would be as a member of a class, to the extent you would have any interest in that, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore, the gentleman would be directed to vote. Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 member absent not voting. The majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 575.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title as read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 4.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone action 1 day.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that action be postponed 1 day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Action will be postponed 1 day.
Senate Bill 28, creating new system for certain contiguous counties to establish regional recreation authorities.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Government, I got it right here. Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill. This is HGO AM 3-31.
The gentleman from 56, Delegate Howe, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 28 is a bill that would allow contiguous counties to form a regional recreation authority for off-road vehicles similar to the Hatfields and McCoy's trail system. The engrossed version of the bill sent to us by the Senate included a proviso which would limit the number of authorized regional recreation authorities over the next 5 years. The purpose of the amendment is to strike the proviso on page 6, section 3, lines 5 through 7. Removing this proviso will remove the limitation that no more than 2 regional recreational authorities authorized by this article can be created before July 1, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 169, repealing article providing assistance to Korea and Vietnam veterans exposed to certain chemical defoliants.
Are there amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 170, repealing state hemophilia program.
Are there amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 171, repealing programs of all-inclusive care for elderly.
Are there amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 180, relating to PSC jurisdiction over certain telephone company and internet services.
Are there amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 186, adjusting date when children become eligible for certain school programs and school attendance requirements.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Education moves to amend the bill. This is HED AM number 1.
The gentleman from the 66, Delegate Espinosa, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 66.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This committee amendment simply cleans up obsolete language in the bill. I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it and declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not the bill be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 198, expanding health sciences program to allow certain medical practitioners in underserved areas.
Are there amendments? Not the bill be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 221, relating to composition of PEIA Finance Board.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill. This is HGO AM 3-31.
The gentleman from 56, Delegate Howe, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the amendment is to add one additional member to the board, which is still one less member than the board currently has. The additional member would represent employee benefits program of organized labor on the board. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 280, moving administration of Civil Air Patrol to Adjutant General.
Are there amendments?
No.
Not the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 321, reporting requirements of employee information to CPRB.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Finance moves to amend the bill. This is HFIN AM number 1.
The gentleman from 35th, Delegate Nelson, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 35th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends provisions to the West Virginia Code relating to the Consolidated Public Retirement Board. The amendments are non-substantive technical cleanup and clarifying corrections. I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 344, relating to application of payments on consumer credit sale and loans.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM 3-31.
The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 344 relates to application of payments on a consumer credit sale or loan. The committee amendment simply makes one change to the Senate bill. It removes a requirement that a creditor has to apply payments from a suspense account when funds sufficient to cover 75% of a full payment have accumulated. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 350, allowing licensed professional counselors be issued temporary permit.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 358, relating generally to trustee sale of timeshare estates.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill. This is H. Jude AM number 13-30.
The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to permit a timeshare managing entity to foreclose upon its statutory lien for assessments in the manner of sales under trustees. It provides for the naming of a trustee by the managing entity to carry out the sale and notice requirement. The committee amendment adds a new subsection stating that the lien granted pursuant to this section shall not have priority over any voluntary granted lien or security interest in the timeshare estate. It also adds a new clause noting that notice of sale must also be given to any holder of a lien or security interest against the timeshare estate being sold. These provisions act to clarify points in the bill as received from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. Those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not the bill be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 364, incorporating changes to streamlined sales and use tax agreement.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 365, maintaining solvency of unemployment compensation fund.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 386.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent the bill be placed at the foot of all bills on the calendar.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that the bill be placed at the foot of bills on the calendar. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Bill be placed at the foot of bills on the calendar.
Senate Bill 392, relating to municipal police officers and firefighters retirement system.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 398, creating the Emergency Volunteer Health Practitioners Act.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 412.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that action be postponed one day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Action is postponed one day.
Senate Bill 495, relating to regulation of events by State Athletic Commission.
Are there amendments? Not to bill be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 499.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that action be postponed one day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Action is postponed one day.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 505, providing 5-year reclamation period following completion of well pads for horizontal wells.
Are there amendments?
Nope.
Not to bill be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 563.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that action be postponed one day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Action is postponed one day.
Senate Bill 564, relating to statewide independent living council.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill. This is HGOAM 3-31.
The gentleman from the 56th, Delegate Howe, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 56th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the amendment is to clarify that the council shall be paid for attending official meetings or engaging in official duties, not to exceed the amount paid to members of the legislature for their interim duties. This language is consistent with the per diem compensation of many boards and councils. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 566, claims against state.
Are there amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 581, relating generally to administration of trusts.
Are there amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 588, relating to reproduction, distribution, and sale of tax maps.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Government Organization moves to amend the bill. This is HGOAM 3-31.
Gentleman from 56, Delegate Howe, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 56.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of the amendment is to allocate $1 to the County 911 Center and $2 rather than $3 to the County General Fund from the county clerk fees. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it to declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 621.
Gentleman for the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to postpone action one day.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that action be postponed one day. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Action is postponed one day.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 671, relating to West Virginia Anatomical Board.
Are there amendments? Not to be advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 300, supplemental appropriation from unappropriated balance in Treasury to Division of Personnel.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 303, supplemental appropriation of public monies from Treasury to DHHR.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 305, supplemental appropriation of public monies from Treasury to Fire Commission.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 337, hiring correctional officers without regard to placement on correctional officer register.
Bill be advanced.
Senate Bill 493, providing increase in compensation for conservation officers.
Bill be advanced.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the House floor session, finishing up their first reading bills. Senate Bill 386, creating the West Virginia Medical Cannabis Act, has been moved to the foot of bills, but as the Majority Leader told the House of Delegates earlier, that the House will break before taking up that bill in order to review amendments to it. We have recorded today's Senate floor session, and we'll bring you that as soon as the House takes a recess.
Leaves of absence. John from the 58th. Never mind. John from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, subject to announcements, I move the House recess until 3 p.m.
Order announcements. John from the 28th, Doggett O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republican members will caucus at 2.
John from the 50th, Doggett Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will also caucus at 2 and will be in room 252. Democrats at 2 o'clock in room 252.
Lady from the 49th, Doggett Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in the House Gov.org room. The agenda will be posted.
John from 27th, Doggett Schott.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on the Judiciary will reconvene 15 minutes after the evening floor session adjourns to complete the posted agenda. We will also meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The agenda will be posted.
Joe from 35th, Doggett Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Finance will meet also 15 minutes after our evening session to go over the budget.
John from the 27th, Doggett Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Roads and Transportation is scheduled to meet today at 1 o'clock. Obviously, will not meet today at 1 o'clock. However, we have yet to find an appropriate time and space, and so the meeting will be announced at this afternoon's session.
John from the 51st, Doggett Statler.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Education will meet today 15 minutes after the evening floor session in the Education Committee room. The agenda is posted. The committee will also meet again at 9:30 a.m. Tuesday morning, and the agenda will be posted.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, freshmen, apparently the governor would like to invite all freshman members to the mansion at 4:30 p.m. this evening, and he's also extending an invitation to me and the minority leader to join with the freshmen to go over and see the governor this evening at 4:30, if you could attend. And he asked me to make that announcement. Thank you.
John from the 8th, Doggett Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Energy Committee will meet tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee room. Thank you.
Further announcements? If not, the question for the House is a motion by Joan from the 58th to House stand in recess until 3 p.m. today. All in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the House in recess until 3 p.m.
And we'll rejoin the House then. It probably won't be at 3 o'clock on the dot, but sometime after then. Well, the Senate has done its business. It's gavelled in, and it has adjourned for until 4 o'clock this afternoon, when it will take committee reports and House messages of what the House did today on the floor. So we'll show you today's Senate floor session in its entirety. Here we go to the Senate.
Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Would those on the floor and a guest in the gallery please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Dr. Melissa Pratt of the Taze Valley Church of God in Scott Depot, West Virginia. And then please remain standing as we are led in the pledge this morning by the Senator from Greenbrier. Reverend Pratt.
Let's pray. Father God, I come to you in Jesus' name. I come with a recognition that you are the lawgiver. You are the life giver. No doubt many who have stood here during this session have prayed for wisdom and knowledge for those who lead us. I echo the prayer, but I also ask God that you would draw each leader close to you, that they would walk with you, that they would know your heart for this state, as well as for their personal lives and those they represent. Now I ask God that you would hear this prayer, a prayer for our country. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. The Senator from Greenbrier.
Thank you. Would the chamber and those in the chamber please stand and join us with the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. I pledge allegiance
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature Senate Journal, Saturday, April 1st, 2017. The Senate met at 9 a.m. Senator Carmichael, Mr. President, in the chair. Prayer was offered by the Honorable C. Edward Gaunch, a senator.
The senior senator from the 15th requests unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guest of the Senator from Wood, we have James Libo, Josh Hughes, Russell Berner, Rebecca Rhodes, Richard Kessel, and Megan Woods. If they would all please stand in the Senate, make them welcome. Further introductions, the Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's my pleasure and yours to introduce our doc for the day, Dr. Benjamin Silverbird of Morgantown, West Virginia. If the Senate would make him welcome. Also, Mr. President, from our 3rd Congressional District, we have Congressman Evan Jenkins. If the Senate would make him welcome.
Further introductions. Further introductions. The senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of my senior senator from Braxton, it's my pleasure and yours to welcome a group of students from Robert Bland Middle School. They're down here to make sure we don't start smoking, which is a great cause. They're all from Weston, West Virginia, and they're led here by two of their chaperones, Miss Sonia Turner and Mark Randolph. I believe they're up here behind me. Please stand and welcome them.
Further introductions. The senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The leader of the group from WVUP Journalism, Tori Jackson, is with us also. If you would stand, and would the Senate make her feel welcome. Thank you for coming.
Further introductions. The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seated in the North Gallery is my niece, Elizabeth Dean. She's here helping me today, and Senate, please join me and make her welcome. Stand up, Elizabeth.
Further introductions. Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has amended the title only as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 151, authorizing Department of Administration promulgate legislative rules.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we concur with the House Amendments Committee substitute for Senate Bill 151 with further amendment. The House title amendment contains an error.
Question for the Senate is adoption of the motion that the Senate concur in the Senate amendments to the House amendments to Senate Bill 151. Is there discussion with further amendment? Is there discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Clerk has a title amendment.
Senator Ferns moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question for the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 206, expanding definition of kidnapping to include taking or gaining custody of, confining or concealing person by force.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we concur in the House amendment to the committee substitute for Senate Bill 206.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 206. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment only corrected a punctuation error and is technical in nature. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 214, adopting Uniform Electronic Legal Material Act.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 214.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 214. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 214 adopts the Uniform Electronic Legal Material Act, which pertains to the authentication, preservation, and publication of online legal materials of the state. The bill provides that online legal materials shall be made accessible to the public. The bill requires that such legal materials be made available to the public. The House amendment provides that the published materials shall be made accessible to the public at no cost. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended and passed engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 222, relating to disqualification for unemployment benefits.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments committee substitute for Senate Bill 222.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 222. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the bill which addresses unemployment compensation benefits during a strike or lockout. The House amended one phrase in the bill, removing the requirement that an employee identify that he or she was reporting for and prepared to work, defining a lockout as opposed to a strike. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the Senator's motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor? The senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator from Ohio yield?
Senator yield.
Senator, I'm not sure I understand exactly what the House change was.
They just they removed the requirement that an employee identify that he or she was reporting to and prepared for work.
So what would the employee have to do then under this version of the bill?
They basically just have to show up to work and be refused.
But the element of proof that we had in the bills that left here is gone. Do you recall what that was?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, as I recall, when this bill left the Senate, there was some element of proof that we were putting on the employee to be able to qualify for these benefits. I don't remember exactly what we were requiring them to do, but as I understood your explanation, that requirement was removed. So my question is, what was in our bill and what is now not in this bill?
As we passed it out of the Senate, they had to show up, present themselves for work, and then be denied. Now they just have to show up and be denied.
I'm not sure I understand the difference.
Well,
they had to show up, present themselves for work, and be denied under our bill, and now they just have to show up and present and be denied? What is the significance of not presenting yourself for work?
It relaxes the standard and lessens the burden on the employee.
So how is this different than current law?
We clarified in current law, we clarified what is the difference between a lockout and a strike.
Okay, and that's not changed in the House version of the bill?
Correct.
The only thing that's changed is the standard was lessened.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
The senator from Harrison County is recognized to speak. Would the senator continue to yield? Senator yields.
Thank you, Senator. Just to follow up on the gentleman from Kanawha's question, do they still only have to appear at work once, which was one of the changes we made here?
Yes.
And in the bill that came back from the House, the employer can still reduce their wages from, let's say, manufacturing wages of $50 an hour down to minimum wage and take away all their benefits. But if the employees would walk out, that's no longer, still not a lockout under this bill that came from the House.
That's right. There were no other changes to the bill.
So, I'm sorry, sir? Oh, and so the employees wouldn't be able to get unemployment in that case if they walked out, even though their wages have been drastically reduced. Is that
That's
correct?
Right.
And the House, I just want to make sure this bill still refuses to allow collective bargaining amongst employees. The employer can refuse that, and that's not a basis for a lockout?
There are definitions for strike and lockout that remain unchanged.
That is a lockout if they refuse to allow them to collectively bargain?
I'm told that it could be depending on what the unemployment commissioner decides.
I'm sorry, Senator, I couldn't hear
I'm told it could be depending on what the unemployment commissioner decides.
Okay. All right, fair enough. And is the burden of proof still on the employee to show that they've been locked out if an employer fails to bring them back to work 4 weeks after the end of some work stoppage?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Further discussion. Not the question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 22 yeas, 12 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 225, allowing magistrates to conduct proceeding for temporary emergency protective order dealing with temporary custody by family court.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 225.
Question for the Senate is shall the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 225? Is there discussion? The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. As was stated, the House amendment is a title amendment only and is purely technical in nature. I urge adoption.
All those further discussion? Not. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent. The roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Ohio moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 261 relating to increasing salary or wages of judgment debtor.
Message be received. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 261.
Is there discussion? Not. The question before the Senate is adoption of the motion by the senator from Ohio that the Senate concur in the House amendments to the title on Senate Bill 261. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the bill and title as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 419, creating special revenue fund sources for Division of Labor to meet statutory obligations.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 419.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 419. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amended the bill to eliminate provisions of the Division of Labor to use excess funds in a new and existing special revenue accounts for the division's general funding obligations. The House amendments defeat a major purpose of the bill, which was to allow the Division of Labor to fund its operations from special revenue rather than requiring extensive funding from general revenue.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not, the question before the Senate is, shall the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 419? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 445, amending definition of abused child.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 445.
Question before the Senate is, shall the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 445 as it relates to the title? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the title only as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 634, relating generally to certain agreements between DHHR and state medical schools.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur in the House amendment to Senate Bill 634.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate concur in House amendments to Senate Bill 634 as it relates to the title. Is there discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
The House amended the Senate amendments as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2447, renaming the Court of Claims the State Claims Commission.
Message be received. The Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to the committee substitute for House Bill 2447.
The Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate refuse to concur in the House amendments to House Bill 2447. Is there discussion? Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House amendment is a title amendment and is technical in nature. However, there is an error in the enacting section that requires fixing in conference committee.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate appoint conferees for House Bill 2447.
Senator from Ohio moves that the chair be authorized to appoint conference committee as it relates to House Bill 2447. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the motion adopted. The chair appoints as conferees the senator from Brooke, the senior senator from the 6th, and the junior senator from the 8th. Further House messages.
The House passed engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 3006, exempting certain contracts between the Department of Health and Human Resources and West Virginia University, Marshall University, or the School for Osteopathic Medicine from state purchase requirements.
Message be received and referred to the Committee on Government Organization. Further House messages?
No, sir.
Messages from the executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2503 relating to the rulemaking authority for Board of Osteopathic Medicine and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 2628 relating generally to the powers and duties of the Board of Medicine and the Board of Osteopathic Medicine and has amended same and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass as amended. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2792, requiring the Library Commission to survey the libraries of the state, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2797, codifying statutory immunity for government agencies and officials from actions of third party using documents or records, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2839, updating the procedures for legislative review of departments and licensing boards, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2941, requiring the Commissioner of the Division of Highways to utilize the Attorney General for all legal assistance and services, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 3053 relating to motor vehicle lighting and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
That's all I have.
Reports from Select Committee.
There are none.
Introduction of bills.
There are none.
Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 53 by Senators Maynard, Stallings, Swope, Plymel, and Beach, naming the U.S. Army Sergeant Benny Fleming Memorial Bridge.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day.
You're watching the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the Senate floor session from earlier
The Senator
today.
from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to proceed to the 7th order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 52, naming the U.S. Army Private First Class Glenn S. Perdue, U.S. Army Tech 5 Charlie H. Perdue, and U.S. Army Air Corps Sergeant Carl Perdue Memorial Road.
Resolution be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2180, authorizing the issuance of special and God We Trust motor vehicle registration plates. Third reading of the bill.
Question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? The Senator from Nicholas County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill requires the DMV to issue In God We Trust motor vehicle registration plates and authorize Friends of Coal plates. I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? Further discussion. If not, the question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure move to amend the title of the bill.
Question for the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 304, appropriating expiring funds from the State Fund General Revenue to DHHR. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be advanced. Engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 476, expiring funds from Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund to General Revenue. Second reading of the bill.
Excuse me. If not, are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 694, expiring funds to unappropriated surplus balance and General Revenue Fund to Department of Administration. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Engrossed House Bill 2188, extending the length of time for the Special Community-Based Pilot Demonstration Project to improve outcomes for at-risk youth. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
The bill be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2364, prohibiting electioneering within or near early voting locations during early voting periods. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything
The
after
Senator
the
from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the committee amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Trump moved to amend the bill by striking out
The
everything
Senator
after
from
the
Morgan
enacting.
County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of its reading.
Senator from Morgan asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment that I offer is essentially the Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment that was adopted by the committee with three minor changes in one section that were, I will confess, suggested by our colleagues in the House of Delegates. So this is one of the things that is going on behind the scenes, but the House is monitoring our changes to their legislation, and John Schott, the chairman of House Judiciary, has made a suggestion for a minor change to our committee's amendment, and it makes perfect sense to me, and so I have withdrawn the committee amendment and incorporated that into this. But let me go over the entire amendment, if I may. This relates to electioneering. The bill relates to electioneering at the polls. And so the fundamental purpose of the bill is not changed. It is to set the buffer zone back at 100 feet from current law is 300 feet and that's to get us in compliance with what we think is the body of federal law that has addressed this question. Now, in the Judiciary Committee, the committee's strike and insert amendment, there is a definition. I should say this amendment addresses two sections of the West Virginia Code. The first one is Chapter 3, Article 1, Section 37, and the second one is Chapter 3, Article 9, Section 9. And so there's a definition that we adopted in the committee for electioneering, and it's defined as, in subsection A, it says that's the displaying of signs or other campaign paraphernalia, the distribution of campaign literature, cards, or handbills, the soliciting of signatures to any petition, or the solicitation of votes for or against any bona fide candidate or ballot question in a manner which expressly advocates the election or defeat of a candidate, or expressly advocates the passage or defeat of the ballot question. Electioneering does not include exit polling. Committee added language that says so long as the persons conducting exit polling are not otherwise engaging in electioneering activities described above, or bumper stickers or signs affixed to a person's vehicle which is parked within or passing through a distance of 100 feet of the entrance to the polling place. So that's all exactly as it left the Judiciary Committee. No changes to that. In subsection C, there's language about early voting, and what the language that left our committee said, no person may do any electioneering at a polling place or within 100 feet outside the entrance of any polling place where early voting is conducted during the period in which early voting is offered. The House suggested that we add language that says during the hours while such early voting is actually taking place. And that makes perfect sense to me. I hope it does to the body. I'm taking the liberty of incorporating that into this language. So the idea is that you could be, I guess, within 100 feet of the courthouse while early voting is going on with your campaign signs or whatever, as long as it's during hours when there isn't any early voting going on. But during the hours while early voting is actually going on, the prohibition applies. The other minor change that was suggested by the House that is incorporated in this is we had a proviso, so long as the electioneering conforms to other existing laws, and the House suggested that we add the words "and ordinances." So it will read that way, so long as it's consistent with other laws and ordinances. And the information we got from the House was that the chairman of House Judiciary was thinking that you wouldn't want in that circumstance to preempt like a municipal noise ordinance. If somebody had a band or something like that making, noise in an electioneering activity that exceeded that which is permitted by a local noise ordinance. So otherwise, this thing is exactly as it left the Judiciary Committee, and I would urge its adoption.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2404, barring persons who are convicted of certain criminal offenses from acquiring property from their victims. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting section.
The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of its reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill. There are two sections amended within the text of the bill and the amendment. And those sections are Chapter 36, Article 1, Section 20, and that relates to survivorship of estates. Chapter 36 is estates in real estate, estates and property. And then there's an amendment to Chapter 42, Article 4, Section 2. And Chapter 42 is the state chapter that addresses descent and distribution of property, of assets. And so under the Judiciary Committee Strike and Insert Amendment, we're adding language here that says when an adult, our amendments are technical, that preserve the provisions of the House bill, which makes it, I'll just go ahead and say, since we'll have it tomorrow in third reading, but the whole purpose of the bill, which is preserved by our Strike and Insert Amendment, is to disqualify people from being able to inherit by survivorship or by will or otherwise from a person who becomes their victim. Current law is murder, but this adds to the current law a disqualification for the right to receive an estate when a person who would receive it has caused the death of an incapacitated adult. And there are provisions in here which are added that relate to people being convicted of the financial exploitation of elderly people. So, but our amendments are purely technical. I urge adoption of the amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2479, Uniform Deployed Parents Custody and Visitation Act. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting section.
The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to be able to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill, which would adopt the Uniform Deployed Parents Custody and Visitation Act. That was a measure that we passed from the Senate last year, but for some reason, I don't know what, it didn't make it across the finish line. But it provides protections in our family court system and otherwise for our military members who are deployed. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the strike and insert amendment.
Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment as offered by the senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2509 relating to the practice of telemedicine. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Health and Human Resources moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting section.
The junior senator from the 17th.
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill on page 1 by striking out everything after the enacting section.
The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of its reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee amendment is a strike and insert amendment for the entire bill, which is all embodied in 2 sections of the West Virginia Code. One is in Article 3, Chapter 30, which is the West Virginia Medical Practice Act, and the other is in Article 14 of Chapter 30, which is the Osteopathic Physicians and Surgeons article. So the Judiciary Committee amendment expanded the telemedicine so that the limitations on telemedicine do not apply when a physician is providing treatment to patients who are minors, or if 18 years of age or older, who are enrolled in primary or secondary school programs, education programs, and who are diagnosed with intellectual or developmental disabilities, neurological disease, attention deficit disorder, autism, or traumatic brain injury, in accordance with guidelines as set forth by organizations such as the American Psychiatric Association, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, or the American Academy of Pediatrics. What we found out last year after we passed the telemedicine bill that we had, and it was, I think, passed both houses, signed by the governor, is that it precluded or preempted, foreclosed some telemedicine practices that had been going on. I think West Virginia University had been involved with it, providing services through telemedicine to children in rural areas, children who needed prescriptive medicine for attention deficit disorder, that sort of thing. And so the bill before us broadens that out. There were also amendments adopted by the committee in two places, and the amendments adopted by the committee as part of this strike insert preclude a physician. It says a physician or healthcare provider may not prescribe any drug with the intent of causing an abortion. And then it refers to the definition of that term that is in Section 2, Article 2F of Chapter 16 of the Code. And that language occurs in two places in the bill. Now, Mr. President, it is in the osteopathic part and the osteopathic and surgeons part, and in the Medical Practice Act part. I'll be happy to answer questions from members of the body. Otherwise, urge adoption of the amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Not. Question for the Senate is adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment as offered by the Senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 2518, creating a legislative rule to permit a pharmacist or pharmacy intern to administer certain immunizations. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2519, Medicaid Program Compact. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 2522, Nurse Licensure Compact. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2526, classifying additional drugs to Schedules 1, 2, 4, and 5 of controlled substances. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything after the enacting
Senator from
section.
Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Judiciary Committee strike and insert amendment for the entire bill affected really only one change, and that was the addition of fentanyl, and I guess it's the fentanyl analogs and derivatives, to sync it up in Schedule 1 with other legislation that has passed the Senate last week. Otherwise, this bill, the amendment contains no changes and updates all the schedules. Let me double check that. Schedule 1 and 2 anyway. But the changes that were made by the committee amendment are found only in Schedule 1. Be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge adoption of this amendment.
Further discussion? The senator from Greenbrier County.
If the senator would yield just for a moment, please.
Senator yield.
Just for my own clarification, I want to make sure that the change is fentanyl derivatives. I get that word out. Correct? It's not fentanyl itself, correct?
Right. The new language is in, and that's in, I forget the bill number, it was a bill we just dealt with earlier this week, House Bill 2329. Right. So this adopts the same language and syncs it up in Schedule 1 and defines as a Schedule 1 substance, quote, fentanyl analog or derivative, as that term is defined in Article 1 of this chapter, provided that fentanyl remains a Schedule 2 substance as set forth in Section 206 of this article, and that section is also in the bill. I think it is.
And that answers that because it is the derivatives and fentanyl stays as Schedule 2.
Yep, hold on a second, let me, yep, Section 206 is actually in the bill with no change. Fentanyl is listed in Section 206, subsection C9, subdivision 9, fentanyl, as a Schedule 2 substance. So it makes it exactly parallel and congruent to what we did in that earlier legislation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment, the Judiciary Committee amendment as offered by the senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2586 relating to required minimum distribution of retirement benefits of plans administered by the Consolidated Public Retirement Board. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 2653 extending the multi-state real-time tracking system. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 2706 authorizing legislative rules regarding higher education. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2731 clarifying civil actions heard in circuit court. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by
the
striking
senator
out.
from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of its reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment offered by the Judiciary Committee to House Bill 2731 is a strike and insert amendment. The bill and the amendment address a single section of the West Virginia Code. It is Chapter 51, Article 2, Section 2. Article 2 relates to circuit courts and circuit judges. And this whole thing relates to the civil jurisdiction of the circuit courts. So last year, we passed a bill that raised the magistrate court jurisdictional limit to $10,000. Prior to that, magistrates' top jurisdictional amount was $5,000, and the law provided that circuit courts had jurisdiction of everything over $2,500 on up to whatever amount. And so there was an overlap until last year between $2,500 and $5,000. When we raised the jurisdictional limit for magistrate court, we didn't raise the jurisdictional floor for circuit court. So that was what the bill that came to us from the House of Delegates endeavored to do. The House bill set it at $7,500. The Judiciary Committee's strike and insert amendment sets it at $5,000. So circuit courts will have jurisdiction if this amendment is adopted and if the bill becomes law of all cases where the amount in controversy excluding interest exceeds $5,000, and there will be then an overlap between circuit court and magistrate court jurisdiction of cases in that range between $5,000 and $10,000. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge adoption of this amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion? not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2739 relating to supplemental Medicaid provider reimbursement. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Health and Human Resources moved to amend the bill on
The
page
junior
3.
senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw that committee amendment.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Further amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Takubo moved to amend the bill on
The
page 3.
junior senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Junior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the bill left the Committee on Health and Human Resources, it provided that in seeking federal approval to pay an enhanced reimbursement rate to emergency transport providers, that the Department of Health and Human Resources would attempt to maximize the providers that would be eligible for the enhanced reimbursement. The language included non-for-profit entities and volunteer entities. The amendment would clarify that for-profit entities would be included also should they be eligible under federal law for the enhanced reimbursement. Happy to take questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Further discussion? Further discussion. If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the junior senator from the 17th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 2796 relating to the West Virginia National Guard entering into contracts and subcontracts for specialized technical services. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Bill be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 2856 declaring public policy and legislative intent for improving the marketing, quality, and frequency of passenger rail service of the Cardinal passenger train. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2948 establishing timelines for taking final action on certain permits. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Blair moved to amend the bill.
The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Senior senator from the 15th requests unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendment incorporates provisions of Senate Bill 419 into this bill in order to cure a code conflict within Section 10, Article 1A of Chapter 10. Senate Bill 419 was passed by the House of Delegates on March the 30th. I think that you'll have noticed, or members have noticed, that we refused to concur with Senate Bill 419 a while ago, and it passed out of this chamber at 34-0 on March the 24th. This amendment strikes the language in the section relating to permit fees, which was moved to a different section of the code by Senate Bill 419. The amendment also includes similar language currently included in the bill that relates to establishing required timelines for the Commissioner of Labor to issue certain permits. I urge adoption.
Further discussion? Further discussion. If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the amendment as offered by the senior senator from the 15th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill will be advanced. Bills on first reading. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered as having read by their titles and advance to second reading.
Senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered as having been read by their titles and advanced to second reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to return to the third order of business.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk has a House message.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House has adopted House Concurrent Resolution 26, urging Congress and NASA to name the NASA 4 and 5 facility at Fairmont for West Virginia mathematician Katherine Coleman Johnson.
Message be received. The Senator from Jefferson County.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the concurrent resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The clerk will read the resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 26, urging Congress and NASA to name the NASA 4 and 5 facility at Fairmont for West Virginia mathematician Katherine Coleman Johnson.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? The Senator from Nicholas County.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few weeks ago, my wife and I took a Saturday afternoon and drove down to Beckley and watched a movie, Hidden Figures. Wow, I never had a clue. But today we have the opportunity to do something that's quite remarkable in honoring Katherine Coleman Johnson and her contributions to science, technology, engineering, and math. Math, most importantly. I had no clue what her contributions as a original member of this state had on the space program. When we look at what her contributions were, when at the early advent of the computer technology, nobody would trust the computer but Mrs. Johnson. That speaks volumes, but that also tells us how important it is to be concentrating on honing our skills and encouraging children throughout our country to continue improving in the areas of science, technology, engineering, and math. This is a great day, and Mr. President, I will tell you that as a registered professional engineer who relies on what science and mathematicians have done in the development of many of the things that I rely upon and their work, I am grateful for those who have blazed the pathway and brought us to where we are today. I urge adoption of this naming resolution.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Clerk has another resolution. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Clerk has another resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 94, proclaiming and making August 26th of each year to be Katherine Johnson Day, celebrating her many NASA achievements and establishing the United States as the premier explorer of outer space, including the moon landing and the NASA shuttle, and as the recipient of the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Message be received. The Senator from Jefferson County.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate adoption, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Question for the Senate is adoption of resolution. Roll call has been demanded. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, there being 34 yeas, 0 nays, 0 are absent and not voting, more than the majority of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the resolution passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Clerk has another resolution.
Senate Resolution 66 by Senators Rucker, Carmichael, Mr. President, Boso, Clements, Stalling, Swope, Plymel, Unger, Beach, and Miller, honoring Katherine Johnson, West Virginia native and Presidential Medal of Freedom recipient.
The Senator from Jefferson County.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? The senator from Jefferson County.
My fellow senators, Katherine Johnson is an African-American physicist and mathematician, and she is one amazing woman. She is brilliant, quite literally a rocket scientist. She was born Katherine Coleman in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia in 1918 during the Woodrow Wilson administration. How ironic that it was Woodrow Wilson and his cabinet that instituted a policy of racial segregation in the federal workforce. But Katherine Johnson contributed greatly to defeating Wilson's policy. Here's some background about her life. According to NASA, for whom she dedicated decades of service, and I quote, "Her father, Joshua, was determined that his bright little girl would have a chance to meet her potential. He drove his family 120 miles to Institute, West Virginia, where she could continue her education through high school. Johnson's academic performance proved her father's decision was the right one. Katherine skipped through grades to graduate from high school at age 14. And she graduated from college at age 18. In 1953, after years as a teacher and later as a stay-at-home mom, she began working for NASA's predecessor, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics. Pretty amazing, but it gets even more so. From 1953 to 1958, Katherine Johnson worked in a segregated pool of mathematicians referred to as computers with skirts. However, because of her knowledge of analytical geometry, she was invited to participate in the previously all-male editorial board. Her contributions there were so important that, as she later said, they forgot to put her back in the pool. In 1958, when the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics became NASA, the office was desegregated, but the office still had a glass ceiling and really glass doors. According to Johnson, as quoted in Wikipedia, we needed to be assertive as women in those days, assertive and aggressive, and the degree to which we had to be that way depended on where we were. I had to be. In the early days of NASA, women were not allowed to put their names on reports. As a result of her assertiveness, perseverance, and the quality of her work, Katherine Johnson became the first woman in her division ever to have her name on a report. Not the first black woman, the first woman. As Wikipedia reports, from 1958 until her retirement in 1986, Johnson worked as an aerospace technologist. She calculated the trajectory for the May 5, 1961 space flight of Alan Shepard, the first American in space. She also calculated the launch window for his 1961 Mercury mission. She plotted backup navigational charts for astronauts in case of electronic failures. When NASA used electronic computers for the first time to calculate John Glenn's orbit around the Earth, as the senator from Nicholas pointed out, officials called on Johnson to verify the computer's numbers. Glenn had asked for her specifically and had refused to fly unless Johnson verified the calculations. Katherine Johnson has co-authored 26 scientific papers. She was named West Virginia State College Outstanding Alumnus of the Year in 1999. And on November 24, 2015, President Barack Obama presented her with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. On May 5, 2016, a new 40,000 square foot building was named and dedicated the Katherine G. Johnson Computation Research Facility at NASA's Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia. And we just passed a resolution asking for Congress to also name a building in Fairmont, West Virginia, in her honor. My parents brought me here to America from Venezuela. I feel truly blessed to have been given the opportunity to become a citizen of this great country. Opportunity is what America is all about. Today, I'm a freshman senator, and I've been told that I'm the first Hispanic woman ever to be elected to the West Virginia State Senate. However, I would quickly add that I don't consider that an accomplishment of mine. It is simply a measure of where we are today in our society, that race, ethnicity, and gender are of lesser importance in how we choose candidates for office. So in that respect, we have come a long way, and we owe a tremendous debt of gratitude to great Americans like Katherine Johnson for how far we have come. I admire Katherine Johnson. She created opportunity where none existed. She broke down barriers. She refused to take no for an answer and accomplished so much. She is the embodiment of greatness and a hero to me. It is a great honor for me to present this resolution on the behalf of the West Virginia State Senate as a tribute to this incredible woman.
Further discussion. The senator from Greenbrier County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the citizens of West Virginia and the people of Greenbrier County and the 10th District, we are proud today to honor Katherine Johnson, who was born and raised in White Sulphur Springs. And I will tell you, and she will tell you, that it's a beautiful place to be from, and it's a beautiful place to go. It's a beautiful place to visit. The sad news is that it was a difficult time when she was there, as she attended school and would have to probably catch rides or walk. Some walked to school at that time. My good friend, the Reverend Carl Rennick, used to talk about the walks he used to make to school. But she went through 8th grade, was as far as you were allowed to go in Greenbrier County at that time to school. And she went, her and her family went and moved so that she could continue her education and do great things for this nation. We've come a long way, but we have a long way to go. We've done some good things. This lady paved the way and said it could be done, but we have much more to do in how we treat people and how we segregate ourselves apart from people who are different from ourselves sometimes. We have much to do. But from the people of Greenbrier County today, from my fellow senator from the 10th District, the junior senator from Monroe County, we say that we're proud today to stand and honor this great West Virginian, this great countian of ours, this great leader in our nation. It is sad that we have not all understood and appreciated her accomplishments when we were in school in West Virginia history, but many of us did not get that. She did a great job. She's made famous this state. We need to show the appreciation this day with this resolution. Thank you.
Further discussion. Further discussion. If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent. The remarks by the senator from Nicholas, the senator from Jefferson, and the senator from Greenbrier be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Senator from Ohio requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the senator from Greenbrier, the senator from Nicholas, and the senator from Jefferson with regard to Senate Resolution 66 be printed in the appendix of the journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Senator from Ohio County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Ohio moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in brief recess to present this resolution.
And another tribute to West Virginia native Katherine Johnson, made famous by the movie Hidden Figures. The daughter of Katherine Johnson is at the Capitol today to receive these tributes from the House and the Senate. This is the Senate floor session from earlier today. We are waiting for the House of Delegates to reconvene from recess. It's at that time, at 3 o'clock, sometime after 3 o'clock, that the House will take up Senate Bill 386, creating the West Virginia Medical Cannabis Act, and considering amendments to that bill on the floor of the House. We are monitoring the House and will go to the floor as soon as it is convened.
Senate will please come to order. Senate will please come to order. Introduction of guest. Introduction of guest. Remarks by members of the Senate. Remarks by members of the Senate. Miscellaneous business. The senator from Ohio County.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 4 p.m. today.
Are there announcements? Subject to announcements. Are there announcements? The senior senator from the 4th.
All right, we're going to meet at 2 o'clock to do bills, and then come back if we get done with the bills at 3 o'clock to do the budget. So, and we're doing that to coordinate with the House of Delegates Finance Committee, who's also doing their budget. And it may be that we have to have the same people in the room. So that's the reason. So we're going to do it at 3 o'clock. And I'm assured that by 1 o'clock, the committee substitute for Senate Bill 199 should be under the Finance Committee's, what you see on your system under Finance Committee, under miscellaneous. It'll be in there. The committee substitute, Michael said that he would have it there by 1 o'clock. So you can look at it.
Just point of order to clarify the announcement. The Senate Finance will meet today at 2 o'clock in room 415. At 2 o'clock, and they'll meet in room 415. Senate Finance will meet at 2 o'clock today, 451. The senator from Monroe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Education Committee will meet tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the Finance Room. Thank you.
The senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 2:30 p.m. in 208 West Wing.
The House and Senate Finance Committees are meeting to discuss the state budget spending plan.
Further announcements. The senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Military Committee will not be meeting tomorrow, but instead your Committee on the Military will meet on Wednesday. The time and agenda will be posted.
The senator from Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will be meeting tomorrow, 10 a.m., room 451. 10.
The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee on natural resources will not be meeting today.
Further announcements. Further announcements. If not, question for the Senate is shall the senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry about that. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet today at 1 p.m. and it will also meet tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Further announcements. Not the question before the Senate is shall the Senate stand in recess until 4 p.m. today.
And remember that Senate committee meetings, video and audio is available on the legislature's website. We are monitoring the House of Delegates to see when it comes back. It was called back in at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It may be sometime after that to take up the Medical Cannabis Act. Until then, we're going to show you another public hearing that happened this morning in the House chamber, this one for Senate Bill 576, the Forced Pooling Bill, providing exception to waste for certain oil and gas development. We'll continue to monitor the House floor. As soon as the House goes back into session, we will go there. Until then, here is the public hearing from this morning on Senate Bill 576.
The public hearing on Senate Bill 576 is called to order. I would ask the following things. We have many more speakers than we anticipated. There is another public hearing that comes at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to limit your comments to 1 minute. I'm going to kind of hold you strictly to that. When the light goes on, finish up your sentence so that we can move forward. The first person is Woody Thrasher, followed by Tom Huber. And as I call your name, if you're on deck, please move to the front of the chamber so we can move quickly. Thank you. Mr. Thrasher.
Thank you, sir.
When I took this position as Secretary of Commerce, it had one singular, clear focus, and that was to generate jobs for West Virginia. I think when you look at the landscape of West Virginia, if there's one thing that we fundamentally lack, it's opportunities for employment. I have a singular focus about the importance of that, and I think at this particular time in West Virginia's history, it's of paramount importance that we do everything we can to make West Virginia as competitive a place as we can. We are blessed with a wonderful resource beneath our feet, and it's these shale gases. And certainly, I think they are the opportunity for West Virginia and, quite frankly, Ohio and Pennsylvania going forward. I think this industry, in and of itself, can transform these areas that saw great prosperity in the 40s and 50s and 60s and a steady decline since then. These gas reserves are the way that we're going to work our way out of the morass that we're in right now. Make no mistake about that. Also recognize that it's a competitive world and that we compete with surrounding states to develop these resources. We West Virginians are independent people, and we pride our independence. And sometimes that level of independence gets in the way of progress and ultimately prosperity, and I think this is exactly one of those issues. Senate Bill 576 creates a platform that is fair and reasonable to property owners. It results in an environment that is collectively good for the industry and for those people that work within it.
Mr. Thrasher, could you conclude your remarks as quickly as possible?
In summary, I strongly support Senate Bill 576. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Huber, followed by Jennifer Bywick.
Hello, my name is Tom Huber. I'm Vice President of the West Virginia Royalty Owners Association. I stand here in support of this bill not because our membership likes joint development, which we've opposed in the past, not because we like co-tenancy, which we've opposed in the past. I stand here in support of this bill because any lease that is integrated under the lease integration joint development portion of the bill, the royalties paid under those new wells must be deduction free. Post-production expenses can lead to negative royalty checks. And in light of the Leggett rehearing, we feel that it is paramount that we get legislation passed to protect those royalty owners from being deducted into zero or negative balances for their royalties. So I'd implore you all, please vote for the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huber. Jennifer Vieweg, followed by Scott Wyndham.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Vieweg, and I'm Corporate Affairs Manager with Energy Corporation of America. I'm here this morning to speak in support of Senate Bill 576 because ECA is a natural gas and oil company headquartered in West Virginia. We were founded more than 50 years ago in Glenville and employ more than 150 people throughout Appalachia, many of whom are located at our corporate headquarters in Charleston, our offices in Buchanan, and our shop in Doddridge County. At this time, our ability to develop natural gas resources is limited by West Virginia's existing statutes. This is an important bill because it treats all stakeholders fairly and reasonably while permitting us to explore for oil and natural gas more efficiently. It'll also help us compete with neighboring states, many that have more advantageous development statutes than we do. This bill would ultimately enable us to invest more in West Virginia, creating more jobs, generating more taxes, and putting more money back into our local economy. When many other companies were leaving the area, moving to Pennsylvania, Ohio, or states out west, we made the conscious decision to relocate our headquarters here. We've chosen to build our company here, and we ask that the legislature do your part in helping us thrive here. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott Wyndham, followed by Linda Steimel.
Good morning. I'm an oil and gas lawyer from Harrisville, Ritchie County, West Virginia, right in the heart of the Marcellus Shale development. My clients and I oppose this legislation for a number of reasons. In a short amount of time, a lawyer with an open mic, I'm going to give you a couple. Number one, the unknown missing and abandoning heirs. I want one person from the industry to tell you that they cannot drill because of unknown missing or abandoning heirs. Not true. 5512A1 at SEEK provide for that. The unknown missing and abandoning heirs is greed. They want to shortcut existing law. The other issue is EQT's lease. EQT's lease requires the lessor to go to Pennsylvania to fight their disputes with EQT or go to arbitration. Why would this legislature require the citizens of the state of West Virginia to go to Pennsylvania to fight a dispute with EQT? Under this bill, there are no protections, no due process protections, and you are forced to take the lease that 75% of the people have signed. If they sign to go to Pennsylvania, everyone goes to Pennsylvania. Patently unfair. I urge you to oppose this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Wyndham. Linda Steimel, followed by Jeremy Grant.
Good morning. My name is Linda Stimmel from Morgantown, and I'm a billing specialist at one of the Morgantown hospitals. I'm here to oppose Senate Bill 576. But first and foremost, I am not against pooling or drilling, but I am against this bill. I am a resident, voter, taxpayer, surface owner, and mineral owner of 15 tracts of property in Montague and Preston counties. These properties have been in my family for way over 100 years. My grandparents worked hard to get them, and I'm going to fight hard to keep them. My family still suffers consequences today of these $75 year leases, which my check is $3.75 for. My other wells produce $150 each, which is split. We've made the companies rich on the backs of my family and the other West Virginia mineral owners. Under this bill, my property would be forced pooling that would only modernize what the drillers not, what was beneficial to the West Virginian landowners. It is unconstitutional to force me by the government of West Virginia to abide by other gas leases that naive mineral owners would affect me and my heirs for infinity. I have documentation to illustrate my personal experience of lease amendments from EQT.
Could you conclude your remarks?
I am begging you, as a West Virginia mineral and surface owner, do not support this bill if you own minerals, and if you don't, I'm still asking you not to support.
Thank you, ma'am. Jeremy Grant, followed by Rebecca McPhail.
I'm Jeremy Grant, Mason County farmer. Agriculture accounts for approximately $850 million in cash sales. Over 21,000 farmers work hard to produce safe, high-quality food. As a young farmer, I understand the importance and reasonable public policies that help to develop business, protect private property rights, and providing the opportunity to establish and grow an agricultural enterprise. But as a young farmer purchasing land, even inheriting land, we've got to understand that a lot of our land that we're on right now, we don't own the mineral rights. We only have the surface to farm. Just a small impaction of someone coming in and drilling on our land and taking away, even if it's the number of 3 or 4 cows, that may mean profit or loss on that farm that year. And not having that ability to make those land payments as a young farmer, purchasing ground, looking to expand the operation is really a concern of mine. So I would encourage legislators to consider strong protection of surface rights to balance both oil and gas development in agriculture in West Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rebecca McPhail, followed by Ann Blankenship.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca McPhail, and I'm president of the West Virginia Manufacturers Association. Our state sits today at a position of opportunity with a legislature that we believe has the vision to propel West Virginia into a new era of economic growth. And I'm here today to support Senate Bill 576. The oil and natural gas industry is a vital component of that opportunity, and it's key for manufacturing growth here. Providing the feedstock for downstream chemical manufacturing and contributing to the state's ability to lessen energy costs. The shale revolution is an integral part of West Virginia's present and future, and a rich part of our state's history. Creating a readily available supply of ethane and its derivatives, building a regional transportation network and storage hub, enabling downstream manufacturing to have a strong economic benefit in our region, and developing policy that allows these activities remains a priority for the WVMA. The challenges in West Virginia are great, but one thing is certain. Those challenges are reduced when policies are adopted that make us more competitive for industry investment and put the citizens of West Virginia to work. Today, in a state with the lowest workforce participation rate in the country, jobs are so vitally important to our future. We urge the West Virginia Legislature to support policies that enable West Virginia to maximize the benefits of shale gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Blankenship, followed by William Swan.
Good morning. My name is Ann Blankenship, and I'm the Executive Director of the West Virginia Oil and Natural Gas Association. Wavanga represents all sectors of the oil and gas industry, and its 200-plus members have a cumulative investment of nearly $10 billion in West Virginia. Our members need Senate Bill 576, and our state needs Senate Bill 576. We are sitting on top of an enormous amount of oil and gas here in West Virginia, one of the largest resources of oil and gas in the world. But right now, our laws in West Virginia make it nearly impossible for the oil and gas to be fully developed. Our laws require that even if a fraction of 1% of a mineral owner does not consent to development, development cannot occur. It's an unfair system to the majority of the mineral owners and holds up the development of a resource that can bring thousands of jobs and spur the development of the economy in this state. In fact, West Virginia is one of only 3 mineral-producing states in the country that has not updated its laws to prevent this problem of holdouts prohibiting production. As such, West Virginia is out of step with our surrounding states and is at a competitive disadvantage when oil and gas companies make the determination of where they will drill their wells. Senate Bill 576 is about changing these unfair laws, creating jobs, creating investment, and bringing revenue to the state. We hear about this session being about creating jobs and making our state better. Well, this bill can do that. It may be the most important piece of legislation to do that. Wavanga strongly supports the passage of Senate Bill 576.
Thank you, ma'am. William Swan, followed by Ike Morris.
Good morning. As a land and mineral owner in Harrison County, this is how I sum up 576. For sale to the highest campaign contributors, West Virginia private property rights. The West Virginia Senate leadership has offered citizens property rights to the natural gas industry. Legislative theft. Senate Bill 576 is the newest forced pooling bill. There are 2 parts to the bill, co-tenancy and joint development. Joint development is basically transferring my private property rights to the industry for larger profits. This will be mandated by law. The natural gas industry is using our elected representative and our courts to bully and abuse land and mineral owners. West Virginia needs this resource to bring ourselves out of poverty, not take citizens' property that they have an opportunity to make money on and transfer that property to the natural gas industry. The 1/8 royalty, 12.5%, some people are getting negative royalty statements. I'm strongly opposed to this bill. I have an old lease. I thought at some point I could renegotiate it. The gas industry, and I'm pro-development, but the gas industry specializes in misleading people. Land, mineral owners, older people in my neighborhood.
Mr. Swan, I would ask you to conclude your remarks as quickly as possible.
Please vote no on 576.
Thank you. Ike Morris, followed by Charlie Burden.
Thank you. Can you believe they just give me a minute to speak? Listen, I've been in the oil and gas business 55 years. I own a lot of land, I own an ungodly amount of minerals. I strongly oppose Bill 576, but I could work with it. And we talk about these companies, we need to split this royalty up a little more. We need, 20%. You hear these people all talk about they're going to give everybody jobs. Give us a little more of the money, and we could do with maybe the jobs will be there. We might not just all of us have to work in the oil and gas business. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Charlie Bird, followed by Tim Green.
Good morning. My name is Charlie Bird. I'm the Executive Director of the 600-member Independent Oil and Gas Association of West Virginia. While I'm here this morning to speak on the passage of this bill, I will not speak about its provisions. They were vetted twice in 2 committees in the Senate, and it passed, and it now sits in the House Energy Committee. I don't have to remind you that West Virginia is in the midst of a dire financial crisis. If this legislation is passed, it will create a vast opportunity for the investment of countless millions of dollars in oil and gas infrastructure. One company operating in West Virginia has provided information on its projected investments that could sustain an average of an additional 9,900 direct, indirect, and induced jobs. These are workers that make and spend their wages where they live, churches, civic organizations, small businesses, and hundreds of communities around West Virginia desperately count on us and these workers to be there for them. In addition to the jobs are hundreds of millions of dollars of revenues generated and paid to royalty owners, to the state in terms of severance and property taxes. Such wealth creation and revenue generation will be critical component in resolving West Virginia's budget dilemma. I urge passage of Senate Bill 576. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrd. Tim Green, followed by Mike Ross.
This is a public hearing from earlier this morning. We are monitoring the House of Delegates, and we'll go to the House as soon as it reconvenes after recess.
Through these leasing issues and payment of royalty issues, I urge the defeat of Senate Bill 576 because I want you to just think for a minute, if your great-grandfather signed a gas lease and you've gone all these years getting paid the same royalty rate, never having a chance to enhance that lease, next thing you know, you have that ability. And now it's being taken away from you for the next generation, the next 100 years of your heirs. That's my problem with it. I don't have a problem with co-tenancy. I am an avid supporter of the gas industry, but I am not a supporter of the joint development portion of Senate Bill 576. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Mike Ross, followed by Tom Sussman.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to oppose the bill for various reasons. We look at reason to lower what you're required to get at least 75%. You're just creating another exemption. Here we got the legislature now short on taxes. They're looking about eliminating exemptions. Well, you've lowered the bar now, and that's not good in this bill. But a lot of people are going to suffer from this, whether you're engaged in oil and gas or not. I've been in oil and gas 50 years, along with Mr. Morris, and we deal in a lot of leases, things like that. We want the companies to stay here and work, and they will stay here and work. This is where the gas is. They're not going to leave town, and they're not going to get any cheaper out west to get into drilling or in the north. But anyway, you see the school systems in the county, they're going to be affected by this. They're losing personal property taxes right now. Once you get an income stream coming from this oil and gas production, that becomes personal property. It's taxed like that. Mr. Chairman, there's no provision to collect personal property taxes in the state. They don't exercise it. They sell the oil and gas in place, but they don't go after the personal property. That's more of a reason to turn this bill down. There's time to work on it this summer. We would like to participate in it and work with you on that, bring out something better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Tom Sussman, followed by Jacqueline Romeo.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tom Sussman, and I'm here on behalf of Scheiben Estates, a mineral holder in Wetzel County and in north central West Virginia. I want to speak about the section dealing with forced joint development. We'd like to ask you to remove that section from the bill. We assert that the old leases did not contemplate horizontal hydraulic fracturing when they were signed in 1902, 1905, and all the way up until 2005. This bill reinterprets old leases to the benefit of the entity that wrote them, the gas company. Currently, mineral owners are able, with most companies, to modify their leases. We also are hearing that people are able to get 16 to 20% royalty modifications on leases with several of these companies. This particular section of the bill will basically force the royalties to back to the 12.5% on new leases. In most corporate situations, if there's a contract dispute between the parties, they try and work it out through negotiation and modification of agreements. If not, they go to the court system, and that's why we have the court. We believe that this portion of Senate Bill 576 will insert new sections into old leases. And I'm going to read real quickly, Mr. Chairman, a section from the Constitution of West Virginia. No bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of a contract shall be passed. And we believe that's exactly what this section does. We'd ask you to remove that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sussman. Jacqueline Romeo, followed by Barry Lay.
I'm Jacqueline Romeo, a retired teacher of Harrison County. I'm with NARO, that's the National Association of Royalty Owners, Appalachia chapter, which consists of North Carolina, Kentucky, Ohio, and West Virginia. I'm on the board of directors and the legislative chair. First thing I'd like to point out to you is that this is not a jobs bill. The Clarksburg paper had 4 sections on all the jobs that are now going to happen because oil and gas industry is looking to rebound. They're laying the pipelines, they're drilling the wells, they have plenty of leases, plenty of pads ready to go. What this is about taking the money from the people of West Virginia and giving it to the large corporations out of state. I have 2 personal examples. One is a little tiny check I get once a year. My lease said no cost, but they're still taking out what they call transportation costs. It came to 61%. So instead of getting the $20 check, I got less than $10 for the year. My brothers and sisters get it too. So. Another example I have here is on forced pooling. Back in 2008, was asked to sign a modification. Knowing nothing, I asked nothing, but signed. 3 laterals were drilled.
I would ask you to conclude your remarks as quickly as possible.
Anyhow, they have 45 acres in the middle they're not paying me on. This is the reason we need laws to protect mineral owners and surface owners and not give money to the large corporations to increase their profits. We wanted to support the bill, but we can't. I'm going to agree with Mike Ross. We need to hold this over and work on it this summer.
Thank you.
Or if we could at least get through the no post-production costs, we do need that, and no severance taxes, and at least 15%. So really, if you could get through the co-tenancy part with no post-production, that's how NARO stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Barry Lay, followed by Kevin Ellis.
Good morning. My name is Barry Lay. I'm the chairman of the West Virginia Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. I'm here today to oppose Senate Bill 576. The bill as written tries to address a very complicated issue with very few details, no rules, no oversight. We believe that it allows the companies to determine what is reasonable and what's fair. It also prevents those individuals from having due process. The bill in its previous, or a bill in its previous form allowed for at least review and hearing before the Conservation Commission. We believe that that gives all parties opportunity and notice of what's going on with their property and has a say in what happens. Also, the co-tenancy part of the bill is a complete opposite of what the Supreme Court ruled in the Taney case. So I urge that you oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Ellis, followed by Valerie Antoinette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kevin Ellis. I work with Antero Resources. I'm with a company that drills oil and gas wells, and also I'm a title attorney in the state of West Virginia. Examined title, written title opinions, reviewed title opinions in our producing counties for over a decade. What this bill really is doing is trying to balance the property rights of owners of a single piece of property. A single piece of property. Today, the law in West Virginia says that an owner of 1/768 can stop the rest of the people who own that property from enjoying the benefit of their ownership. 1/768, the case of Law versus Heck. There are 35 states in the United States who have recognized the right of owners of property to develop it. I'm the lessee, so I'm standing in the shoes of the people who are not here today. That's the majority of the owners of a single tract of land who said, I want to get this property developed. 35 states, we're at 2 states or 3 states that have this minority position, and yet we want to advance our industry here that will benefit royalty owners, and the bill is fair to surface owners and royalty owners, and I urge passage, please, in support of 576. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Valerie Antoinette, followed by Jason Webb.
Hi, my name is Valerie Antoinette. I'm Vice President of Management of Bounty Minerals.
Bounty Minerals is a mineral acquisition company. We own about 60,000 acres here in Appalachia. We've spent over $400 million in the past 5 years, and 22,000 acres of that is in West Virginia. I urge support of SB 576. It will help us develop over 7,000 of our 22,000 acres that have been held up due to other holdouts and unlocatable owners, as well as amending our leases. We do ask one change be implemented for this bill, in that we ask for affiliate protection language. So we ask to be paid on the gross proceeds received at the first point of sale to an unaffiliated third-party purchaser. We're not asking for a gift. We're asking for the negotiations, and we're asking for the bill to be fair and reasonable to all sides. I urge support of SB 576.
Thank you. Jason Webb, followed by Alfred Tuttle.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jason Webb. I represent the Land and Mineral Owners Association. Our members own over 3 million acres in the state of West Virginia. We are not comfortable with the way 576 came out, the form it came out of the Senate. I'd like to borrow a line from the old great Southern poet Waylon Jennings. Maybe it's time we get back to the basics of leases. A lease is a contract between two private parties. And in consideration for one event, other events will take place. This bill forces a pooling provision into everyone's leases without the benefit of any negotiation whatsoever. So, you know, that's difficult for our members to understand why the government wants to unilaterally decide the terms of a contract and force that on anyone. So because of that, we believe that bill needs a lot more work. And I've stood here I've been up here over 20 years, but on this bill over nearly closing in on 7 years. So we're willing to work some details out, but that lease integration, forced pooling provision, everybody's leases, we do not like. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Alfred Tuttle, followed by Julie Archer.
I am Alfred Tuttle. I am a resident of Tyler County, West Virginia, and I'm in opposition of Senate Bill 576, or any bill that attempts to use eminent domain, force pooling, lease integration, whatever you want to call it, to force me into accepting an industry lease. Everything in that lease favors the industry. I want to be able to negotiate a lease that protects my interests, protects my property. It isn't just about money. Terms, pew clauses, formations are included. Arbitration, how and where disputes will be resolved. Timing of lease payments, no deductions. Surface rights, what are they? Are there any? Specifications, if there are such. All these elements need to be part of that lease. I'm not against the development. We, and some friends of mine, have developed the lease and worked with the lawyer. We would probably sign it tomorrow, but I bet if I put that shoe on the industry foot, they would be a little sore and mad. And that's what they're trying to do to me. Stay out of the private negotiations between me and the oil company.
Thank you.
Oppose it.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Julie Archer, followed by Sean O'Leary.
Good morning. I'm here today. My name is Julie Archer, and I'm here today on behalf of the West Virginia Surface Owners' Rights Organization. Our organization opposes Senate Bill 576 for a number of reasons, including the fact that it lacks adequate surface owner protections, it lacks due process for non-consenting mineral owners, it violates the constitutional prohibitions on altering private contracts, and it violates the common law of interpreting contracts against the person who wrote them. More specifically related to the surface owner or surface use provisions. We do appreciate that the co-tenancy section of the bill requires a surface use agreement, whether or not the surface owner owns an interest in the minerals, but we think there's a major loophole in this section that would allow agreements or contracts that predate horizontal drilling to be used to place well pads on a surface owner's land. In addition, the joint development section of the bill has no prohibition on surface use, and unlike bills that this body has considered previously, it doesn't contain provisions that mirror the current deep well statute that would require surface owner consent to place a well pad on their land. So, you know, as Mr. Tuttle said, for us, it's not just about money. It's being able to enjoy our property and protect our land, and we ask that you protect West Virginia landowners, protect property rights, and oppose Senate Bill 576. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean O'Leary, followed by Jessica Smith.
Hello, my name is Sean O'Leary with the West Virginia Center on Budget and Policy, and I just want to talk briefly about an amendment to the bill that was made by the Senate. The amendment would create a tiered severance tax rate based on the price of natural gas. If the price falls below $2.50 per 1,000 cubic feet, the rate would drop from its current rate of 5% to 4%. According to the tax department, the current price of natural gas produced in West Virginia is roughly $2, which would then trigger the rate reduction and would cost the state of roughly $21 million in fiscal year 18. It's estimated that it will be several years before the price rises above $2.50, which would cost the state tens of millions of dollars over that time period. In West Virginia, production has increased by over 400% in recent years, even in the face of collapsing prices. In the past 2 years, the state's production has reached an all-time high, even as the price fell by 78%. If production can increase, even in the face of those price reductions, the impact of a penny on the dollar severance tax reduction is really negligible. And would have very little impact on the industry, even though it would have a major impact on the state's budget. With the state's current budget problems, the last thing the state should be considering is cutting taxes by tens of millions of dollars. The severance tax is highly exportable. It has little impact on local production, which we can see from the past few years, and little impact on growth or jobs. The state should be ensuring that we are adequately taxing our minerals and investing those revenues for diversifying and growing our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Smith, followed by James Lyden.
This is a public hearing from earlier today on forced pooling. We're still waiting for the House of Delegates to convene after a recess.
Smith here. Mr. Lyden, followed by Chris Flanagan.
My name is James Lyden. I'm president of Incorporated, Work Group Incorporated, I'm sorry. We have 92,000 net acres of oil and gas in our group, representing 750 small oil and gas companies and landowners and royalty owners. I'm opposed to the bill as is in its current form because, first of all, it's unconstitutional and it's disrupting property rights that the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled on before. In the whole crux of the thing, I'm not against, obviously, against companies coming here and developing our natural gas. I'd be for signing leases tomorrow. But there's things that we're totally overlooking in this legislature. Things have changed in the industry, and we need to change with it. Most people don't like to talk about natural gas liquids. Natural gas liquids is way bigger than oil in West Virginia with these new wells. Way more money for your coffers. However, it's not even mentioned in this bill as far as taxing it. And when you're looking at paying royalties in the bill, you do a horrible disservice to the royalty owner when you say you'll pay for oil or natural gas liquids. Now, I guess a crooked company could just pay for
Mr.
oil.
Leiden, I need you to conclude your remarks as quickly as possible.
Just pay for the oil, which would be zero, and the royalty owner wouldn't get anything. I please urge you to change that part of the bill and put and it will make royalty owners a lot happier. Second thing, give us access to the meters like we have on the old wells. You can do that by internet.
Thank you, Mr. Leiden.
Thank you.
Okay. Chris Flanagan, followed by Spencer Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Chris Flanagan. I was actually born and raised in Elkins, West Virginia, and I graduated from West Virginia University. I'm now the area manager for Southwestern Energy in Jane Lou, West Virginia, and I support Senate Bill 576. I was joined several weeks ago on March 21st on the Capitol steps by many oil and natural gas workers, making the case for energy policies that will grow energy jobs in the Mountain State. Several of us came from Southwestern Energy that morning. We had a great time hearing from elected officials about the support they pledged for our industry. Now it's time to show that support for our industry, support for oil and gas jobs. Senate Bill 576 allows for majority rules energy development. West Virginia is one of only 3 mineral producing states that have this burden. I'm here to ask the legislature to remove this burden so that companies can keep providing jobs, investments, and tax revenue for the state. I'd like to close with a little quote that I heard that most people may be aware of. You know, the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The best time is now. So why wait? Why wait for our state's debt to continue to climb when we have great oil and gas assets at our fingertips? Let's not have regrets and look back at what could have been wonderful for West Virginia. Let's plant this opportunity now and support Senate Bill 576. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Spencer Moss, followed by Doug Douglas.
Thank you. My name is Spencer Moss. I'm the director of the West Virginia Food and Farm Coalition. I represent farmers and farm businesses along the value chain. President John F. Kennedy once said, "The farmer is the only man in our economy who buys everything retail, sells everything wholesale, and pays freight both ways." A farmer would also tell you that their biggest asset is their property, their land. This bill puts farming operations at even more risk. This bill doesn't consult landowners about placement of well pads or access roads. Well pads take up large tracts of land out of production, and it would be next to impossible to put those tracts of land back into production for future generations. The results of a study conducted by Oswald and Bamber in 2012 highlight 3 cases in which cattle were directly exposed to wastewater either through a spill, leak, or illegal dumping, and reproduction was impacted. The study also cites an instance where half of a herd was exposed to wastewater after the lining of a wastewater impoundment was slit, draining into the pasture and into a pond. Of the 140 head exposed to the contaminated water source, 70 died, and the remaining had stillbirths and stunted calves. It's for these reasons that my farmers that I represent are not interested in losing their ability to choose the fate of their land or their livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Douglas, followed by Joanne Harmon.
It appears the House is almost ready. We're going to go to the House of Delegates now.
My name is Doug Douglas. I work for a small family-owned independent oil and gas company.
Where House Speaker Tim Armstead looks to be preparing to call the House into session for amendments to Senate Bill 386, creating the West Virginia Medical Cannabis Act. This bill, of course, is a Senate bill, passed the Senate overwhelmingly, came to the House, and the House of Delegates chose not to put this bill into committees. They chose and voted on overwhelmingly to bypass the committee process and consider this bill directly on the floor. They are taking this up now because some amendments have been offered They've been worked on over the weekend, and now's the time in the House of Delegates to take a look at those amendments. So here we are in the House of Delegates.
House will be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announced that the Senate has adopted House Concurrent Resolution 26, naming the NASA 4 and 5 facility at Fairmont for West Virginia mathematician Katherine Coleman Johnson.
Message will be received.
The Senate has adopted House Concurrent Resolution 94, Katherine Johnson Day.
Message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendments and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 206, expanding definition of kidnapping to include taking or gaining custody of, confining, or concealing person by force.
Message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 214, adopting Uniform Electronic Legal Material Act.
Message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House amendment and passed Senate Bill 222 relating to disqualification for unemployment benefits.
Message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House title amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 225, allowing magistrates to conduct proceeding for a temporary emergency protective order dealing with temporary custody by family court.
Message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the House title amendment to committee substitute for Senate Bill 261 relating to increasing salary or wages of judgment debtor.
Message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the title amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 445, amending definition of abused child.
Message will be received.
The Senate has concurred in the title amendment and passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 634, relating generally to certain agreements between DHHR and states' medical schools.
Message will be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to return to the third order of business.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent the House return to the third order of business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Reports of standing committees.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 339, creating legislative coalition on chronic pain management. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 360, creating legislative coalition on diabetes management. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended and that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with.
Report be received. Gentleman from the 58th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent that the second reference to the Committee on Government Organization be dispensed with. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Second reference is dispensed with.
Your Committee on Finances had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 299, supplementing, amending, decreasing, and increasing items of appropriations from State Road Fund to Department of Highways.
Report be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and on April 3rd, 2017, presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, committee substitute for Senate Bill 113.
Report be received.
Your Joint Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined, found truly enrolled, and presented to His Excellency the Governor for his action, committee substitute for Senate Bill 338, presented on April 3rd, 2017.
Report be received.
Your Committee on Finances had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 484, reports the same back with amendment with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
The gentleman from the 55th may state his point.
Speaker, this morning I sat in Finance Committee and the committee did not pass Senate Bill 484. There was never a vote to move that bill to the floor and should not be received.
While the House is in conference here, I want to show you down into the governor's reception room at the Capitol. This is the scene there where the governor is going to convene a budget summit with West Virginia leaders at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So that's going on at the Capitol as well. Back to the House. A colleague of mine at Metro News has just tweeted that there's a gaggle on whether House Finance actually approved its tax reform bill and voted to send to the floor this morning. So that's what everybody is meeting up at the Speaker's podium about, is just that tax reform bill that the House Finance Committee looked at today. So the pause here really has nothing to do with Senate Bill 386. It has to do with another bill that was considered by House Finance Committee today, a procedural move that they have to figure out before they can proceed to this bill that's on second reading on the House floor.
House will be in order. To the gentleman, before me is the committee report, which indicates that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 484 was reported back with amendment and with the recommendation that do pass as amended. This report is received. Further reports. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the process I explained earlier today, I ask unanimous consent that the two striking insert.
Wait a minute. Gentlemen,
I got to give the bill first.
just a moment. Okay, further bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 386, creating West Virginia Medical Cannabis Act.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to the process I explained earlier, I ask unanimous consent that the two strike and insert amendments be explained, with the understanding that the adoption of the First Amendment would preclude consideration of other and further that the amendments to the adopted strike and insert amendment be allowed after the adoption of the strike and insert.
John 58 ask unanimous consent that the two strike and insert amendments be explained, with the understanding the adoption of the first strike and insert amendment would preclude consideration of the other, and further that amendments to an adopted strike and insert amendment be allowed after adoption of the strike and insert amendment. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will report the first strike and insert amendment.
Delegate Schott and Zetezalo move to amend the bill. This is HFA Schott Zetezalo 4-3, number 1.
To the members, before I recognize the gentleman from 27 to explain the amendment, I would caution that we are addressing whether a strike and insert amendment should be adopted to the bill. We are not addressing the passage of the bill. So I would ask that you, and we will have that opportunity upon passage, I would ask that the members restrain their comments to the question of whether the strike and insert should be adopted and replace the original Senate bill. Gentleman from the 27th to explain the first strike and insert amendment. Without objection. Gentleman from 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Had we thought ahead and charged admission, we might could have plugged a little bit of our budget hole today, couldn't we? First of all, let me thank the members for allowing our committee, staff, and me some time to respond to the developments that occurred on Thursday. As I indicated before, I think we all should take pride in the product that we turn out, whether we agree with all the terms of the product. And the product at that time was a Senate version of this bill, which upon the first review that I had, I thought was highly deficient. And I think subsequent events and the discussions we've had with the members of the other party have clearly borne that out. I know that someone reported to me, I haven't had time to read any papers lately, but that I was indicated I was trying to stop the bill. And I want to clear the air on that. I was certainly not trying to stop the bill. I was trying to delay it so we had more time to study it and get it right, because it basically amounts to a significant departure in this state from prior practice, and we owe it to our constituents to get it right. Frankly, and I'll readily admit this to you, if my wife it'll be 46 years next Monday, or any of my kids were suffering from a malady of some sort that conventional medicine wasn't addressing, I would do whatever I could to provide relief. I think it'd be the same most of us would. So I'm not insensitive to this issue. In fact, I'm going to present to you a bill that I can support, and I will vote for it if it makes it through the process. Let me kind of summarize or give you an analogy as to how this bill approaches the situation. I'm from southern West Virginia, Mercer County, and you know the road from the tunnel down to Charlotte is often referred to as the Hillbilly Highway because of so many of our fellow West Virginians have taken that route to get to better opportunities. When you're in Mercer County in the summertime and you don't see someone that you usually see on the street The old standard joke is go to Myrtle Beach, because you'll find them in Myrtle Beach. And my family and I, we grew up taking our vacations to Myrtle Beach. My kids, my brother's kids, we used to go down there together. Now that my kids are grown and gone, Kathy and I go down usually in the spring and the summer. And one of the disadvantages of going into spring is sometimes the water is almost too chilly to stand. So when I test it out, I go down to the edge of the water. I'm kind of a wimp, to be honest with you. And I'll put one toe in, and then if it's not too bad, I'll put the foot in, and then I'll kind of ease in. But I'm standing there, and I know that invariably some guy comes tearing off down the beach and runs head first into the water, and big splash. No regard for the shock effect of the water. And that's kind of the way I approach this bill. I think if we're going to go down this route, we need to put the toe in the water first and not plunge in head first. If I had to describe the Senate bill, I would simply say it was the guy that ran down head first, plunged into the water, and the only difference, he was doing it commando. No swimming trunks. Because it is an amazing piece of work that, to me, is, I think I described it as a wild, wild west. No holds barred, very little, it's a skeleton without very, very little in the way of meat or bones. But what we have to offer to you today is a bill that I think makes a lot of sense. And the approach that we took, because we didn't have time to run this bill through the process that normally bills get worked, we looked around our staff, and specifically Chief of Staff Marty Wright, who spent all weekend and all nights on this thing, looked around to see what other states have done. And we looked at the 4 most recent states that have embarked on this journey. And that was Pennsylvania, Ohio, Minnesota, and New York. And all of them took basically the same approach. It was a cautious, toe-in-the-water approach. If we're going to go down this route, we're going to be very careful. So we modeled this legislation because we didn't have a lot of time after the Pennsylvania statute. And basically the way it works, and I'm going to walk you through it, and with apologies to the members of the majority caucus, because you're going to hear a lot of what you heard before, but let me just explain how it works. It basically is structured under the Bureau of Public Health, which will operate the program, and they will have an advisory board that will provide them with assistance. But we have, by this structure, given them a lot of guidance in how this program is to be operated. A lot of safeguards, a great many parameters as to how this program, rather than to leave this to chance. And one of the big contrasts between our bill and the bill you'll hear later about is that that bill gives very little guidance. It just basically creates an independent, which to me means unaccountable, commission that will fill in all the spaces, all the gaps, all the details on the program, and then send rules back to us to approve. What we do by this bill, and if you have a chance to look at them, you can see this is almost 60 pages long compared to a little over 20 pages the other bill. So there's a lot of meat on these bones. It provides a very strong structure for our effort to get into this. And basically the way it works, a patient, a physician who normally deals with these type of serious medical conditions will issue a certificate to a patient that he's been treating for a particular serious illness. That physician would have had to have been certified and qualified through the Board of Public Health, have training as to this particular new law and how to implement it. The physician will create this certificate filling in the name of the patient, the condition from which the patient suffers, and a dosage of the medication, as well as the parameters, the type of delivery method for this medication. Now, here's another area where we disagree. We have limited the way the cannabis can be delivered. No smoking, no purchased edible products. However, the person can get it by pill or oil or topical forms, which would include gels, creams, or ointments, a form appropriate for administration by vaporization or nebulization, So in other words, it can be turned into a mist and be inhaled. It can be by tincture, liquid, or a dermal patch. Now, I mentioned the edibles. We do allow, if the person needs to, some form that's easier to eat, they can take any of these products and incorporate them into an edible product. It could be in the form of a cookie, a brownie, a bread, or whatever, and I understand sometimes people simply just put the drops in their tea or their beverage. So there are a variety of ways that the product, the cannabis, can be delivered. The physician who sells this, or who prescribes, don't want to use that word, who certifies, issues the certificate, basically has to be a West Virginia licensed physician, and the condition for which he is prescribed, there I go again, he is issuing the certificate has to be one within his area of expertise. So in other words, a podiatrist could not issue a certificate for someone with cancer, or a certificate and say this person has cancer and therefore they need a specific product and a specific dosage. If that person and the physician got together and the certificate was issued, the person would take the certificate to the Bureau of Health and get that qualified, and they would then be able to go to a dispensary and have the product filled on a 30-day supply. So part of the reason we went with this limitation on our products is the issue of dosing and the issue of the standardization of the product, because marijuana that you grow in your backyard or that's grown elsewhere, it can vary in many different ways in its chemical composition. So we went with a form of product that can be regulated, controlled, and dosages predicted with some level of precision. The person takes this certificate to a dispensary and purchases the product. Now, our bill also provides for growers, and we have up to 5 grower permits that are allowed, which the Bureau would issue. The processors that take the raw product and turn it into one of these forms, we have allowed up to 5 permits for that. And also the dispensaries, there would be up to 15 spread over 3 regional areas. One of the differences between our bill and the bill you will be taking up is we do not charge a sales tax at the delivery point. In other words, the customer, when he or she comes in to the dispensary, that person is not charged a sales tax. And our reasoning behind that is the focus of this bill is to help people, not as a revenue measure. And these folks, if they're on Medicare or Medicaid, will not be covered under those programs. So the cost is an issue, and we thought it would make more sense, it would be more consistent with the purpose of this bill is to not charge a sales tax. On the other hand, there is a tax on either the grower who sells directly to the dispenser or the processor who's a sort of a mediator, because a grower could be a processor but cannot be a dispenser. But there is a tax of 10% on the value of that product as it goes as it's sold to the dispensary. That's a significant difference in the two bills. The dispensary that handles the product must monitor the distribution, the sale of this product, and report to this under the controlled substance monitoring system that's in place now by the Board of Pharmacy. I'm sorry if I had a senior moment there for a minute. Anyway, the certificate basically would provide the amount of this product that's to be delivered, the dosage and so forth, and the product itself has to be sold in a sealed, labeled package. It must include a safety insert with information, and it must carry a warning label as well. The person has been issued an ID card by the Bureau of Health. I think I overlooked that. The person who qualifies for this with the certificate, they get the ID, which is good for a year, not longer. It has to be renewed. There is a $50 processing fee for the ID. It's a photo ID, and it needs to be tamper resistant and so forth so that it's not likely to be able to be copied. There are some significant costs if you get in this business, and the purpose of that is to make sure not just any fly-by-night operator operates some of these, because the technology that's required to track the product is sophisticated and expensive. And there's also security requirements to be sure these facilities are secure. So the grower and processor, initial application fee, $10,000. The permit fee, $100,000. And the renewal fee every year is $10,000. With regard to the dispensary, there's a $5,000 application fee, a permit fee of $25,000, and a renewal fee of $5,000. Now, you might ask where all this money goes. The bill provides that there will be a fund set up to receive these fees as well as the 10% tax, and that will be split as follows. 55% will be used by the Bureau to operate the program, and the remaining 45% will be divided in three ways. Half of that's allocated to the Fight Substance Abuse Fund. 40% is allocated to the DJCS, the Department of Juvenile and Correctional Services. And 10% shall be allocated to LEPS and the Police Academy for training of law enforcement. The bill before you also has some significant outlined criminal penalties that deal with diversion of the cannabis by the practitioner. In other words, he sells it to someone that's not authorized or gives it to someone not authorized. Diversion by the staff of any of these facilities. This could be the processor, the grower, or the dispensary. There's a retention, I call it a hoarding provision, if you get beyond more than what you're allowed to have on hands. There's falsification of these ID cards. There's provisions for that in here. Adulteration of the medical cannabis, in other words, diluting it or in some way cutting it in a way that affects the dosage or the content. And also the information that's on this database is subject to confidentiality provisions. And those provisions, there is a provision in the bill that makes disclosure of that information to be a misdemeanor as well. The bill also allows some civil penalties and authorizes the Bureau to give some warnings for minor infractions. Another component of this bill that's not in the other bill is a research component. It directs the Bureau to establish and develop a research program to study the impact of medical cannabis on treatment and symptom management. It also allows the Bureau to register academic clinical research centers for research study. Part of the bill is effective from passage. In other words, we can start setting up this program. The criminal penalties are effective in 90 days. That's required under the law. We can't pass anything that creates a crime effective from passage. And it also fully operational, and I think both bills do this, by July 1, 2019. That's basically the structure of the bill. As you can see, there is a lot of meat on the bones. There are some policy issues that we have to address on these two bills. Just how aggressively we want to get into this area, how cautiously we want to be, and of course, the threshold decision is whether we even want to get into this area at all. But this bill will allow us to proceed cautiously with substantial legislative oversight, with an accountability system in place through the Bureau of Public Health. And as was mentioned earlier, it's a good framework upon which we can build. If there's some tinkering we need to do with it, certainly we can do that through the amendment stage. But I'd suggest to you that if we're going to take this step, this is a prudent and effective and logical step to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the members, as in accordance with the unanimous consent request of the gentleman from the 58th, I will now recognize the gentleman from the 37th, Alga Pushkin, to explain the second strike and insert amendment. Gentleman from the 37th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I'd like to thank the chairman for the open process that basically both sides, if you want to call it that, were able to meet last night and just work with our respective counsel on these two striking inserts. I also really want to thank the House staff that worked with us, and also especially Joe over here, who's our minority counsel, who has been working tirelessly on this all night. I don't know how much sleep Joe got, but he's been up working on this all night and all morning. I really want to thank him. But allowing us all to be in the room while we met on this, and basically really showing each other our cards while we were working on this really important, these important amendments to this bill that is a major policy shift for West Virginia. What we found is we had more things that we agreed on than we had differences. So many of the elements in the strike and insert that the chairman just explained, many of those safeguards are also in our strike and insert. And some of the differences that I'll go over is that instead of an advisory board, ours sets up a commission, closer to what the Senate bill that we received is. It sets up a commission. And I would say that I don't necessarily see the Senate bill as it should be characterized as rushing headfirst down the beach into the ocean. I believe it's a very slow process where basically what the Senate did is it set up the commission to enact the policy, and it would also be, they would be, if they come back, required to be approved through the legislative rulemaking process. I know that's what's in our amendment. In our strike and insert amendment, it sets up the commission, names who the members of the commission are. Ours also puts in place an executive director of the commission, so they're actually able to officiate these tasks. And it does require legislative rulemaking. So there is oversight also in the competing strike and insert that hopefully you'll have a chance to vote on here in a little bit. It does require the commission to establish the standards for the limits in the limited amount of edibles that our bill would allow for, and also the prohibitions on certain types of edibles. Many of the concerns that were brought to us on things that look like something else, things that could be possibly seen as attractive to youth, that's not in ours. That would make, just put that right there. We don't want that in ours. It's not going to be something that looks like something else. It would simply be an edible for people who didn't want to use any of the other forms that were available. Now, one of the big differences, and this is a major difference between the two, is that we would allow the commission to come up with the amount of licenses. And we have separate licenses in ours, which I believe adds a little bit more oversight. You have a license for a grower, you have a license for the processor, and you have a license for the dispensary. And ours would also allow permits for independent laboratories for testing, as well as really putting the, mainly establishing that with the state police laboratory to be doing most of the testing. But there would also be those permits there for the laboratories. But mainly, we separate the licenses for the growers from the licenses from the processors, from the licenses from the dispensaries. And the important difference is, well, we allowed the fees and the limits to be set by the commission based on a study on exactly how many people are going to be applying for the card, how many applicants we have applying for these different categories, and what they're actually going to need to run the program. And we honestly feel if you set it so high and limit it to 5 entities that can participate in, say, the growing, it's really going to limit it to the big guys. What we like to do is, I'm not going to say open it up, because that's not but put it this way. Currently, this industry already exists in West Virginia. We are the 7th largest producer of this plant in the country. You often hear we're last at this, last at that. Well, at this, we're number 7. We're right up around the top. And the state receives not a single dime from licensing, not a single dime from excise tax, not a single dime from sales tax. And what this would do, by not limiting it to 5 growers, is bring the people that we already have set up in this state out of the shadows, get them licensed, and get them paying taxes. And then we know who they are and where it's coming from, and also allows regulation. So we felt it was important for us here not to set a very low limit and a very high licensing fee, but to actually allow the people who are already doing it to do it legally. And I believe that's important. I think I touched on taxation. Another big difference between the chairman's amendment and the amendment that I hope we all be voting on very soon is that we also, one of the similarities we also provide for an excise tax that would go from when the grower sells the product to either the processor or the dispensary. And it's exactly the same as what the chairman just explained. It's an 8% excise tax. I believe 50% of that would be going into the governor's Fight Substance Abuse Fund. 40% would go to the Division of Justice and Community Services. And 10% for law enforcement training. So that's pretty much, I think, exactly similar to what the chairman said. However, past that, we do have a sales tax on ours, that the sale from the dispensary, it would just be the state sales tax. So one thing that this proposal does, that the chairman's proposal doesn't do, and the chairman of finance might be interested in this, it puts money in the general revenue. And I know it won't have an effect on this fiscal year, but possibly in the coming years, we won't have to continue to come down here and fight over what program we're going to take out of your district. We might not be coming down here fighting over whether or not we're going to have greyhound racing. We might not be coming down here fighting over whether we're going to save your state hospital or your state hospital. And I'm not saying this will be a cure-all, but ours does put money into general revenue. And I believe it is a tax that people will choose to pay. We did look at some of the amendments that were in the system prior to our meeting yesterday, and found ones that we liked and incorporated those into our strike and insert, namely from the Chairman of Health and Human Resources. Had some good amendments, and we incorporated those into ours. One was about allowing municipalities to enforce ordinances and prohibit dispensaries or limit the amount of dispensaries or growers or any of these entities that are named in here. And we feel it should be left up to the local municipalities whether or not they wanted this or wanted it in their towns. And we felt that was a good idea. We incorporated it into our version of this. We also added the chairman's language about the bona fide doctor-patient relationship to prevent what was described, I can't remember which debate it was, by the judiciary chair about his trip to Venice Beach, where there was people in and out of dispensaries. This would actually provide for a real ongoing doctor-patient relationship. We want to make sure these people are actually diagnosed and being treated for the list of conditions that are listed on this. And the condition that comes to mind when you talk about the conditions, the difference, because I mainly want to talk about the differences between our two strike and inserts, because there are more similarities than there are differences. But one difference is that we would also allow one of the conditions being treatment for opioid addiction. And we believe that's important. There are a lot of people who are going through medically assisted treatment in this state. We have a huge opioid problem. And it has been shown that people can wean themselves away from that in the substance, which is much safer than Suboxone and definitely much safer than methadone, and not physically addictive like those two substances are. So we added medically assisted treatment to our list of conditions. And another difference is that it would allow abilities for the physician to, since they have that patient, doctor-patient relationship, to address the commission, to go back to them if they felt that there was an individual whose condition might warrant this certification, that they could also go back to that and obtain that. But there are plenty of checks and balances there to make sure they're not just, that would prevent what was happening with the chairman shared with us that anecdote from Venice Beach. Well, I can't leave out this difference. I'm sure it's obviously ours also allows for different forms. It allows for limited edibles and a limited amount of smokable. And we believe that's important because if this is going to have any effect the industry that I mentioned before, a $500 million industry that I believe is only second only oil and gas in West Virginia right now operating illegally. If it's going to have any effect on that at all, I believe we would have to include smokables. And I would be available for any questions. If anyone has any concerns about that, I have real information on what it does and doesn't do. If anyone has any questions, I will be here for it. The other major difference is because it said, you know, obviously this isn't something that Medicaid would pay for, insurance wouldn't pay for it. So we have to look out, if this truly is about compassion and truly is about helping people who might suffer from one of these conditions, we have to allow them to, if they're unable to afford it, allow them a way to provide for themselves. So we added the language that the Senate sent over that would allow for 2 flowering plants and also for 2 non-flowering plants so they could be cycled out. So that would allow, because of the limits that we set were up to 4 ounces, that's about the equal amount if they were allowed to provide for themselves 2 flowering plants, 2 non-flowering plants, or what they got from the dispensary couldn't be more than 4 ounces at any time. So we felt that was about it, that would equal out. I would also be available to answer any questions if anyone has any concerns regarding that part of the bill. I would also just remind the body that this is a bipartisan amendment. This is the bipartisan amendment. And this is from a group of people who were supportive of the legislation and want to see it pass out of this building and on the governor's desk. We have an interest in this becoming a law so we can help our fellow West Virginians who could be suffering from one of these conditions, and also address, while we're at it, address some budget issues as well. So I believe I've explained it, and I don't know how this is going to work, Mr. Speaker, but could I request the right to, I guess, close before he closes?
Well, to the gentleman, the way we adopted the unanimous consent request would be that the amendment offered by the gentleman from the 27th and gentleman first would be the first one up, and you would certainly have the ability to speak to that amendment, but that would be the first amendment that would be taken up, and the adoption of that amendment would preclude the consideration of the amendment you are offering. You would certainly have the right to close on the amendment you are offering, and you would certainly have the opportunity to comment and ask questions regarding the gentleman's amendment, but the gentleman has presented his amendment, and he would be permitted to close on his amendment before your amendment will be considered.
We'll just ask that could be recognized before the gentleman closes, that's all. Thank you.
Sir. It would be my intent to recognize anyone who wanted to speak on it before he would have that opportunity. The question now before the House is the adoption of the amendment offered by the gentleman from the 27th, Doggett Schott, and the gentleman from the 1st, Doggett Satezelo. Is there discussion as to the adoption of that amendment? The gentleman from the 36th, Doggett Road.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I have to also agree that the folks in this room have been very accommodating to me and to others who would like to see a fair medical approach to a new solution for our folks who suffer with cancer and pain and other conditions. It took me a while to figure out the fee process. I think that the difference between the two proposals, and I'll refer to one as the Pushkin Amendment and the other as the Schott Amendment, is that one is pretty clear that it maintains the opioid monopoly that has cannibalized our state. And you say, how is that? Well, the regulation in the Schott Amendment provides for a $100,000 fee for, I want to say growers, if I get that right. The dispensaries pay $25,000. There are 10 fewer dispensaries allowed in the state than there are counties. We have 55 counties. We'll have 40, under the shot amendment, we'd have 45 dispensaries. And you might say, well, gosh, Roe, you're going to get one in Kanawha County, surely. Well, I would think so, but one to accommodate all of the patients in Kanawha County may not be adequate. So we certainly are restricting access to this necessary medication. The thing that's really shocking about the proposal that we have for, I would just call it, it's really for big boys. I mean, it requires very clearly that you have to have manufactured marijuana. You can't, under the proposal with the high fees, you can't smoke it, you can't grow it, you can't eat it, and you sort of sit back and you go, now wait, what's allowed? Pills. Ladies and gentlemen, this alternative gives us another pill to take. I don't know if you've noticed on TV, we have opioid advertisements, and now we have an advertisement for a constipation pill to take care of the opioid problem. So we've got a pill to take care of a pill. It's amazing. And next you'll see advertisements for a diarrhea pill to help with the constipation and back and forth. There are people who take over 20 medications. And you say, well, people take medications, that's what you want. We got in finance, we were given a public employees, PEIA, statement about what they pay. And I'm kind of amazed, between November of 2015 and January 2017, we paid $191 million to the opioid and pharmaceutical manufacturers. It's called pharmacy. If you take it down to 12 months instead of 15, it ends up being about $140 million a year that we pay to the opioid industry. The pharmaceutical industry. Let me correct that, because there's more than just opioids in the pharmacy bills that we pay. If PEIA, we've been told that it's about 1/7 of all of the people in West Virginia. That makes it a $1 billion business in West Virginia. Oh, wait, maybe I should back up a little bit. PEIA pays a very low amount for their pharmacy bills. They actually were billed in that time period, that 15 months period, they were billed $512 million.
John?
Yes, sir.
Point of order. Gentleman for the first, Mr. Davis' point.
These amendments in front of us. We're not talking about PEIA or how much money pharma gets or any of that kind of thing. I think the gentleman should keep his remarks to the amendments at hand.
So, gentlemen, I would ask you to distinguish between whether you support or oppose the gentleman's amendment and the reason why you would do so. And I'm trying to give some leeway because I recognize that in order to do so, you may need to distinguish it from the other amendment. But I would ask you to stick to what would in fact distinguish one amendment, this amendment from the original bill or from the gentleman from the 37th amendment.
With all due respect, I think this is exactly the point. We're right on the point. That the one proposal is to force us to have manufactured pills, lotions, patches, and that's the only way you can get medical marijuana. You can't smoke it, can't eat it. And the whole point is that why do we turn this over to the pharmaceutical manufacturers? Why do we create yet another bonanza for the people who can pay a $100,000 fee under the one proposal, and pay a $25,000 fee every year to maintain a dispensary, for which there are going to be only 45 around the state? Why are we cutting off access to this necessary drug that helps so many people with epilepsy, cancer? The list is in the bill about what the allowed diseases are, and you really ought to take a moment to look at some of those. They're horrible diseases. Huntington's disease, epilepsy. There are so many diseases that are listed that we want to require the medicine to be used for. These are the people who are crying out for us to act. That's the reason this is on an expedited basis. This is, as far as I know, a historic and uncharted water for us procedurally to consider any bill. So I would just emphasize that there are very few taxes, which is consistent with the way we treat the opioid monopoly. We don't tax their medications. We say, oh, that would be a tax on the people who are getting it. How much is the card that you have to get? What does it cost? $50 a year just to have an identification card. $50 a year. We registered vehicles for what, $30 a year? You have to ask yourself, why is this one alternative so restrictive? Why does it look like Big Pharma is getting all the money? Why are they not paying taxes? Why is this system so restrictive? Why do we have 5 growers? And I thought, as I was looking through this bill, that it even provided that we couldn't use seeds grown in West Virginia. Now, that may or may not be right. But I see nothing to benefit West Virginia businesses. I see nothing to benefit our general revenue fund. That there's really not going to be anything. And also, why not have some taxes that would help with rehabilitation of people who've become addicted? Almost all of them have been addicted by Big Pharma and opioid manufactured products. Why are we requiring marijuana to be a manufactured lotion, a patch, a pill? Why are we doing that? And in closing, I just would encourage the members to look at this vote for what it is. We can either continue the monopoly for intoxicants that we have maintained for big liquor, big beer, big wine producers, and the opioid manufacturers. They have cannibalized our communities. They've cannibalized our families. Why are we going to go down a road that delivers medical marijuana to those folks? It's time to cut it off, to stop it, to go with a normal product. You know, somebody said to me in the hall, God created marijuana. That kind of threw me. But it's a natural product. We want to turn it into something manufactured with a patch and a pill, a lotion. Ask yourself why. Why is that a good alternative? I think as presented by the delegate from Kanawha, the other alternative cuts through all that. And that's the bill that we got from the Senate, and that's what we ought to be passing. So I would urge the members, when they think about it, that I'm not sure how the vote will be taken, but I think it's going to be very important. Are you voting for the opioid, Big Pharma, manufactured product, or are you voting for a natural product that we need to regulate? We will regulate. We'll have a commission to regulate and take care of it. And the most important thing to remember is that the Senate bill, the bill that's presented with the high fees, and the bill that's the alternative, all provide for time for this to come. This is going to come back to us in a year. And if there are problems, we can fix it then. You know, and you might say, well, don't we want to have as perfect a bill as we can? Well, yes, that's good. We want to pass good legislation. But remember, perfection in this case is not necessary because we're coming back in a year and we'll be able to consider what the commission does and how it's handled and what plants are allowed to be grown and how they can be grown and the restrictions that are appropriate. But if we select the one plan that has the big fees, that limits to 4 or 5 companies that can do either the dispensing or the growing or production, then we've made a serious mistake. I encourage the members to vote in favor of the Pushkin Amendment.
John from 39th, Doug Walters.
Well, the gentleman from the 35th yield, or
36.
please, gentleman row.
Gentleman yields.
My good friend from Kanawha.
Yes.
Are you familiar that Maryland has a grower's license fee of $125,000?
Now, one of the things I'm not aware of, sir, is what other states have done in order to try to make this product accessible. I was told by the chairman of Judiciary, who's worked really hard on this, that apparently Pennsylvania has the Big Pharma, very restrictive program that's been proposed in this bill. But I do not know what other states have done.
Are you familiar that Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York all do not allow smoking?
No, I'm not aware of that. I just know that whenever you require products to be manufactured, patch, pill, that what we end up with is big pharma and manufactured and lots of money going to people out of West Virginia instead of people in West Virginia.
Are you familiar that Maryland, who just passed a bill, which ours was, the Senate model was modeled after, has a $165,000 annual fee if you're a processor and a grower?
Well, I don't know what their system is. If they're funding big pharma and opioid manufacturers' approach to medical marijuana, I think they're wrong.
Yeah,
but I don't know what they're doing.
Would you consider Pennsylvania wrong too?
I would consider Pennsylvania definitely wrong if they're charging these huge fees to make sure that only 4 or 5 companies can manufacture a product, that the product has to be manufactured, it can't be smoked, it can't be eaten, it has to be a patch, a pill, or a lotion.
Their fee is $200,000. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman from the 3rd, Doug Fluharty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The distinguished chair of Judiciary yield.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. First off, I want to thank you for the transparent process that has gone about on this very, very important bill. I'm going to address a couple things that were stated. You mentioned the commission that is in, I guess we'll call it the Pushkin Amendment. You're aware of who comprises that commission?
Yes.
And that's, correct me if I'm wrong, a rep of DHHR, superintendent of West Virginia State Police, 2 physicians, one from the State Medical Association, one that's appointed by the governor, a pharmacist, follow me? A pharmacist from the Board of Pharmacy, and a pharmacologist, and a list of others like a drug counselor, attorney, an attorney from the prosecutor's office, and another government appointment, right? That's essentially the commission?
I'm assuming you're reading it correctly, yes.
Okay, and this commission would then, they're independent, right?
No.
Well, they're independent.
Well, I mean, they're independent in the sense they're not accountable to us other than through rules.
Okay, and they're not paid, right?
Right.
I assume, since we've done this on short notice, that these individuals were not present when you drafted your amendment over the weekend?
I don't know who those individuals would be.
Did you have any physicians with you over the weekend?
No. I don't think either group had any physicians with
Did you have a superintendent of the West Virginia State Police with you over the weekend?
Nope.
Your amendment calls for, I want to get to the grower part. So you're allowing 5 growers?
Yes, up to 5.
Up to 5 growers. And 15 dispensaries?
Up to 15.
What was the reasoning behind 15 dispensaries?
Well, we looked elsewhere. For instance, we looked in Minnesota, which was one of the states we looked at. They have 2 manufacturers that each operate 4 dispensaries for a total of 8. So we've got almost twice as many as Minnesota. Nevada, which has 2.84 million people, has 11 dispensaries. New Jersey has 6. New Jersey has 8.94 million people. Vermont, with about 700,000, have 4. Rhode Island has 3. They're about 1.06 million people. Connecticut, which is 3.6 million, has 6 dispensaries and 4 growers. So we felt like we were in line with all those areas and had more than enough flexibility. If those areas have all been experienced in this area, in this legislation, and that's what they've come up with, we thought that was a good guideline and still gave a little bit of a cushion.
I appreciate that. Now, does the West Virginia Legislature, does our government cap the number of pharmacies allowed in the state of West Virginia?
Not to my knowledge.
So pharmacies can pop up and disseminate opioids in whatever the market desires, correct?
Pharmacies have no restriction as to numbers that I'm aware of.
The government does not restrict the number of pharmacies in our state.
That's correct.
And you mentioned states that you've looked at. Now, your amendment does not allow for smoking, correct?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Your amendment does not allow for smoking.
For smoking, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you said that you modeled it off of, I believe, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, New York, and Ohio. Is that safe to say?
That's what, yes.
Are they only 4 of 28 states that do not allow smoking?
Those are the 4 most recent states that have been down this road, yes.
Did you research the 28 states?
I saw a lot of things that scared the dickens out of me, if
Okay.
that's what you mean, yeah.
Well, you arrived at 4. And would you agree with me that only 4 of 28 states now currently do not allow smoking?
Those are the 4 most recent states that have approached this issue, yes.
Did you only look at those 4 states?
No, didn't only look at those states.
Okay.
I looked at Oregon. We looked at Colorado, of course. Colorado has, I mean, they're the sort of the real story there. They have over 512 dispensaries and 946 product manufacturers. So it's exploded in Colorado. It's taken over the state.
But back to my original question, there's only 4 states that do not allow smoking.
Yes.
Thank you. To speak to amendments?
John may proceed.
We have a real opportunity here. A real opportunity. And we don't want to fail. We don't want to miss out on this opportunity. And I believe the First Amendment by the distinguished chair of judiciary would miss out on opportunity. I believe this bill would die. It would not make it through the Senate. And for various reasons, but it doesn't allow smoking, doesn't allow edibles. Only allows for a very narrowly tailored beneficiary of Big Pharma going forward. That's what it does. He mentioned that this was not a way of kind of dipping our toe into the ocean. I disagree. This is walking back across the street to the Motel 6 and not even getting down to the beach if we adopt that amendment. And while everybody else sits in the sun and bakes and does right by their citizens and allows them to get the proper treatment, albeit from smoking or edibles, we're going to be hanging out in the Motel 6, or we're not going to be down there. So I would urge a strong rejection of the government intervening to the point on this issue that we're going to limit to 5 growers with a permit fee of $100,000. Who does that invite? Does that invite West Virginians to partake in the process, or big companies from outside of West Virginia to partake in our process? I think it's the latter. Only 15 dispensaries. As you heard, we don't cap pharmacies. The real problem in this state, too many pills are being dispensed. Opioids. Over 800 people died just last year. The black market will not stop. If we have a piece of legislation that does not allow smoking, guess what? Smoking will still exist. It will exist on the black market. This will not curb it. So we must be cognizant of that fact. The Pushkin Amendment gets rid of the black market. It will decrease opioid overdoses, which we know veterans in our state suffer from opioid overdoses at nearly twice the national average. So let's not miss this opportunity. Let's not play games with it. Let's move forward in the right way. Let's not allow big government to ruin this opportunity. And the First Amendment does just that. Thank you.
John from 48, Doug at Miley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a few questions for the Judiciary Chairman, if he would be kind enough to yield.
Gentleman yields.
Certainly.
I was trying to take some notes when you were speaking, and I for the up to 5 growers, $10,000 application fee, $100,000 permit fee, and I thought you mentioned an annual renewal fee.
Yes.
How much is that?
$10,000.
Okay. And how much is the annual renewal fee for the dispensaries?
$5,000.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, for each grower up to 5, $10,000 application fee, $100,000 permit fee, $10,000 annual renewal fee. Those are the same for the up to 5 processors, and for the up to 15 dispensaries, $5,000 application fee, $25,000 permit fee, and $5,000 annual fee. Now, with regard to these growers, are these growers that have to grow the product indoors?
Yes.
Okay, so are we talking about a likely investment into those types of facilities?
Oh, I'm sure there would be. I don't think those grow on trees.
Do you have any research to indicate the cost of that type of investment?
No, sir, I don't.
What about the processing facilities? Do you have any information about the cost of those processing
I do not.
facilities? Okay. Do you know how big the market is expected to be for medical marijuana products?
You know, what we did was we looked at some other areas and extrapolated, but no, I could not predict with any precision what the market's going to be.
Because I guess my concern is, and I'm asking if you share the same concern, is I guess depending on the size of the market, if we believe as a matter of policy that this product can provide some beneficial use to people, are we making a barrier to entry so high based upon the potential market for a company coming in to do these things that while we might have the regulatory framework, we won't have anyone coming here to produce these products? Do you share that concern?
No, I really don't. Based on some of the statements of the gentleman from the 37, it sounds like it's a pretty big market here already. And I don't think that these fees, which are a fraction of what other states are charging, would deter anyone if that market is as big as it's reported to be.
Well, I mean, our market's going to be limited by the size of our population, correct?
Certainly.
And the market I thought that he was referring to was, now are you talking about Delegate Rowe or Delegate Pushkin?
The gentleman from the 37th.
Delegate Pushkin.
Pushkin.
The market I thought he was talking about was the market of people smoking marijuana illegally, all of whom may not be, who may not qualify to get medical marijuana
That's
products.
true. That is true, yes. Hopefully they won't all qualify.
Okay, so I guess my concern is that while we may have a regulatory framework, the barrier to entry is so high. What did you base the $100,000 permit fee on other than the costs for those same fees in other states that have higher population?
Yes, that was the data that we looked at, what other states were charging, and we basically picked a number that was less than nearly all the other states that were either comparable to or close in population.
Now, I know the gentleman from Kanawha a few minutes ago was asking some questions about if delegate from the 36th looked at other states. How many growers are allowed in Pennsylvania?
Give me just a sec.
Sure.
This is the House of Delegates debating amendments to Senate Bill 386, creating the West Virginia Medical Cannabis Act. I will warn our viewers on television and online that we will have to leave this debate at 5:30 for other production responsibilities that we have here. The debate, if it's still going on, will be available after 5:30 on the legislature's website.
Or 25 growers, 25 processors, 50 dispensaries.
Okay. So they have 5 times or allow up to 5 times the amount of growers and processors that we are allowing under your amendment. What's the population of Pennsylvania?
I can't tell you exactly because I don't have that information in front of me, but I'd say it's probably 4 or 5 times, at least 4 or 5 times our population.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the population is either, but I would say it's, well, quite a bit more than that. If we have 1.8 million people, they probably have 15 to 20 times the population of that, I would say, across the entire state.
I can't give you an exact number on that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from the 20th, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise in opposition of the chairman's amendment, and it's due to numerous things I've heard in what was proposed, and I think we have to take a very cautious approach to what was done in the chairman's amendment. And the reason for that is we have a lot of rules and regulations to micromanage this bill. And I'm afraid those restrictions are going to allow Big Pharma more control over the state of West Virginia. I'm afraid that if we put party before policy, we're going to have some serious issues in this state. And I'm asking everyone in here, vote policy before your party. Vote people before your party. Vote West Virginia before your party. This is a new day in our state, and if we bogged this process down with numerous regulations to micromanage this, basically in an attempt to kill the bill, let's tell it like it is. I'll be the guy that stands up and says it, because that's what it is. If it wasn't, the bill would have got on the agenda and ran, and we wouldn't have had to discharge it. And that's exactly what this is. This amendment is an attempt to kill this bill, period. So if you want to go down in history as the legislature that had a chance to help veterans, to help children, to help West Virginians, vote for the chairman's amendment. If he wanted this bill, as he said he did, to help people in West Virginia, he would have put the bill on the agenda. But he didn't. And ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot of respect for this body as a whole. And we all represent a lot of people in our districts. And we can't let 3 or 4 people control this process. The majority rules. Vote down the amendment, vote down Big Pharma, and vote for the people of West Virginia. The amendment has more regulations than oxycodone and morphine. That is scary. And it's sad that we're going to allow Big Pharma another chance to come into our state. Vote for the free market, ladies and gentlemen. Vote down the chairman's amendment and vote for this bill, either under the Pushkin amendment or the bill as written. Don't vote for Big Pharma. I encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, put policy before your party and be bold in this vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from the 39th.
Would the gentleman from Mingo yield?
Jim yields.
Are we sure that the commission wouldn't put the same rules in place?
I mean, we can talk in hypotheticals all day. I mean, we don't know.
I mean,
but I'm pretty sure
there's a chance that they would support Big Pharma and put the same thing in place.
I think the chance is much
Isn't that what
slim.
the argument is?
Well, if you'd let me answer, I think the argument's much slimmer if you allow. I mean, the argument's greater if you allow only 5 growers and 15 dispensaries at $100,000. You want big money coming back in West Virginia and Big Pharma? Vote for the chairman's amendment.
That $100,000 fee, as we've heard, is lower than most states. Haven't you heard that?
Oh, I heard that. I mean, we can sit here and try to capitalize on one question back and forth, but the truth is the truth. And Mr. Walker, or gentleman from the 39th, I encourage you to allow everyone to speak their opinion on this bill, because it's very important, and it's clear if the bill was going to run, it would have been on the agenda.
I was only asking you questions regarding what the commission might be able to do that could even be worse than this.
The gentleman from the first, Douglas Tesla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had an interesting conversation over the summer in Richland, Washington, with a delegate from Colorado, lady, very quiet, soft-spoken lady, and I told her that we were running into the same issues that Colorado did, and she quietly, and I mean very quietly, looked at me and said, you know, if I were you, I wouldn't legalize marijuana. And didn't say another word about it. So that brings us to this point. I think the letters, the phone calls, the other things, the other communications that I've gotten indicate that, yeah, I think there is some reason why we're considering this bill today and looking at the best way to deal with this issue. To that end, I put a report from the New England Journal of Medicine in 2014. And they basically went through the adverse effects, that's what the title was, but they actually went through the positive clinical look at it, the items that might actually be positive things that this material could do for you. I thought that was pretty far-thinking and pretty evenly balanced. But what they said that really scared me deeply, and scared me to the point that I worry about this. Young people, 14 years of age probably, or thereabouts, 14 to 16, that type of, and earlier even, who take this, I will almost call it a medicine, but this material, are probably going to have a lower IQ. And it's not going to be for their formative years, it's going to be forever. I don't say this to try to block the bill. After all, there's "Since My Name" up on the top of the sign here. What I do say is caution is indicated here. Do we want to make it easier for young adolescents to take the material, and then we have another thing that we have to treat for a long, long, long time? So I think we have time, but I think when you start to address this, caution is what we ought to be doing. Caution is the indicated process. I thank the gentleman from the 39th for his remarks concerning other costs in other states. That's been very enlightening to me, and it actually gives me some comfort that maybe we're doing some reasonable things here. The chairman rightfully says dosage is something that we don't really know much about. Doesn't it make sense to understand what the doses are when you're dispensing the material? That's one of the reasons why this bill has it in these types of doses, or these types of prescribed methods of dispensing the material. So to me, it just makes sense. You try to limit the amount of adverse effects that already are documented. You try to limit those with adolescents. You try to make sure you do as even and as good a job as you can to do this in a proper context and to do it to the benefit of everybody. I have a daughter who's a doctor. She's at the Hershey Medical Center. She is telling me she has no prescriptive authority. But there are people there who have prescriptive authority and do prescribe this medication. So I'm fully on board and understand that there's something there that we probably have to take a look at and see if we can come to a reasonable conclusion. I submit to you that 946 dispensaries is probably a little bit too many. Is 15 the right number? I don't know, and I don't know about the 946 either, but I think about the lady from Colorado when I review the results of that experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rather unusual time in the body's existence, actually. This is something that is pretty much unheard of, to not go through the committee process and that type of thing. Therefore, I submit to you all, I would take a cautious approach. I think Chairman Schott, who I had a lot of respect of before, and now I realize he may be a bit more than what I thought he was, when I thought he was really good. He's done a rational, reasonable job trying to help get this to a point where everybody can agree to it, and I think we all deserve to give him some time, and I speak absolutely in favor of this amendment of Chairman Schott's, and thank you very much for your time.
Lady from 35th, Doggett Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank the Chairman of Judiciary for his amendment and all of the work that he has put into it and all of the effort he has made to explain the amendment. However, I am going to oppose the amendment and support the amendment from my delegate from Kanawha County and my amendment also. And the reason is very simple. It boils down to the fact of why I supported this legislation in the first place. And it's sort of ironic that I'm speaking on this issue because I'm not sure that I've ever even seen marijuana, but I have seen a lot of sick people and of all sorts of illnesses. And the reason that the Pushkin et al. Amendment is better is because West Virginia has an aging population. We have a poor population, and it's more often than not the aging poor people who have problems and need to have some relief. And even if you have money and insurance, Medicare, Medicaid, and health insurance is not going to pay for this. And under the Pushkin Amendment, people can grow 2 flowering plants and 2 immature plants. And that means that people who need this relief can do it themselves. And that is the reason that I am asking all of you to support the Pushkin Amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from 30th, Delegate Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Chairman yield.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, I share your concern too about growers and manufacturers and dispensers and access and what's too much, and so I have many of the same concerns I think several people have. But the thing I'm most concerned with, which is what the lady spoke about, is access to patients to something that helps them. So I'm interested in I think both amendments have a card or an ID requirement that if you have one of these conditions, you get a card to say that you can purchase this product. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does your amendment allow me to take that and go someplace other than here in West Virginia to get that product?
It does not.
So until these growers and manufacturers and dispensers and all these other kinds of things are in place, then even though I may have one of these conditions that would qualify and I could have a card to say I could get this, I would not be able to travel across the border to one of these other states that
neither bill goes into effect until July 1, 2019, so it doesn't matter.
Until 19, none of this comes into play?
Under either bill.
Okay, and so, but the gentleman is no longer in the chamber, but does the gentleman's amendment, or perhaps the lady from the 35th could answer my question, does your amendment, would you yield?
Gentleman, lady yield.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll yield.
Thank you. Does your amendment allow for that to happen, where it was somebody with a card that is qualified to? Can that person go to another state where this is legal and purchase product?
Under the Pushkin Amendment, a qualifying patient can grow up to 2 plants that flower and 2 other immature plants.
So if I didn't have a green thumb, so I probably wouldn't. It wouldn't be. Growing isn't my concern. It's access to the product. So are you aware that could I take my card and perhaps if the gentleman could yield instead?
Maybe you better ask the gentleman from the 37th.
Gentleman, yield.
Thank you.
How that he's back.
My question to the chair, let me just back up a little bit. My question to the gentleman earlier was about access to this to medicinal cannabis, and you would get a card if you had one of these conditions. And I think there's some difference between the 2 amendments in terms of the conditions that would qualify. But if I qualified, or I had a family member that qualified to get access to medical cannabis, under the chairman's amendment, could I take that card across state lines, purchase, if the state were allowed for reciprocity, could I purchase that product, then bring it back, and then use that medicine?
Under the chair, are you saying, does the chairman's amendment allow for the state to enter into compacts accepting reciprocity in other states? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
You said card. You mean card? Sorry. No, as what I'm aware of, no, the chairman's amendment does not.
Does your
Our
amendment?
amendment does, and if you let me explain the reason, one of the main reasons we did that, it's going to take a while for this to come online. We're going to be cautious about it. It's heavily regulated. It's going to take a while, but there are people who are sick and suffering in the northern part of the state who might live close to Ohio, or in the western part of the state who could live close to Ohio, and this would allow them to, it would allow the commission to promulgate rules to enter into reciprocity agreements with other states, neighboring states.
So,
yes.
If with your amendment, when would that be available? When, if I had a family member right now, there was someone that was in need of this, when does that become?
July 1st, 2018.
So July 1st, 2018, that process will be in place. Now with the chairman's amendment, when that wouldn't be available, but when does his amendment allow for this?
His amendment does not allow for reciprocity.
Okay. But the card, the system of production and manufacturing, dispensing would all have to be in place. When would, under that system, when would I be able to get access to medicinal cannabis?
I believe that nothing goes into effect till July 1st, 2019.
So 2019, 2018,
Yeah.
if I go across state lines to get it.
Allowing in that year people
If I have
who
a qualifying
qualify
condition.
under those conditions, have a bona fide relationship with a doctor, and are allowed by the commission to get that card. Yes, they can, and if the commission decides to enter into this compact with Ohio, say yes, they would be able to go to.
So no earlier than that, but as early as that.
Yes, 2018.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from 51st, Doggett Fridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I plan on voting for the Chairman Schott's compassionate amendment, and I definitely had no plans to speak for it or against the other delegate's amendment. However, the delegate from the 36th repeatedly stated something that is could be deceiving to people that don't have the bill in front of them. He repeatedly stated that the only form that the chairman's amendment would allow this medical marijuana to be in was a pill form, topical forms, including gels, creams, or ointments, or dermal patches. And the bill clearly allows for oils, tinctures, and liquids. And in addition, the bill allows for you to put those products into your own edibles. Now that's what the bill says, and I want to make sure that that's clear, and people that don't have this amendment in front of them know that. In addition, Allegheny County in Pennsylvania is probably as large or larger than the state of West Virginia. That's just one county to give you a perspective on the size of Pennsylvania versus the size of West Virginia and how many growers and dispensaries and producers this amendment would allow. So the license fees, perhaps they seem large, but West Virginia needs to be able to limit and regulate the growers, the producers, and the dispensing of this medicine because the federal government is not regulating it. I suspect that's why West Virginia doesn't regulate pharmacies to the same extent, because they're dispensing medication that is regulated by the federal government. The dosage is uniform and safe, and I think that the chairman's amendment tries to achieve that, tries to address dosage and a uniform and safe product for those who we'd like to show compassion for. I'm a little concerned about allowing everyone to have their own plant. I don't know what the strength or the strain of that product would be, and I don't see many children smoking this at any rate. Again, the chairman's amendment allows for pills, oils, the topical forms, tinctures, liquids, dermal patches. There's vaporization, nebulization is in the chairman's amendment. I think this is a compassionate and reasonable way to proceed, and I will support the chairman's amendment. Thank you.
John for the 15th, Doggett Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kind of looking at these amendments, and we haven't had a whole lot of time to, but in looking at the two amendments, I'm going to support the chairman and the gentleman from the First Amendment, and particularly for some reasons that I see problems in the Pushkin et al. Amendment. One, in the definition of qualifying patient, it goes on to say that a qualifying patient can be under the age of 18, but they must have a caregiver. Well, in that must have a caregiver language, that just says that they must have one. If you look down in the processors and the growers, and also in the growing section where it authorizes them to grow 2 plants, it does not state that the 2 plants must be grown by the caregiver. So potentially a 12, 13, 14-year-old could grow plants in their home. But on top of that, also under the processor, I believe it's the processor section, they allow for the purchasing of this from the processor. Well, it does not classify that purchase has to go through the caregiver. So that could also be a 13, 14-year-old purchasing from the processor. And also in section 16, or chapter 16, article 8A, section 6, line 191, I believe it says that a certifying physician may receive compensation from a medical cannabis grower, processor, or dispensary. I just don't understand why a certifying physician, someone that is going to be, for lack of a better word, prescribing, which I know it's not a prescription, it's a certification, this drug can also receive compensation from those who are growing it. It seems like that could create some incentive to prescribe something or certify somebody since they were receiving from the grower or the processor or the dispensary, since they could receive compensation from them. And then also in chapter 16, 8A, section 16, the basically the federal government, what we're doing is contrary to federal law. Plain and simple, it's contrary to federal law because it's a Schedule I substance. And in that section, it says that any lawsuit or cost at someone, so say there was a lawsuit for somebody in the state would have to pay for counsel to defend that lawsuit if the federal government sued the state for us doing something that is contrary to federal government. And I don't think that is right for us to ask, no matter how many people disagree or agree with it, asking the taxpayers to pay for a counsel and a lawsuit for a issue that they may not agree with. So I would ask the members to accept the Schott amendment because it is the better option. Thank you.
John for the 63rd, Doug Folk.
Chair yield.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes.
I've got a few questions throughout the bill. Starting on page 3, the definition of grower. Under that definition, is one grower allowed to have multiple locations? In other words, multiple greenhouses in, say, different parts of the state?
I'm sorry, I could not understand your question.
Is a grower, by the definition here, allowed to have multiple locations where they might have separate greenhouses to grow the cannabis?
Yeah, I think the language anticipates different facilities, but not different locations. You can have one facility in one location, but you can't split it up.
So the most we could have would be 5 greenhouses in 5 separate locations around the state.
Right, until that was changed, yes.
Okay, thanks. Got some more questions here just to get me to the pages. On page 32, under the 16A-7-6, the county prohibition, where a county may pass an ordinance to prevent a grower in their county, I believe, or no,
Yes.
excuse me,
Yes, it's local option.
a dispensary. It says the county may pass an ordinance or general law. I can understand the ordinance part, but I didn't know counties were into passing general laws. I thought that was the legislature's responsibility.
Well, whatever's within the county's authority, whether they call it a law or an ordinance, that's what they could do. They certainly can't extend beyond their authority.
Is that provision in any other local referendum or ordinance in our state code?
I have no idea.
Whose idea was it to put that in there?
Beg your pardon?
Whose idea was it to put that in there?
As I told the body at least once, if not twice, we modeled this bill after the Pennsylvania law, and that language was in the Pennsylvania law. So apparently maybe their counties they call their ordinances laws, I don't know. But whatever the jurisdiction of the county, they would have the authority to enact protection of their county if they wish to do so.
Now, Pennsylvania is set up much different. They have townships and boroughs. How does that differ? In other words, the fact that the general law provision is in that county option compared to what Pennsylvania has?
I'm not familiar with Pennsylvania borough law.
Okay, thank you. Speak to the bill.
John, may I proceed?
You know, just economically, I look at all the barriers that are in this bill, the $100,000, the annual fees, the fact that, as the chairman freely admits, we were going to have 5 greenhouses, that's all, in the whole state. And they're not cheap to build, and they're to produce what they might need to produce if the market's really there. It's going to be a huge investment. That's the first thing. And I have a really big problem with this provision on the local prohibition. I don't think I've ever seen that in state code on a local ordinance to also say or by general law. Because general laws are supposed to be made here right at the legislature. Plus, I believe in having uniform state laws so we don't have every county going willy-nilly on whatever they want to do. I believe this amendment is littered with poison pills to cumulatively make this bill untenable to where it can't, if it passes and the governor even signs it. First of all, I think that provision right there might make him not sign it. Somebody once told me if I made the motion on the floor through a messenger, I was told that they would do everything in their power to kill this bill. This amendment is for that purpose. This amendment is meant to kill this bill. I said before, be honest with yourselves. I'm being honest. I've always said that I would say whatever I say in caucus, I'll say on the floor here. This amendment is meant and is littered with little poison pills. Whether it's economic poison pills to make it so cost prohibitive that anybody could ever enter the market, or whether it's through regulatory schemes to prevent people from getting something that could help one of their family members, like my sister or my mother, because it says if you want to make the edibles, you got to bake them yourself. My mom can't even walk right now. If you vote for this amendment, you know that you're voting against people using medical cannabis in the state. If you vote for this amendment, you're voting against the man that sat up there last year and gave him the most passionate speech I've ever seen on this floor. I want the yays and nays, and I say vote it down.
John, from the 28th, I got to kneel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to request the gentleman from the 37th and the gentleman from the 27th to yield to a question, but the gentleman from the 37th first, if he would.
John Mill.
Yes, certainly.
Just wanted to clarify, in the amendment that you brought forward, and by the way, I would like to say to both gentlemen, I really appreciate your efforts, sincere efforts, to try to improve a bill. I don't question the ability of either gentleman in terms of their motives. I think both gentlemen were trying to improve a bill that had some serious problems with it. Question for the gentleman from the 37th. To be clear, your bill allows people to grow their own marijuana for medical use, is that correct?
It would allow someone who qualified under one of these conditions that are listed almost word for word in both bills, except ours also allows medically assisted treatment to help people get off opioids. It would allow for someone who is certified under those conditions, yes, and over the age of 21, to grow 2 flowering plants or have 2 immature plants.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, if you would yield to a question.
Gentleman yield.
Same question.
Yes.
Does your bill allow for a person to grow their own marijuana for medical use?
No, it does not.
Does not. Is it your understanding that the underlying bill, the Senate bill, does allow for people to grow their own
Yes.
product? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Speak to the amendment.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that everyone in this body has concerns about wanting to do something that is compassionate for people that need this. And I appreciate the efforts that both these gentlemen have made to try to bring forward an amendment that would go to that end. One of the concerns I have, and it's kind of touches on a couple of the criticisms that have been levied against the chairman's amendment. Some of the criticisms levied have been that it just costs too much money to get involved in this business, if you will. And why must it cost so much money to get involved in this business? And I would submit to you that we probably need business people, investors, others, people who care about this that have some resources at their disposal for safety purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few weeks ago in the state of California, there was a man who was being treated for a form of cancer, was receiving stem cell therapy as well as chemotherapy. And this individual was using marijuana to treat his symptoms of nausea. And this is reported by CBS News in Sacramento and was commented on by Dr. Toscano at the University of California, Davis. But unfortunately, what happened is this individual, at a time when his immune system was seriously compromised and in a very delicate state, got a hold of some marijuana as part of his treatment that was contaminated. The marijuana, it turns out later after it was analyzed, had a fungal infection, and he died as a result of smoking marijuana. A guy who was really on a treatment for a cancer that was something that he should have recovered from. And unfortunately, the marijuana was contaminated with fungus, and the individual died. I would submit to you in our state that we need to be very careful about letting the most vulnerable people among us access this product for medicinal purposes without any kind of regulatory oversight, without any kind of testing. If we go down the road of being a state, a grow your own weed state that allows for people to, just put it in their yard and harvest it and use it as they see fit once they're certified, while, I guess I kind of understand the idea behind somebody wanting to do that for cost purposes. My concern is that we're putting people who are in very seriously compromised medical positions in a situation where they could be fatally harmed by ingesting this substance without having the ability to have it tested, regulated, looked over, purified in any way. And regarding that situation in California, as it was examined by a laboratory in Berkeley, Dr. Donald Land made the comment that in the medical world, we should have the credo of first, do no harm. We sometimes see 20 or 30% of our samples coming through the lab significantly contaminated with molds. After this death happened, they went out and gathered samples of other medical marijuana from across California, started examining them, and they found numerous samples that had been contaminated with many bacteria and fungi, some of which were compatible with, and they list a number of diseases that I can't even pronounce half of them: Klebsiella E. coli, Pseudomonas, Acinetobacter, a number of serious infections. Ladies and gentlemen, for that reason alone, I would submit to you that we need to have the ability to monitor the growth of this product. We need to have it to be tested. We need to have companies that, or businesses that have enough resources to be able to guarantee that the product that they're providing to the people that need this is safe and does no harm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John for the 55th, Douglas Panago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Briefly, I urge you to reject this amendment. Looking back over the roll call, the 54 to 40 vote, everybody that's speaking in favor of this amendment primarily is the leadership team that wants this bill to die. It's poison pills throughout the whole thing. My good friend was just speaking on briefly about mold, different items, and how we need to regulate it. Well, that didn't stop this body last year for all milk, doing your own. But now we're talking about here with marijuana, growing in your backyard, or doing whatever you want with that. Oh, we got to send it to a clinic. Come from a cow, we don't have to check it. If it grows in the garden, hell, we got to check that. I mean, seriously, I mean, we're sitting here, the biggest problems with the chairman's amendment, in my opinion, just my opinion, you can't smoke it and you can't eat it. So I guess you're going to bathe in it or roll in it. I don't know what we're doing with that. I mean, typically, if it's marijuana, people smoke it, have throughout time. And I don't know why that's such a big deal, why you would strike that out. To me, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. It'd be like in Prohibition time, you remove the prohibition on alcohol, but then you say you can't drink alcohol. I mean, that's the whole point of it. I mean, there's certainly other ways it's being developed and growing, but that hurts the bill. The second problem I have with it, we're only allowing 5 growers in the state of West Virginia. So we're setting up a monopoly of allowing just 5 individuals to grow this product at $100,000 a pop. Now that's going to eliminate pretty much everybody, and that we keep hearing the word big pharma around here. Well, those are the individuals that have those type of resources that can drop the money in. So I don't know why we're trying to monopolize the marijuana product before we get it up off the ground and get it running. To me, the Pushkin Amendment's a great amendment. The Schott Amendment's got a lot of problems with it. And while leadership is pushing this, they want you to vote it up. We're going to send it over there to conference. The Senate's not going to agree to it because they can't agree to it. The bill's going to die. There's never going to be an agreement. There's going to be a hand-selected people who goes on that conference, and they're probably going to be the ones that don't like marijuana to begin with. And they're not going to agree with anything with the Senate. And the bill dies in conference. So if you vote for the Schott Amendment, you're voting with leadership to kill the bill. That's where this thing's going. So I would urge you, this is a bipartisan effort. And a lot of people in here have historically got together 54 to 40 to have this vote before the body now. I don't know why you want to change it and wreck it here at the last second just to send it to conference. We should vote this amendment down. If you're going to vote for any of them, vote for Pushkin's amendment. They worked hard with the Senate over there. They will agree to that. So again, let's put the politics out of this. Let's set it aside. Let's go with this bipartisan effort that had everybody meet yesterday. Let's shoot the Schott Amendment down, vote for the Pushkin Amendment, and send it over there, and let's make medical marijuana, let's be the 29th state.
And with that, this is the end of our broadcast day for the Legislature on the West Virginia channel. This debate continues on the Legislature's website. We'll be back tomorrow morning with more from the West Virginia Legislature. Until then, I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.
Flashlight, eh? I'll go down and get it after we do this. Sure, yeah. If you feel like it, or if not, bring it in next. pretty sure it's in my con.
Let's see it.
Yeah, Paul was like, in the script. Every script he's ever written with a flashlight's like, we're not doing that. Because it's like, knocks it from her hand and it hits the concrete and skitters. I'm like, no. Not with this flashlight, we're not.
Right.
You can buy your own flashlight and throw on the concrete.
Yeah. Not with my 1,000 lumen $100 light. You're not. Yeah. I don't blame you.
Although I researched what flashlights are used in movies and stuff, and the main one is the Surefire M6. That's the go-to flashlight. But that thing was like $600.
Oh my
I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
I thought I had a flashlight.
So I did a lot of there's forums where people do nothing but discuss flashlights.
No, I love flashlights, but I didn't know that.
I didn't know this
deep.
either.
Yeah.
In that forum, there are threads where they discuss nothing but what flashlights were used in what movies.
I'll be darned.
Like there's people that obsess over
Holy
it.
crap.
They're like,
That's something. I did not know that.
And,
Good. I don't feel nearly as weird now.
To the rundown, we're at minus 135.
So we're heavy.
Yeah, so I'm taking a minute and a half out.
I might not have an interview to do anyway, so.
Well, they're here.
They're here.
Oh, holy crap.
Yeah.
Oh, well, good. Well,
And
things are shaping up.
I haven't had a chance to see what the ones were.
And the interview's like 9:30, so I can make it 8 minutes.
I don't care what you do, buddy. That's fine with me. I don't want to hear the crap for any longer than I have to anyway.
I'm gonna tell Frosty about it.
Yeah. Give him something else to stress about. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Chris. How's it going?
How you feeling, man?
Better.
All right?
Yeah.
What do you think it was? Just a quick virus? Or?
I don't know. I think it was just a number of things.
Yeah.
Barometric
Oh,
pressure.
yeah, you had bad stuff.
Dehydration.
Yeah.
I felt like dehydration.
Sure.
Yeah.
That'll get you. Yes, sir. That's serious. Most
Serious.
people, a lot of people walk
Stress.
around dehydrated and don't even realize it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They say you're not supposed to feel hungry or you're never supposed to feel thirsty. Because that's something you are dehydrated.
There's certain tests that say you can pinch your skin too and it doesn't snap back.
Yeah.
In certain places, maybe it's the top of your hand or whatever.
Right.
If it just kind of stays there and doesn't snap back, I guess you're a little dehydrated.
There's a governor's press conference that just ended.
Oh, it ended?
I had to get a bite from it.